and remember that getting back into that healthy, refreshed mindset where you're still having fun is an important facet to the game.
That's right. And let's go ahead and take a step back, actually. For the picks and bans, for people who aren't familiar with the Trinity Series, we always want to take a second to explain the format for people who don't understand. We ask every team to bring 9 decks, 1 per class, and prior to the start of the match, you can choose to blind ban 2 of them, with the Druid and Priest being the most common ones. And then after that, they choose to self-ban a 3rd class, which has usually been Hunter, and then you play the remaining 6 by assigning 2 classes per pilot.
Yeah, and then with those 6 decks that you bring to the table and 1 left behind, in this case it is the Druid, Priest ban, and the Hunter left behind, they're going to play a series where the first team to take 6 games in a last hero standing match wins the set.
This has been the most common strategy that we've been seeing in Convergence. And, if you're new to the Trinity Series, don't be too discouraged. We actually do see a lot of variation between the remaining classes, primarily between Paladin, Warlock, Mage, and Warrior. Rogue and Shaman tend to be pretty similar, but even then we start seeing innovations within the deck lists. Rogues, for example, are starting to disagree with how they want to start building out their bottom and top end. Some of them choose to play like the Lich King, counterfeit coins, Barnes packages, or maybe even the Lotus Assassin. That's a 5-mana 5/5 stealth minion from Michu's Gadget-san, where if you trade into a minion and kill it, you end up stealthing again. That took me by complete surprise in the past few days, watching that come to fruition, and it's been a very rewarding experience.
Here you get to see the pilots, even though they're working in teams and collaborating with one another. It is the pilot ultimately who has to make that final decision. It's Sansifka on Warlock and Warrior, Pokravac on Mage and Shaman, and George C. on Paladin and Rogue. And a lot of times in that 3-person delegation, you end up having one player who is dedicated to thinking outside the box. You'll hear them make a lot of strange suggestions if you're familiar with the game. And a lot of times their goal is simply to keep players thinking.
This is very cool to see, too. Naaman's going to be on Paladin and Rogue. Casey, a Rogue specialist, is going to be on Mage and Warrior, and Bunny Hopper is Shaman and Warlock. One of the things I love about Casey, because, again, we're going to have to introduce him a little bit more to the general audience if they don't know, is that he loves playing his fun decks. He is a great deck builder. He loves beating the meta, not necessarily just following it. And he's also going to stick to it. For example, the most recent playoffs that he was doing, he's still playing N'Zoth Shaman.
Yeah.
In a time where people weren't even playing any other version of Shaman except for token-based stuff. And he's also a top-ranked ladder finisher as well. So he's not only playing those weird, janky decks, he's succeeding with it in a competitive, open environment where you're allowed to play Jade Druid, you're allowed to play Highlander Priest, and yet he still excels with these very odd control decks.
Yeah, and there you get a look at the man himself. And to go along with that outspoken way in terms of his deck list, he's also very much like that vocally. He's very strong in his opinions, he's very firm about it. And at times he can sound a bit brash, but he's trying to win some matches of Hearthstone. He's not trying to have a polite conversation with folks. You can do that later on, but you will hear him say some very straightforward things at times and be somewhat demanding in his opinions and the need for reasons to deviate from that.
Yeah. He's also kind of a troll. One time, I've known Casey for a couple of years now, even prior to his 2016 breakout performance in the Spring Championships for Europe. He was practicing with me and helping me prepare for tournaments and vice versa. And he'd always just suggest really fun. He's like Purple. He suggests really weird lines of play that would only really work out if you followed his idea to a T, and also if the draws panned out. But he has a very unique way of thinking. And then half the time he's like, "No, I was just joking. I didn't really want you to play this weird card for tempo." And I was like, "Well, why did you tell me to do it?" It's like, "Because I thought it was funny." It's
like every time I play with Dan, I suggest doing something to go for lethal. He's like, "Wait, can't I just have waited and tried to beat him a different way?" And I'm like, "Yeah, but then you couldn't top deck lethal that way."
Right.
And Dan always looks at me like, "I don't know why I listen to you."
It's not necessarily exactly the weirdest kind of plays that you come to expect, because they actually sometimes do work out. But I'm anticipating some cool discussion coming out when you listen to Casey and the Virtus.pro guys. That's what we're basically saying. Listen to their comms.
Yeah. Now last week versus Love You Lots, the big difference in that match, Virtus.pro ended up losing it, was that Virtus.pro was playing a very heavy trade game. They constantly traded into minions over and over again to try to seize board position. And what ended up happening was Love You Lots was taking that opportunity to really get aggressive and push what damage that they could, and not being able to take favorable trades, but instead just take even trades. And instead they would push damage, Virtus.pro attacking the minions, and Team Love You Lots would be at the advantage. So I'm curious if they've thought about that at all for this week and tried to deliberately look for more opportunities to be more aggressive.
Well, Casey's also begun streaming a lot more consistently recently, and I think he's built up a small audience that really appreciates him. They love the way he interacts with chat. He's very friendly, and oh man, we'll talk about that in a second. I don't know point to at least this Trailblazer, but just to finish it off, if you haven't had a chance to check out his stream, he's a lot like, like a German version of like Savitz, where he just likes messing around, but he's very good at the decks that he plays around and experiments with, and also likes to play control decks. So it's not always just like, well, he's playing like this weird aggro warlock or aggro like paladin. He's doing like crazy stuff all the time.
Yeah, he likes big spectacular finishes.
Yeah,
I think that
also has a cute accent. Like
German Savitz, I think, was really the perfect way to set that up as well. In the Mage Mirror match is what we start off with, and I wanted to talk a bit about how most teams have gone just towards the good mage, as it's been being called. It's Mana Worms, Arcanologists, Medivhs, Valets. You pretty much have your cards fairly polarized, where there are a lot of early game dedication and a lot of late game dedication. But you look at Misfits' hand, they've teched in a copy of Volcanic Potion. This oftentimes is there instead of Doomsayer for some early game potential. And then this is like Sivka's signature card, at least the Trailblazer. I don't know how he does it, but almost every single deck he builds, he finds a reason to use at least the Trailblazer.
Yeah, and the Volcanic Potion and at least the Trailblazer almost make me suspicious that there could be more than meets the eye in the Control Mage. It also has the possibility, because I didn't get to pay too close attention to the early game mulligan, so maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but it could be a Highlander Mage of some kind as well. We have seen a couple of versions of that appear in tournaments to high effect.
Well, I don't know what it is or not. I'm curious to get a closer look at it, but let's go ahead and listen to Misfits as this early game gets underway.
Acolyte, maybe? Or maybe Jaina, like.
Maybe if it would be worse. This, right? Why did they go on a board? Does it mean they don't run Alex, or?
What to do? What to do?
It can be like. Or they just want to challenge like the Arcanologies.
They like never keep Bolt, right? So we can just coin Acolyte potentially here. But it's kind of risky though.
If they Frostbolt, it's kind of bad.
Yeah.
Like, what is play like? What's wrong with us?
I wonder.
I don't think it's that big difference if we just fall to 28.
Yeah. I would
just play Arcanologist.
Yeah, but I'm just curious why they play it, because like.
It might be that they don't run any allies.
Yeah.
Want to go on the board.
So just Arcanologist, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not suggesting the Acolyte play because I think it's better. It's just good to think about it.
But also, like, the coin could be good, like.
Yeah, with Jaina, that's what I'm thinking as well.
Or Medivh, yeah.
So mana boom is given, right?
I don't like wasting the Frostbolt, like using the ping.
Yeah, yes, the slower deck and you're trying to win, yeah.
Kind of also makes them want to use the ping themselves on turn 3, which is kind of like not so good. It's only bad if they have like secret into Arcanologist and then ping, but then we still have Frostbolt answer, so I don't mind this.
So you're just like trading and ping and mana boom?
Yeah, seems decent.
And reflect.
So it's only secret into something good. Mana boom, ping doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And this is good if they will play the Acolyte.
Yeah.
That's true, yeah.
And we just want to slow them down. Yeah.
You can tell that there's a lot of thought going to these early turns. We're about a little under 10 minutes into our first game, by the way, and we're still on turn 3, or turn 6 if you want to count both sides as part of the clock. And I think there's just so much discussion going, even from the mulligans. You know, Virtus.pro keeping Medivh, recognizing that we are the slower deck, and this is an extremely valuable card to have if we're going to fight for the late game tempo. So they're already planning for turn 8. at least on Virtus.pro's end. And then Misfits trying to read into the hand, saying, well, they played onto a Medivh Valet for tempo on turn 2 in a matchup where people at least acknowledge that it's very slow. So what does that mean? Are they keeping certain cards, or they don't have Alex in their deck, perhaps? Those are the questions, and I love those kinds of thoughtful, provoking insight.
Yeah, a lot of times those questions are just, again, they're meant to make you think about the scenario. They're not meant to be these suggestions of, this is what I think he has. They're meant to just keep your mind active. Turn 2 Medivh Valet is very uncommon in the Mage Mirror match.
You want the Battle Cry.
It's a very valuable card, but for Virtus.pro, hanging on to this Medivh in their opening hand, they really understand the matchup. That is such an important card in terms of fighting for value that you can keep your opponent on the back foot. And then furthermore, if you're keeping Medivh, it means you need to make sure the board doesn't snowball against you. So that turn 2 Medivh's Valet, very much a nod to the fact that they need to get to 8 mana safely.
Yeah, I really like this Volcanic Potion as well. It's not a card that usually gets a lot of high value in mage matchups. Arcanologist, Mana Worms, and I guess the Valets are pretty much the cheap minions, but as you start climbing into the higher mana slots, it doesn't really do much against those mid-sized minions.
It's quite weak.
Right, so being able to get value off of it early on and deny your opponent the tempo that they're looking for, because they played Medivh's Valet, the Volcanic Potion shuts down a lot of that early game aggression that they can put out, and that way things like Arcane Intellect and Acolyte Pain gets a lot safer as the game develops.
Yeah, as the teams were talking about the panouts and what they wanted, you heard on Virtus.pro side, they said they really like to see Acolyte Pain from Misfits. Something that's really interesting to note is with all this discussion, it kind of got me thinking about how you can throw your opponent off guard. Your opponent is never playing the Acolyte Pain if you actually play the Mana Worm in that spot. I'm curious if they were considering not playing the Mana Worm, trading into the 2/3 and then hero powering it to bait their opponent to play Acolyte Pain into that.
Yeah,
interesting play to me.
There's a lot of reaction and adaptation going on. Virtus.pro saying we can't put the pressure we'd like to, so we're going to slow things down in hero power. Let's go ahead and listen in and see how they're going to react to that situation.
You can go Barrier next turn. You can go something like Intellect Pain.
Eventually, we could go Intellect here.
Yeah, we can go Intellect.
But I feel Barrier is fine. Like, if you get the armor, it's...
So we Barrier Coin Ping or Barrier Pass?
No, I would just Barrier and pass.
Barrier and pass, because you want them to attack us.
Okay.
If they don't, we just ping and Intellect. Just play the Barrier. If they attack us, we are actually have to know that, right?
Yeah.
And I thought it's gonna be the Barrier, but it's not. So they probably don't have the ballot in their hand.
Like, if it's Barrier, are we going to play the Valet? Because Frostbolt Ping would be off. If it's Ice Block, we're not gonna play it because they set up Valet and Ping. But is it ever better to play the Valet if it's not?
Yeah, but we still bump first.
Yeah, sure. I'm just saying, not that we are doing half our turn and then talking about what we are going to do. Like, if it's Ice Barrier, would you ever consider playing Valet?
I don't have. I agree playing it right now. Yeah, if it's Barrier, and it seems like it's Barrier. Yeah.
Okay. So I like playing with Valet. You agree, Bunny?
Yeah, it seems fine.
Right now.
Excuse me.
Like, it's only a little bit awkward against the second Volcanic Potion.
I mean, if it's George version, there's no second Volcanic.
Yes.
It's one option. Why are they playing so aggressively?
Could still be Temper Mage, right? But
it's hard to imagine they would play Valet here over Fireball, for example. Or... So what are the options? Frostbolt and Ping. It's one option, right? To save the armor.
Block and Valet is also another one.
And Valet is the other option, right?
Like block Ping, but that feels weak.
Yeah, block Valet is definitely better, but like, what about removing both? Then you save the armor. But I think we have a lot of business, and we should
I would just go
utilize-
and
awesome.
Yeah, the 2/3 is kind of bored as well.
Like we have a lot of value in hand, and we need to
So I wanna start with Glyph.
Yeah, you start with Glyph. Spellbender seems okay-ish, like that, it's just bad.
Cone of Cold can be pretty sweet with the Medivh the Guardian, honestly.
Same for Spellbender.
3 mana with Medivh.
Like he means if he play, yeah.
No,
know,
I
like-
mean if they play Medivh and then they start playing spells,
the thing is, Spellbender protects our 7/7,
that's true, yeah.
and Con of Gold is good after we already played spells with Medivh.
Yeah.
But I actually think it's better to play Spellbender trade and ping his face.
But do you want to use the Spellbender right now? Then guess what kind of secret there is?
I think so.
You could play it. But I mean, you
Let
could
me check what kind of secret there is, yeah.
I would like to play it just like because
And then
we
trade the 3/1?
might end up playing because he might end up playing Firelance for the next turn.
Yep.
They still
I
have
think
that
they're more saving coin for their own Medivh.
It might not be Medivh, it might
I
be
think
Jaina.
right now is they're setting up for coin Medivh of their own.
Yep.
It might not be Medivh, it might be Jaina.
And that's also why it's good to play with Portal this Spellbender this turn.
And this is something that I feared a little bit from Virtus.pro, is that there's just so much discussion going on that there's no one to drive the conversation. It's all three of them pushing their opinions in and having to parse that information little by little. I mean, teams with leaders we've seen overwhelmingly be the better performing teams in Trinity Series.
I can kind of agree with that. I think one thing that Virtus.pro is doing very well is at least caucusing and pooling ideas, so they're at least aware of all their options. But the problem can be is exactly what you're describing, which is
too much.
There's just so many ideas, and then you say, well, which one is the best? And then it's kind of hard to narrow down immediately versus one person says, I feel very strongly that this is the right play, and people generally build off of that.
Yeah. 2 polymorphs for
But
Misfits
they all
as well.
they all contributed equally to the school project, therefore they all get the same grade.
Wow, so look at this. The double polymorph, the Elise the Trailblazer, and Misfits stack. I mean, Jaina is obviously somewhere in the stack. I'm curious what their if they have like a burst game plan at all. We saw Team Love You Lots play this early on in Trinity, where their Jaina mage had very few burn spells to actually finish the opponent. Their goal was to simply control the battle and force the opponent to exhaust their resources trying to push for damage.
Yeah, it's a modern version of grinding your opponent out, or essentially fatigue, or basically what we call it the.
This is
the
an
control
interesting
mage.
Firelance portal. I mean, 5 armor is.
I don't think the armor count, the life tech count is going to matter at all. I do think it's all about the state of the board, and that's why they kept Medivh. I can agree with that play from Virtus.pro.
I'm interested. Like, to me, if my plan is to Medivh, I almost rather would just hold, because the Acolyte can be a liability in this matchup too. They don't have the word that Misfits is playing Control Mage yet, because the Elise has been held, and so they're fearing the accumulation of burn from Misfits.
They can know that it is. Like, we saw Volcanic Potion and Volcanic Potion, which indicates that it's at least like a control style mage, not freeze mage. And then they've seen like Valet fight for the board, so I think it's okay.
Interesting. Let's go ahead and listen to Misfits. Spellbender, seen for the secret. Let's hear how they want to finish the rest of this turn.
right? Or,
Yeah, sure.
Are we sure about it then? Okay, now
This is really good, bro.
Yeah, this Medivh's really good.
Alright, for us both, yeah. And if they Medivh, we Medivh as well, or?
Slam Medivh, right?
Yeah, just slam Medivh.
You just slam him Medivh.
Again, so kind of you to join me.
Like double polymorph, or what's the other option? We can polymorph and glyph.
Like now it's really good that we can go like Blizzard into Talon's Flame Strike or something like that.
Isn't it better to polymorph?
Like we will see. Like right now or?
Yeah,
I think-
because like my issue is like they're now gonna use the spells to kill the board,
Yeah.
and they will get a
Okay, they will. So
they will raise or whatever. I would just polymorph and glyph and ping it away.
Yeah, I don't want to play Thalnos as well because we might not want to draw that card.
So just start with Glyph.
because we have to win in fatigue. And
it's not going to fatigue, I think. Someone's gonna kill the other player. We have booster.
Like, it can go into fatigue. If they're running,
I think it does
Jaina
go
as well.
to fatigue.
I'll just play Glyph
So just
first.
Glyph,
Yeah. What do you want? Missiles? Or reflection? Because we can reflection the medis, right?
You can go for reflection. Next turn goal is just like coin medi.
Yeah, just get reflection, and play polymorph,
And ping it.
or Talnos. Probably ping it, yeah.
Or ping it.
Yeah, we can get a war element out of Talnos, right?
Yeah.
And next time we can go coin, medif, reflection, right? What if they
Select block. Well,
I mean, I definitely feel like we play Mana, Worm, Arcane Intellect.
Yeah, I like playing Manuel. Huh?
oh yes, baby, that's my girl. I love it.
That's your good.
I actually like to play Ice Block now that they have to play Flame.
Yeah, like
Container.
Yeah.
we done.
Interesting.
Or where?
What can we do?
That secret's from deck, right?
Yeah, that's secret from deck.
Yeah, because my deck tracker's covered it.
Yeah.
But it has to be from
Right.
deck, yeah.
We can go for Talnos Blizzard or for Flame Strike.
We can,
And we can coin the intellect.
but maybe it goes to fatigue, really.
Yeah.
I wonder.
I think so, yeah. I don't know.
Could we ever, like, Blizzard ping?
Yeah, or we can
But do you think like the flames are much more valuable than Blizzard?
I think so, because they could have Portal, right? The second one.
Because I don't think so.
What?
Because you have double Doomsayer, so freeze is quite nice.
good, right?
Sure, but Doomsayer's gonna die, right?
Like if you, let's say, play double Doomsayer or something.
Yeah,
And
but
also, if you go just for Blizzard ping, then you cannot go next turn for Medivh and Reflect.
Yeah, I would play Flame
Yeah, I'll
Strike.
play Flame Strike and ping.
I'm not sure. Devil Town.
we don't want to play Thanos. It's also good with
Yeah, we play
Jaina.
Flame Strike. And probably Pink, because I feel it could be extra water element, which might be huge. Yeah. Like they're kind of out of gas, I feel.
Do not.
Out of gas.
That's not
This
out of
game
gas.
is just getting started here.
And now Virtus.pro has a colossal advantage in the game. The first player to lane Jaina is a big point of that, but the bigger one is look at the deck counts on each side. Virtus.pro with 15 and Misfits at 11. Misfits now has the onus of having to kill Virtus.pro, and we've seen 2 polymorphs, we've seen very little burn. If Virtus.pro basically does nothing the rest of the game, Misfits always has to do something first, and that gives Virtus.pro the chance to respond to it. From this position, I think they are quite free to try to simply eliminate all of Misfits' attack plan and rely on that fatigue battle to win the game. If Virtus.pro draws another card voluntarily from this position, I would be quite surprised.
Yep, there's a lot of good things to what you said, so instead of reiterating, I'm just going to go on another point here. Misfits kind of set up a huge play with Medivh and Molten Reflection, and it's kind of like what you're saying. If Virtus.pro just removes the board, they're going to be good to go. But remember, Stan Civica brought up a point earlier. He said, quote, I don't think this game is going to go to fatigue. And then George C was like, it very much can go to fatigue if your opponent just plays removal, and Frost Shayna goes directly into that.
How could there be 2 Medivhs in the world?
That is actually strictly against Hearthstone rules. You're only allowed to put 1 Medivh in your deck, last time I checked. But yeah, that Molten Reflection, a heavily underrated card.
Wow, this Meteor is dirty.
It summons a 1/1 Jade.
Yeah.
And then you can ping it down.
Kills a Medivh, softens up the other.
Right.
I mean, it just does not get much better than this.
You also summon a 6-mana minion.
Yeah, and this is what I was fearing for Misfits, is this exact style of position. With this this state of the board, it's getting pretty dicey, though. Let's go ahead and listen to Misfits and hear what they're thinking of this game now.
Yeah, it might be first one. So what do we do? Town of Blizzard? Or
What to do? What to do?
And then we just give them the free Water Elemental.
like they will utilize the ping somewhere? Like you could ping.
Right.
They could ping out the Medivh.
Like we can ping it.
Yeah, I know, but like you just ping it yourself and play Blizzard, or
What to do? What to do?
because like if
we can also like can go intellect, try to find a Doomsayer or something like. Or do you think like we are winning or something like? So I don't.
That's a good shout to get Doomsayer.
Okay, just
I'll probably go for intellect.
Yeah. Because we're losing if we do anything else.
Next turn we can go for.
Now just go Blizzard, right?
Yeah, just Blizzard.
Yeah.
Okay, and what about cleaning out the ping, Medivh?
I don't think right now it's like next turn we can.
Frostbelt that weird thingy, the
Yeah,
guys,
definitely.
and then
Do
you
we
think
fight for the 7? No, right?
I do not feel like.
I don't think.
Let's think about this for 1 second. So where do we get punished for not doing that? I feel like
Blizzard.
Blizzards and trades in himself. But that's fine.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
I think that's fine.
Yep. So they're playing Blizzard, Flamestrike, Polymorph.
What to do? What to do?
I think we should play Elise and get it back.
That first one.
I mean, we have a 28.57% chance of getting Doomsayer. Is that worth it?
What to
And maybe the Nova is like too valuable though,
Sure.
because like with the Doomsayers.
So
Problem is we always give him more water elementals, right?
Like, do we lose if they hit us once with all the waters?
runs out on me?
What about just playing Echoite, ping it?
Okay. Let's
Yeah, I would start with that, get Doomsayer. It's 28.57% chance.
So
Now just play Elise.
Oh my
And they
god.
lead coin. They have to not overdrawing us.
So how many does we take?
Yeah, do it.
I would do it. Like I was really not sure.
I wouldn't, but whatever. Because like they would need to ping and they don't get a water then.
I will say if Misfits is going to draw this many cards, Virtus.pro probably can draw one more.
Well, I mean, it's not like they had the choice beforehand. Like, they didn't really have any card draw. And Frostless Jaina has completely shifted the game plan and also taken momentum. It's really easy to be simplistic and break down this game as, well, Virtus.pro found their Death Knight and Misfits didn't. But a lot has happened prior to that where the shift of game plan allowed Misfits, or allowed Virtus.pro to do that. Where they played very tempo-oriented in the beginning. They played, like, Medivh LA for no battle cry. Actually, they did that twice. And then they played really slow for a bit, hero powering on turn 4, for example. And then played Medivh again for tempo, and now is playing for fatigue, essentially.
Yeah, that early aggressive
so many
play
shifts.
has made Misfits, I think, guess the matchup incorrectly. I think if they had known it was this coming into it, that you see them really slow down their pace of play. Like the damage would have been seemingly inconsequential from their perspective.
Yeah, they wouldn't have Flamestrike, a Mana Worm, and a South Sea Captain, for example. They would have saved it for like this scenario.
And think back to that question of do they have Alex Strauza? Virtus.pro might, but that Alex Strauza may not be in the deck for the aggressive purpose. Maybe there for the window of opportunity that it can provide, but not there specifically for that aggression.
You do have to feel a little bit for Misfits. It feels like all their high-impact cards outside of Medivh are in the bottom 5 cards of their deck. They have a lot of nice support cards install, but it's not going to be enough. And this is also something very clever by Virtus.pro, is that they set up multiple health points on their water elemental very cleverly, so that almost any kind of situation, they can ping their own water elemental and set up for yet another train of lifesteal minions.
Yeah, just refreshes it, really.
Yeah, it's very clever, the way they set everything up.
And Another card
Here we
draw
go.
for Misfits.
You kind of mentioned that at least the Trailblazer and the Angoro pack could be a big X factor in here.
If they chain together a lot of extra cards in their deck, they can still win this, but that is about as close to impossible as you can get.
Right, and this is where the power of Blood Mage Thanos, you heard this discussion on Misfits side, even just holding onto the Thanos, not necessarily for its spell damage, but for its body to ping it down and set up a known water elemental is also very relevant.
Let's go ahead and listen to Virtus.pro as they have a massive advantage in this game. How do they want to close?
Don't have to use Volcanic Potion for anything specific.
Outside of Water Elemental this turn? We also could just go face and ping our own Blood Mage, but this makes us weaker to Alexstrasza.
I don't feel like we were getting Alexstrasza at any time too. But
Yeah, we are getting Alexstrasza, but that's why I want to have her.
I think he's like.
Why don't you like?
The question is how much pressure do we want to keep up?
So what do you want to do, guys?
Portal.
2, 3. We don't need to keep the portal for anything specific.
Okay.
Oh wait, lol, I said portal and I meant potion. I'm stupid. Lol.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
Because we have 8, right?
In hand, yeah, 8.
So if we go Nova Doomsayer pack or...
I think we have to take the risk, alright? We need to draw Jaina, play Jaina.
And just play Nova Doomsayer. No pack. On the pack, yeah. Wow. We need to play something, right?
Yeah, Pro Arcana is try. It's better than just playing the element.
We could play the second Nova, but...
Okay, I don't think it's good. Like,
yeah, the Nova is probably somehow valuable. Yeah.
We have a Doomsayer left as well.
Yeah.
Maybe go like for the more.
What can we get like from the 8th drop?
Fireball ping, I think. I mean, the only reason why we might not want to ping is because of what I said before with the popping. Then, like increasing your reach, like making it scary, right? Because against the pack, there's a possibility we don't win the value game, even though we have a meteor.
We still have one Flame Strike in deck down. Alexstrasza.
Both Polymorph and Flame Strike and Alex. Yeah, I mean, like obviously we have a lot of value, and like their Frost Novas don't do anything. But I'm just saying, reach.
What about just try it and play 9, 6, 10?
I don't know, like.
It just dies to one spell and ping, right? It just has a 3/6.
So what do we suggest? Elemental Portal ping?
Yeah, I would just do that now.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll get.
Seems like the best line. We can just still draw Doomsayer and play it.
5, 6, 7.
We can still draw Doomsayer and play it and have a chance, maybe.
That's rather sad at Jaina.
Because can't Total and Primalist discover, like, Kabbalist Tome and all that?
And fatigue in 2 cards.
Yeah, I like drawing. I want Alexstrasza, Polymorph, Primordial Glyph.
If I could get a Polymorph right now, I'd actually be a very happy camper.
Yes, exactly, exactly.
Never mind.
Wait.
Yeah.
No, I think this is the best, because of Blood Mage and Fireball and ping the Alex.
Yeah, but still, don't make it that fast.
But we talked about it before, right?
I mean, of course there was a possibility to like Talnos.
You could potion and ping the 2/3.
Potion ping the 2/3 was probably better.
I don't think so.
Yeah, but you make the elemental, and
Yeah, you make an elemental.
matters.
And they still have a 5/6. So, like we have.
At 5/4, they have a 5/4.
Yeah.
Yes, but we still have our. We didn't put it.
And our meteor can kill that afterwards, right?
Yeah, but now it kills it, and volcanic potion is later on still a water elemental because they still have what's it called? One Doomsayer,
One Doomsayer, one Nova.
one Firelands Portal, one Blizzard.
Time runs out on me.
So they're actually not running fireballs.
Oh wow.
Oh, they run Shayna.
Yeah, I mean that was kind of to be expected, right?
Yeah, but why did they play the 3-4 so that we can pin into that one? You don't want to play the Archaeologist, you don't want to draw the secret. Pin into the 3-4 and ping.
So trade into the 3/4 ping. Do we also want to play fireball?
Not really.
I don't think so.
I must.
How do we get punished?
Oh, you mean like to kill their water alley?
Yes.
We have
How
a
many
50
water alleys can they make
board.
in the future? I mean, they're just like. Oh.
I'm not sure about using the fireball.
How about Wait. How about you trade the? You play Talnos volcanic potion. You trade the water alley away, and then you ping their 3/4. Is that
I
good?
feel like not wasting any resources and just.
I actually just like. Same trade, ping the 3/4, and then just pass.
Yeah, just you make a dude, you know, give
Yeah,
the
okay.
resources.
I was just
And they
thinking
don't
about
have a
them
big target on the board.
getting Blizzard value now.
But that's fine. Then we just play. I think that's good enough.
We have 3 Durandal cards: Doomsayer, Nova, Glyph.
Like we still have double polymorph and flame strike.
And then what? Then
There you go,
polymorph.
see polymorph.
Yeah, I like that. You can also draw Blizzard and stuff.
Portal is alright.
But I can't see the cards. What are the options?
It's Portal, Ice Block,
Is
and
it
Molten
better than
Reflection.
Reflection?
It's got to be Portal, right? It gives us a massive board.
How are we gonna handle the Doomsayer? They just know what Doomsayer.
We have Poly.
We can for the Portal right now.
And
Yeah.
And save the polymorph.
Oh yeah, sure. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, that's definitely better.
That's definitely good. Yeah, I didn't.
We get a 3/6 plus we heal for 3.
Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah. This is insane.
And do we
They
trade?
probably have
We probably trade, right? Every day.
Yeah, we trade every time.
Yeah,
Because they could kill the 5/4.
Yeah.
yeah.
So now we have answer for Doomsayer.
Yeah.
It's never truly over till it's over in Hearthstone, and I feel like that really applies to this game. Frostless Jaina and its lifesteal capabilities with water elementals gives you a ton of range past fatigue, and so even though they are 7 cards from behind in the fatigue race, that doesn't matter nearly as much as the board state and the amount of cards in Misfits' hands. So this is where that Ungoro pack might end up becoming really useful for Misfits if they can get good value off of things like the Giant Mastodon, even the Totalan Primalist. If that gets a really valuable spell and controls state of the board for Misfits, they have a chance, even though Virtus.pro is still at a large advantage.
Yeah, their resource battle is still very much in contention right now, but this play here is so massive, and this is why you heard Casey and Nyman just not want to do anything, was to set up a play just like this one, where they get past a big water elemental board and then seize the initiative.
Right.
So once again, Misfits has to fight back. And that fatigue damage is going to start setting in. You have to connect with water elementals to get that benefit. And they are very far behind that race.
The only way they can guarantee a water elemental is through polymorph, but then they lose the ability to deal with a Doomsayer, like you heard. So this is a tough spot. Let's go ahead and listen to Misfits.
Need to seize the initiative.
Yeah, we need to go on
Fatigue is getting us. Like Turtle might be good. Like if we discover the portal or
Yeah, like I think we need to
or the
go for something
polymorph
like
or
this. I never
It's
see
crazy.
this.
Yeah.
Because they're probably running second fireball, then we'll just like hit fireball.
Yeah, I
and
agree.
You
Or
also
they
get
polymorph.
Shadow Strike.
yeah.
Melts away.
What are the options?
Sucks. We have Doomsayer.
What are the options?
Simulacrum, Arcane Intellect, and Arcane Explosion.
Time is
The Simulacrum is the best, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just get a simulacrum.
Where do we think? Yeah.
Do we ping? No, I will just develop the Doom.
Yeah, we can develop them, so sure.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter which. Probably this one, the original.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting, though. I mean, I'm personally very much a fan of go face, ping face.
Pause. Play barrier. Same.
And just like, I mean, they're fatiguing, right? And we're not fatiguing, so they have to kill us with the cards that they have. And one of them is a Doomsayer and the other one is a Nova. I don't know, Kevin. I want to just like, I'm actually quite happy about this board not having anything.
Right. Same. I just wanna go face, pink face barrier.
Wait, let me just think a bit.
Yep.
Okay.
So you agree, Hyman?
Yeah, they don't like hitting into the 5-4 because they're gonna ping the make the do to themselves. So yeah. To use the polymorph for the fireball.
Yep. Like we would have to use trade ping, then they get our own early.
Yeah.
I don't think we're ever losing this.
That was a quick play.
Polymorph ping?
Yeah.
Meh.
I don't even want to play the Arcanologist.
You don't?
No,
Because of Blizzard?
Yeah, because
And
of
also we
Blizzard.
don't need to. That's true. Yeah, sure.
Like, no reason to do anything, just be happy.
Yeah, 4, if Alex is in the face, they take 5 fatigue damage next turn. And we can just like water elemental fireball them in the face. Oh wow. Another poly. Okay.
So
Wait.
Noah?
How much damage do they take next turn? 5, right?
I just want to polymorph ping.
Just poly ping.
Wait.
Oh wait, they have Alexstrasza, 2 random cards. Isn't it better to just fireball and pass?
Wait.
I like having the reach. I wouldn't mind just pinging this and then Flamestrike pinging next turn.
But then they get healed for 3.
I'm okay with playing the polymorph ping and playing double Arcanologist to kill them the next turn.
Okay.
Like they
so
have
you
Nova?
like,
Yeah.
They have
Polymorph
Alex,
ping.
so-
I love it.
Yep.
Because even if they blizzard and make a minion, they just take so much fatigue that we can kill them with a fireball.
We're even playing around Meteor created by.
Is a meteor not Goro? Kappa.
Haha! Journey to Ungoro.
Doomsayer.
It's just Lisa.
Mhm.
I just wanna play Glyph.
You can play it, I don't mind. Fireball doesn't make it. Multi-reflection. Right. You can just go.
We put them on 1 PogChamp. Totally relevant here.
So they're gonna counter Cure Swiss Warrior, I guess. But the matchup isn't even that bad.
The matchup isn't even that bad.
Okay.
Medivh is just...
So I need like 1 minute.
Sure.
I think. Oh, do I need 1 minute?
Virtus.pro starts off strong, and Casey is certainly flexing his muscle and why he is definitely a strong replacement for Dr. Hippie as they take the first game in the Mage Mirror. Now, there's a couple of things worth talking about. One, of course, the implications of the rest of the series of how classes line up. Virtus.pro saying their best deck might be Warrior against this, and even then we're not that scared. And the second thing, something you were telling me during the listening.
Yeah, last week it was the first time I'd seen Mage lists crop up with no Doomsayer. Then.
Right, we saw all 30 cards from both decks.
And the no Doomsayer package has been quite interesting to me. I think it operates about the same versus aggro decks. Obviously, you don't have the big tempo swing from the turn 2 Doomsayer, but a big thing to note is how much game you get against mid-range decks. This Mage deck is very much aimed at beating the more standard style that aggro decks have moved towards now. They don't swarm the board like they used to, aside from Murloc Paladin, they really try to scale into their endgame and land big bone mares, land a Lich King after the resources have all been depleted, and rely on one big threat to get the job done. This particular control mage that we saw from Virtus.pro really doesn't let that happen. 2 Fireballs, 2 Polymorph, 2 Meteors, 2 Firelance Portal is a lot of counterplay for the top end. The thing that this deck happens to be weak to, though, is stuff like Murloc Paladin, where a Gentle Megasaur and a single minion can be enough damage to keep you on the back foot and be able to hit and play something for the rest of the game. I mean, this deck is very much weak to the Swarm style of builds, but not as much if it's all 2 health minions. It's got to be something that survives the Volcanic Potion.
Yeah, a lot of those tall, wide boards are still very hard for this kind of mage to deal with because they don't have that. They don't have freezes and they don't have Doomsayers. So if they doppelgangster evolve, if you play against a bunch of Jades that are like 5/5 or bigger, that's where this mage will flounder a bit because you have Polymorph and you have Firelance Portal, great for removing 1 minion. Meteor can kind of deal a little bit with stuff, but you don't get to stall nearly as much. However, it's so good at removing and grinding opponents down. So in my opinion, that version of the mage is the modern day version of the grinder mage that you used to see a couple of years back. Definitely not as effective in my opinion because you don't have like the Death Lords to really pull out cards and bring them to fatigue. But with Frostless Jaina, it gives you so much longevity that's artificially inflating your resource count. Like you saw Misfits, they were 6 cards back of their opponents, and they had half the hand size count, but because they played Frostless Jaina and properly accounted for every possible permutation of the board state, they just kept summoning water elementals and then were able to generate resources off of half the hand size compared to opponents.
And a lot of that came with that big Meteor turn into the Medivh plus Molten Reflection from Misfits. They made a 7/7, they made another 7/7, and then they had the 2-drop alongside that. The Meteor all but eliminated that entire board state with a single card.
That being said, I really like the Misfits deck version of their control mage as well, because their control mage is possibly the most pure, fluid type of control mage that there is. In fact, I think Strifecrow said this before, where control mage is probably the most pure form of a control deck in a card game in general. It's very adaptive to what your opponent wants to do. You're removing the state of the board, but you have so many fluctuation points where you have opportunities to be aggressive and utilize your resources in a way that is not traditionally being used. Like, do you tempo out Medivh's Valet, or do you try to go aggressive with Alexstrasza, or do you play really defensive instead? You have so many more options, and because they have Alisa Trailblazer, that even adds more range to their possibilities. A little sad to see it go, because I love seeing Alisa Starseeker, obviously, because it's so fun to see its Ungoro pack
Trailblazer, rather.
But also because I like that version. I do think that Virtus.pro's mage is much more tournament-centric. But if you want to head into the ladder, try Misfits version.
Yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying there. The version that Virtus.pro is playing is not a ladder deck. It is specifically crafted when you can eliminate Priest and Druid from your opponent.
Yes.
Priest and Druid have counterplay. The thing about it is you have to dedicate so many of your resources specifically to that deck that in a format like the Trinity Series, where you have to bring such a wide range, that waters down those decks versus the rest of the field. So that's a decision that you have to split on ladder, but in Trinity Series, most teams have opted for just simply the Druid and the Priest ban.
Ironically enough, it also is a lot more free too, because Hunter's not around, because the freezes are pretty valuable against like a big wide Hunter board.
Yeah. Now on ladder, there's a lot of Hunter. I run into Hunter all the time on ladder.
It's actually a pretty popular deck at mid ranks. Interestingly enough, definitely not at the high end, especially at Legend. Let's go ahead and focus back on the game, though. We see a Dead Man's Hand, so that kind of tells you what kind of warrior this is.
Well, they mulliganed one away, and they redrew a Dead Man's Hand on turn 1. I'm curious if they have 2 Dead Man's Hand in here, or if that's just the unfortunate early draw from it.
Ooh, Misfits actually roping down completely.
This is the Muzzy play. Muzzy, oftentimes when he's playing ladder, will just, when he doesn't have anything to do, will just rope out his turn. And a lot of times I'll watch him not play hero powers or not do anything. And then the opponent does something to commit to the board really heavily, and he punishes them for it. Here, Misfits doesn't have that opportunity, but Sivka always loves to plan ahead and think about the future turns of the game. And every single second he has, he will try to spend it considering something.
But the only thing about it is that by letting the rope completely tick down to 0 and it hits the end turn button for you, it immediately ropes next turn. So it's actually always better to just end it right before burn.
Now, if you take your action, it takes that rope away for the time being. But
it does, but it makes you think about your action immediately.
Indeed does. Let's go ahead and listen to Virtus.pro early on. I wonder if they're talking about that rope at all.
Lol. No, like seriously, it's always acknowledges over the other stuff, right? Because we always
put it right in case they stick.
In case of what?
In case they stick.
Okay.
Okay.
The position.
In case they stick into tonight. Alright. Legitimate reason.
It would be correct to kill the worm here, right? If we play Stonehill, they might just fireball it away and just go face, right?
5 and what we are doing.
Shield Sun Mana Worm seems the best.
Yeah.
What now?
Frost.
Mm-hmm.
Are we playing Secret AI?
I don't see any reason to play the secret. Like, why would you need to play Dice Barrel in this game?
I don't.
Next turn, together with Salmas, but you need to top deck to play the Invalid the next
Yeah.
I mean, if you're saying that you're gonna top deck it, then yeah. But I think.
But then even then, like you're playing it right into the weapon, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And we also want a higher chance to draw mana. Or Arcanologist, yeah. So I like Arcane.
I mean, it's like actually the reason to play AI was like to play around armor up shield, like coin AI or something.
No, I don't want to.
It's so bad because like you don't want to draw your secrets before you like draw your Arcanologist. We already had one in hand, especially.
If they have like water elemental, they could polymorph it all the time, right?
Polymorph it, or they can just like first wall it.
So now the Doomsayer is kind of decent value, right?
We can develop also the stun on 4.
Pretty sure it's no question. We just Doomsayer Hero Power.
Yep.
Just Stonehill Hero Power turn 5's acceptable. We could draw a lease, but I don't think we'd do it. I think we just want to armor up.
We're not running Alice, we run double that man.
So you submitted a slightly. Oh yeah. You're running Harrison.
Yeah.
All right. Well, this game is going to take a while. So if you guys are, in need of a bathroom break or write your 500-word essay, or if you finally need to do your taxes, I suggest you get cracking because this game will still probably be on by the time you come back.
Yeah,
but that's not a bad thing. I think there's going to be a lot. I mean, if you really like chess-like interactions and very long fatigue games, we're in for quite the treat here.
Yeah. Now that being said, we did see Team Love You Lots win this exact matchup last week, I believe, where they ended up having a window of opportunity to Alex Straza on their opponents and then just launch Burn at the face against a Dead Man's Hand warrior. That window of opportunity is quite short, and it requires a very specific hand. Virtus.pro not only needs to have the armor total in check, but they need to have multiple fireballs and oftentimes multiple burn spells to back that up as well. Plus, they need the Alex Straza. So where the time constraints are in terms of the fatigue matchup, Misfits indefinitely wins the game. I mean, that can go on for an indefinite amount of time. Of course, whatever the turn limit is for Hearthstone, which is like almost 100 turns.
It is a straight up 100 turns.
Yeah.
Or like close to it.
So something to really keep in mind is that the Virtus.pro is on the onus of closing this game. If they play for fatigue, we heard Misfits say it, they have 2 Dead Man's Hand. Virtus.pro will not win that scenario. The thing that they can win, though, is that window of opportunity. Keep the armor in check and deliver the burn damage at the right time.
So Misfits playing the Stonehill Defender, getting a Dirty Rat, which can be extremely disruptive if it lands on, let's say, the Alex Straza or Medivh. Virtus.pro only had the Blood Mage Thanos. I can agree with playing this Dirty Rat early. They've drawn a significant amount of cards, and it seems like Virtus.pro is setting up for something.
Battle Rage.
They didn't get anything.
Yeah, Battle Rage may be on the mind as well. Virtus.pro now, though, some pretty weird turns in front of them. Let's hear how they want to play in this.
Jaina?
I do, but I don't have any of the cards I want in my hand.
And the Blood Mage pushing 1 damage or 2 next turn pretty good.
I mean, the meteor never gets better, right? Against this deck.
Oh, right. Yeah, I mean, with Medivh, it's not that bad.
That's true, yeah. But then again, we have one more, and we have 2 portals.
2 portals and Polymorph.
Like, I'm pretty sure the next turn is going to be Karen.
They don't run Cairn.
Yeah.
Then Sylvka. Okay, yeah.
Okay, I like Meteor here. Oh shit, I hit the wrong minion. Kappa.
Jeez, Casey. Stop with the heart attacks, yeah? And this weapon doesn't even like break his armor well enough. Like if he weapons up, you can't even hit that.
Yeah, the thing with this, she said, I didn't really like. Oh, yeah, he's not going to be able to attack it. Okay, yeah, that's good then.
Yeah, because like you play the weapon and it kills the Talnos with the battle.
Yeah.
I will just pass here.
Yeah, I don't see it try to play a play.
Yeah, it's like it's right into volley, right?
Intro.
So we play Arcane Intellect. If we don't draw anything playable, do we just ping his face? I don't think barrier is that important.
You don't really want to.
No, barrier is not important, but we'll have to think about if we ever have too much space in hand.
Okay, so we just start with AI. Oh, there's Jaina.
I guess we can't coin Jaina, no. Do we ever run into the problem of having too many? The answer is no, right? Because we don't have any more multiple draw effects in our deck.
Yep.
So in that case,
I like pinging.
Pinging is 1 damage, and barrier never does anything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pinging is 1 damage. Bunny's wisdom of the day.
Yeah. If your opponent is at 0, he's good.
if your opponent has 0 life,
if your opponent explodes, it's great.
So what kind of cards do they have in their hand? Battle Rage might be the Death Knight. It's not any draw mechanics, right?
A goal to bait the portal on the Duke, right? That's just wrong.
So just pass, right?
Yeah, just go.
Yeah, hero power. Yeah, they can't play Medivh this turn, so it's fine. But we wouldn't even mind. I mean, yeah.
We would be happy. Like, but even next turn we can go like.
They can't Medivh because yeah.
Perfect.
Make a
Maybe
Medivh
like 9 cards here.
Yeah.
They need to play a card as well, or we could just overdraw them.
Like they will portal face every day here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're trying to ping, so.
It depends, because if their 29th card is Alex, they probably don't do it, right?
We play secret. Yeah. Okay.
We don't mind if they get armor or win condition is just fatigue.
Yeah, just fatigue.
So we just Blood Razor and armor.
Attack.
They play Medivh.
Yeah, we just Harrison execute. And armor up.
Probably just slam, right?
No, aren't we gonna overdraw? Like we need to set up the razor.
Yeah, definitely. And just...
Could we ever attack face with the razor so we can hear as well?
Yeah.
We may not attack, like if we don't.
Yeah, we probably don't have to, right?
Because I'm thinking if we attack,
if they play like Valet.
Wait, if they go for Medivh and we go for Harrison, can we play the slam? Yeah.
yes, but we go
Yeah, we go
attack
exactly
face.
9 cards. But we may not. We can save the slam and armor up instead.
Yeah, I like that. I like hitting face
against Valet or Portal. Is it better? It's very good to Whirlwind and because we don't want to take that much. Like we defend armor up.
Yeah, attack probably.
I would also attack. Yeah.
Because look, we can just attack Harrison to execute hero power next turn, right?
So it's buried from the deck to write it down. It's.
Do you want to play minions?
Maybe
yeah, minions and Battle Rage.
I want to play.
I don't like using the portal. You just give them cards.
I like Primo, but then I don't like playing Flame Strike.
What else are we gonna play?
We could also. What if we play Glyph and belly our own face?
That's so stupid. That's never correct.
I just like playing
you gotta
Glyph
put 2
first.
minions on board anyway. Yeah.
I like Glyph first.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like, if you want to deny the battle rate, interesting.
Mana bind, you're not gonna get anything good from it.
What if you like
They're my smiths.
play the frozen clone and then like Medivh their face and Frostbolt their face?
You don't wanna draw Medivh.
Excuse me, you
Oh, you can. Why did you valid their face?
Does battle rage really matter? I don't think so. And I
I mean, you
don't
can Frostbolt it if you wanted
No, I don't want.
to deny the attack and the value of the.
They don't have many minutes in their deck, and I don't think it's ever correct to play Frozen Clone here. Like every other secret was bad.
Yeah, but
And
I like.
Do we really care if they-
face?
I mean, isn't Frostbolt
play
their face
Jaina
always just better than Medivhing their face?
Well, this match is, as Dan said, you buckle in for the long haul in this one. And something that's really interesting to note is how often the players have been thrown into this scenario, I think is really showing through. Virtus.pro is spending so much time paying attention to Battle Rage. They're trying to find the right swing turn. You know, they want to draw Medivh. It's a super powerful card. But Misfits has just been patient the entire time. They have Harrison ready for Medivh. And in the meantime, they just want to slow it down. Now, the thing I'm curious about here is this Armor Smith. This does look quite peculiar to me.
Yeah, you know, I love the team dynamics coming down here for both Misfits and Virtus.pro. Oh, Virtus.pro looks very confused by that originally.
Yeah, well, the Battle Rage setup is really the thing here. I mean, that's exactly what they were going for. Nyman was trying to prevent that, but I don't think it matters that much.
I mean, it matters in the sense that you know, you don't want to give Misfits the ideal hand to set up for Dead Man's Hand. Now, granted, speaking of Dead Man's Hand, there's like this really funny, weird opportunity for Virtus.pro to have Mana Bind to potentially like compete with that, but I don't think you can ever really compete with Warrior's hypothetical infinite armor gain.
It's a long setup because you have to see a ton of spells from Misfits and then play it into the turn you expect them in Dead Man's Hand. That is something that's not really possible because oftentimes Misfits, they're going to use Dead Man's Hand prior to that point, or they're going to have some sort of spell to burn. And Sleep with the Fishes is really the one that comes to mind. For Misfits, oftentimes they will use Battle Rage or use Sleep with the Fishes just simply so they don't shuffle them back into their deck. They want to craft cards that are very usable in a lot of scenarios. But the Jaina now is somewhat of a problem. Virtus.pro, if they get a board set up, that Alex Straza creates that window of opportunity. So looking back to that Dirty Rat that Misfits played earlier in the game, could that have been held for an opportunity like this one?
It could have, but at the same time, the logic is that by playing Dirty Rat earlier, you have a higher chance of disrupting things before they can even become relevant.
That being said, they have a higher chance of drawing them if you time it right
True
as well.
that. And there's only a couple of minions worth hitting because you know that they're very removal-centric.
Scourgelord Garrosh from Misfits as well. So they're gonna give up their armor up in this situation, and suddenly the threat of that damage becomes much more real when the rest of their armor is basically just Armor Smith. That is a dangerous situation now for Misfits.
Let's go ahead and tune into VP. This is some pretty crucial turns coming up.
Don't you like playing Medivh and Pinion?
I like playing. One second. I like Polymorph Armor Smith. I don't want to give up my Medivh charge, but he's frozen right now, and he keeps getting frozen over and over by the.
Yeah, and then if he like unfreezes, we can go Medivh and then Frostbolt his face.
Wait, say it again. What kind of play do you like? Polymorph and Ping?
Polymorph and Ping.
So weird though, because they have to clear it basically.
Frostbolt and then play Medivh.
Or that, yeah.
Wait. You can play Medivh, you can Ping and get Elemental.
I don't want to use a. Do we want to use a weapon charge?
You could attack with the Medivh weapon and Ping.
Oh, I don't like it because it's a 7-drop. It's a 7-drop.
Okay.
We have 7 drops. Frostbolt Medivh.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Like we have 3 7-drops in our deck, in our hand. I don't want to give up a 7-drop, 6-drop even.
I mean, I feel like if you put an extra Water Alley on this board is already big enough to make him go panic. Like, he has to freak out when he sees a Water Alley and like Medivh, he has to start clearing.
That's why I wanted to play it even slower and just Polymorph first, and then Ping because they already used the sheet slam, and now they would have to execute it.
Do you think they like play Harrison again in this?
If they play Harris, we lose.
That belongs in a museum.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't have some.
Yeah, now we lose the ability to freeze their face.
It's kind of good.
And do we want to play Deadman's Hand if we go sleep first?
Think so.
Probably, yeah, because like we are in the kind of danger of overdrawing,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, we want to play Acolytes eventually, right?
Go for elements in between.
Like, we get another shield block, another armor smith, so eventually you can go in like armor after they go face.
Yeah, and now we should avoid to play second Deadman.
Polymorph ping that, Frostbolt their face.
And Frozen Clone.
Okay.
Just no dirty red now, and we are going.
They don't play Dirty Rats. I mean, last time they didn't play. When they played the Stonehills, they didn't
Now
play
they
the
also
Rats.
pick it. This is just a hard counter deck for ours, but that's it.
Well, I don't know.
When we will go for Acolytes?
We could go for it now with Execute, right?
We can go Acolytes, Whirlwind, and Execute.
Then we will overthrow, definitely.
Really?
Now we have 9 cards.
So we'll go 8.
Yeah.
And then with the Volcanic Potion we have 10. Like, maybe we don't mind overdrawing, but...
Yeah, I don't think we do, right? We have second Deadman's Hand, which puts like 10 into our deck. Or 9, sorry.
And they need to invest. What kind of potion and pink?
And they can't deal the 1 damage.
So we would just double Acolyte.
Like why double?
Or
Why
one.
double?
Okay, yeah, okay, sure.
Okay, we don't mind.
This is fine, we just give them useless card. Execute.
Shield block?
We don't shield block. No, we don't do it right.
Why not? Why? I
I want
would.
a Deadman's Hand it.
Like, we have enough armor and, like, I don't want to play the second Deadman.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless completely necessary.
Okay,
Like,
sure.
The information is so crucial. Like, they can pick, like, auto-lose matchup if you don't show it. I would maybe even take some fatigue damage to pretend we don't run it.
I bring life.
26.
I can draw so many cards now.
Not like we can do anything against it.
And
Yeah.
attack execute.
Attack Execute.
Yeah, that's got to be the play, right?
So we can draw 2 from Battle Rage.
You can draw 3 from Battle Rage. But I think double Armor Smith is now very good.
Yeah, you just do it now to cash in the value here.
Made to fit. Armor.
Don't we also have a third Armor Smith in the deck, so we could draw that as well?
No, we don't. So now we just execute, right?
Don't you want to hit?
Here we hit, yeah. For 2 more.
But you cannot go for Battle Rage here, right?
No.
Do we mind if we overdraw?
I don't think we care if we overdraw, right?
We don't, I think.
I would do it. The 1's probably not relevant. Like, if it's Deadman's Hand, we might be forced to play the second one.
What about Meteor and Archaeologist and Pink Face?
Where do you want to meet for this one? Just to get reduce the armor? Should we gonna get?
Yes. And we also
Yeah.
push 1 more damage. Or do you like Flame Strike more?
No, I don't like Flame Strike. Meteor seems okay. I'm just thinking if you want to ping the Archaeologist or you want to ping Face.
Meteor is better against second Stonehill Defender.
I think being an Archaeologist is better. Like they're supposed to attack, but they have one glue.
So you like pinging your own.
Makes them
Don't they just take it away anyways?
Yeah, I think so.
Right.
Time is now.
Okay. So they run double Doomsayer.
Ooh. Misfits, we don't care about the burn. Something that's really interesting here is that they're trying not to show that that second Dead Man's Hand is in the deck right now. I think that's quite clever, actually, because they're thinking about their future matchups. In this one, Misfits is thinking, we've probably won this game with the armor total and the setup we have. So for Virtus.pro, if they never see that second Dead Man's Hand, maybe they play a future matchup incorrectly, not accounting for those extra cards in the deck.
Yeah, and there's also a lot to say about how this matchup's starting to develop, which is Misfits recognizes that if you don't play anything, Virtus.pro can't summon a minion off their hero power. So you force Virtus.pro to generate some cards. You force them to develop onto the board so that they can ping their own minions, but then you just remove it. That's why they're not playing like Stonehill Defender, for example. People are like, well, why didn't you just play Stonehill Defender? It's like you're floating a bunch of mana. If they don't have minions on the board, then how does Frosted Jaina summon Water Elementals?
Exactly. One of the best counterplays to Jaina is to try to keep status quo, which is a lot of times nothing. That's easier said than done because you do have to account for the amount of burn left from your Jaina opponent in that situation.
Right.
But it is quite significant counterplay because, again, not being able to generate water elementals is that's the key function of that entire card.
However, even if they do generate water elementals, Misfits has 3 brawls in the hand and most likely will get more by shuffling into their deck.
It's the one minion at a time that is a problem. I mean, they actually can't play brawl unless there's multiple minions on board. So if they want to empty their hand of those, they have to see multiple minions, and they're starting to use removal piece by piece by piece. So I'm curious, not showing the second Dead Man's Hand, how costly is it?
Yeah, I do think that they also want to shuffle in the shield block because they do value that armor gain to a certain extent. It nullifies, like, another fireball in their deck.
Yep.
So that's why they're not playing shield block, even though they have the chance to. Interesting. So they have their own lifesteal minion with Blood Queen Monolith, though.
No cards discarded this game, however. It's tough for Mage to do that.
Slam's okay to cycle, I think, in this position. And they can remove it just through the weapon, through Bloodmorn. So let's go ahead or Shadowmourn, excuse me. Let's go ahead and listen into Misfit and check in on how they're going to plan these next few turns.
So we have 24, and there's double fireball, and so they have 15. And we have 10.
We can double shield block then.
And they have 4 cards in library.
4.
Do that.
Yeah.
Excuse me, you are on fire.
Like, I either want Pyroblast or Polymorph of the Glyph, or Portal into Leroy.
Why not?
I don't ask for much.
The Kabbalah Stone?
Yeah.
Kabbalah Stone,
Keep
into
up,
Kabbalah
keep
Stone,
up,
into Kabbalah Stone,
keep up.
into Kabbalah Stone, into Kabbalah Stone, into Kabbalah Stone, into Kabbalah Stone, into Kabbalah Stone.
They still
And
need
then-
to play. They still need to play the second Deadman's Hand.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, they lose. They don't win with only one Deadman's Hand, and that's important.
Double face.
Yeah. I think we'll be forced to play second Vincent.
Because Stonehill, they have like no way of dealing 3 Stonehill, right?
But my issue is like we need to make sure we will not get hits from waters, and like the Stonehill is the card we can. Maybe like we should just accept we need to play that man's hand.
I must choose.
But
No, I
probably-
don't think we do need to.
But I'm not sure if we do need to, right?
I think we'll be forced. We have 21 and they have like 12 birthdays.
Yeah, but we can play double shield block.
I understand that, but that we will take a lot of fatigue damage, right? We are also just 4. Maybe.
Why don't you like playing the mana room?
Because we have one volcanic potion in our deck, and so the mana room is whatever.
Yeah, but you can use it together with the acolyte.
But then we draw a card.
Then you draw like 2 cards.
Yeah, but if they have the Deadman's Hand, they will win it anyways.
That's all we want to see, right? If they have the second Deadman's
Yeah.
but it's still not sure. Like, they only played 1 month of Deadman's Hand.
I would just ping face. They have to do something anyways. They have 10 cards.
Right. They have.
So what do we do?
I think we have nothing to develop. I feel we should play that man's hand. We should go.
Yeah.
Just to win the game, man.
What now?
Or do you see like? I think we do have to, right?
Yeah, like we can just develop the stone. To be honest.
What?
Yeah. Like I think it's just like
And
if
just
you
play the second one, because then they know we have one in hand, and like this day, then you don't have to.
Sure.
I must
We should
Yeah,
both,
we
right?
should both, yeah.
Do we acolyte?
No.
We can save acolyte bro,
Yeah, we
right?
can say
Yeah, they have potion as well, right?
potion, exactly.
So we just pass, right?
Yeah, we
Just pass, right?
Okay.
The
Okay.
Cabal Stone, do it. Cabal Stone, Cabal Stone, Cabal Stone, Cabal Stone.
It's just simulacrum.
Yeah, it's just so bad. Yeah, Simulacrum. But I guess you can just play the mana room right now, just to
I
make them
mean-
attack.
So we play simulacrum mana worm. No, I want to play the mana worm next turn.
I wanna just like-
fireball
I want to just ping their face because they're still on 10 cards.
and simulacrum.
Melts away.
And Simulacrum, yeah.
Yeah.
I would have loved the Stonehill Defender of that frozen clone, yeah.
No.
So now we just go on a board, right?
Hmm.
With Stonehill.
Yeah.
And they need to get mana from, otherwise, like they would get the acolyte.
Right, exactly. There's not.
So we play Stonehill,
Yeah.
right?
I agree.
Out of my jungle!
This is
Night Link. Or Sogot can be fine, right? Like how they're going to kill this.
yeah, because this is just gonna get polymorphed. Yeah. But we could develop it here.
But they will just polymorph.
What are we gonna play like if we get so good? Don't we gonna overdraw? We just gonna play second Deathman's End or what? Like we cannot like shuffle for
You
bro.
could like hero power, go face with weapon, slammer him, but that's just bad.
Yeah, we just need to probably play something. Right?
I just take Hatchling, yeah, and play it.
I'm almost out of cards.
Next
You just ping that. And next time you go Flame Strength ping.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Great, yeah.
Next time we go mana worm flame strike ping.
But shuffling the kite and 5-9 down. It's nice.
But how?
What do we do?
we might brawl.
Yeah.
We wanna cycle this? Probably yes, right?
Right.
Yeah. We don't need to
They
like
will not burn us.
yeah. So we just brawl here, right?
Yeah.
I'm out of cards.
Maybe just polymorph here, right?
Yeah.
is it Murloc Paladin?
Draw and this wins. We can just double slam that. And
Okay, we can just double slam it and use blood right. Isn't bad.
then this two, like we need to get rid out of brawls. Like
Yeah, I agree with it. Yeah.
we just double slam it.
We can slam and use blood razor.
Or we can just pass. Like we mind if we take these 3 damage.
Yeah, we pass with will win the next turn double slam, right? So we can slam it right now. Right?
Like do what they will do. Like they will just fatigue or. Like, why would we slam like if they need to add more on the board? Or do you think they will just pyro us and we definitely do this, right?
Yeah, we definitely do hero power. But like I don't see like we will anyway slam it 2 times next turn, right? If they pass. I mean, whatever just pass, yeah, sure.
Like you would kill it here or?
No, we can just slam it here before the whirlwind effect and see.
But if they get another minion on board, we can just.
Yeah, sure, I mean, but I don't see how we're going to get it in.
All right, so checking in back with the commentary here from Misfits and Virtus.pro, there's a lot of nothing happening. So to kind of go back to the beginning where we facetiously mentioned that this is a chess match, although I don't think it's actually facetious at all now that we've seen it play out. If you guys are chess fans, this is kind of, in my opinion, the equivalent of kind of that board state. I'm not really good at chess, so forgive me if I'm wrong, Admiral. You're actually a big chess fan, so you know. But when you're in a position where all you're doing is moving kings,
Stalemates.
Yeah, you're basically in a stalemate.
Not a true stalemate, but an effective stalemate.
Right, and the only way you know you can win is if your opponent's running out of time on their chess clock.
Or they mess up. Because a lot of times the chess clock has, if you take your turn fast enough, you don't actually lose the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I never played chess competitively, but I know that there's a chess clock.
A lot of different rule sets.
So let's say, hypothetically, you do get to that countdown. In this case, fatigue is the chess clock in the sense, and what Warrior's doing is just stalling, because they know that they're never going to get progression on the board state at all. But what they can do is just wait for mage to run out of time effectively, which is the fatigue damage.
Yeah, that's actually a beautiful analogy to draw up with that too, because that's quite literally exactly what the fatigue.
What are they gonna do? They have 4 brawls and 4 acolyted pains and 5 brawls. Excuse me.
5 of a kind. That's a winning poker hand. This matchup really does boil down to the little things and timing. I want to look back to the Virtus.pro turn where they played the Medivh and they ran into Harrison Jones. I think if they had done their homework, they could have known that Misfits had a Harrison Jones in their deck. I mean, we heard Bunny Hopper mention it after they had chosen to use Frostbolt, and he wanted to attack the Armorsmith down from a 1-2 to a 1-1 and then use the hero power to generate a water elemental. In that effect, they turned the ATS charge into a water elemental on that turn. And Virtus.pro with Casey and Naaman, they were so concerned with getting value off of their Firelands portal, the Flame Strike, the Meteor. But getting that water elemental immediately means that even in the face of a punish like Harrison Jones, you still get something from it. That little spot right there, I think, cost them a lot of damage. With Misfits trying to not show the second Dead Man's Hand, it looked like, for a long time, and not shuffling back the Armorsmiths, I think cost them a lot of long-term damage sustain in this matchup. It's one of the most difficult decks to play in any card game I've ever played and I've been playing for 21 years. The amount of foresight you have to have with this deck is incredible, and you will see players take lines, and there's really no way to analyze it without hours and hours of time.
Yeah, in my opinion, and I say this very often whenever I cast this, I think Dead Man's Hand Warrior is the hardest deck in Hearthstone history to play, 100% optimally. And I think it's because there's so much going on. If you go up against another control deck in particular, like a grinder mage, it adds countless layers of complexity to it, with probability of how you're kind of controlling your hand size and your draw potential, and understanding win conditions, and kind of identifying your position in the state of the game of like how much life you need to gain versus how much cycle you need to balance with how much removal you're trying to do, and trying to all balance your card economy. It's not the most powerful deck in Hearthstone history, especially if you compare it to its cousin and patron warrior, but it's definitely, in my opinion, one of the most difficult decks to play optimally.
All right, well, let's go ahead and listen to Misfits. Their hand is...
They're only a few turns away from effectively winning this game. They're just trying to make sure to not overdraw with their 9th Acolyte
Which
this
brawl
game.
do they want to use?
Can't play Acolyte Brawl.
Acolyte Brawl seems better, right? Then we could Dead Man's Hand after.
It doesn't matter at all, man.
I think it's whatever. But we exactly know what they have, so just play this and brawl, yeah.
We draw.
I don't think we need to.
No,
right?
we don't.
Now we can get the trick out of.
Yeah.
Then we will overdraw them.
Yeah, whatever. It's over.
They will be up to 20 cards.
I'm almost out of cards.
So what do we do? That man hands is enough.
Yeah, we can.
We just Dead Man's Hand, dump the Stonehill, and Dead Man's Hand hero power, right?
No, I would prevent that quite away.
Yeah, you can just roll it and pass.
I can cycle this.
Well, okay, never mind.
Okay. So this. I think we
that we had to show them the numbers, right?
Yeah.
Checkmate.
Well played. Was it perfect? Probably not.
Nope, it was not.
But was it impressive? I still think it was.
Yeah.
And you can see how hard it is, even when you have 3 people keeping track of like, well, hold on, we want to sequence this. Well, hold on, we have to make sure that we're playing around this card. And Virtus.pro missed their window about 30 minutes ago.
39 minutes and 20
Sorry,
seconds.
that was almost a 40-minute game, and we got halfway. Now, I do want to point out that I have seen a mirror of this play out in a Taiwanese tournament when Knights of the Frozen Throne first came out, and it actually hit the turn limit timer, and the opponents kind of messed up. But that is quite the marathon, if I say so myself.
It is something to watch for sure. You know,
Man.
Kind of a question, philosophical question though. I mean, what is perfect play in Hearthstone? Because if you look at a card game, your opponents are going to approach situations differently than the next opponent will in a lot of situations. Is perfect play what exploits your opponent, or is perfect play game theory optimal? Like game theory optimal is the play that's closest to the or it rather is directly in the center, so that it minimizes your opponent's ability to exploit it, and at the same time maximizes your ability to continue game theory optimal play. Like game theory optimal doesn't mean you're playing the best. It means that you're trying to minimize the exploitation factor from your opponent.
Yeah,
It's
it's the highest percentage play every single time. And even then, optimal doesn't always win you every game. Sometimes you have to make the lower percentage read in order to make the best chance to win that game. But we can sit here talking about theory all day. In the meantime, we're going to take an opportunity to reset ourselves for Game 3, so don't go anywhere. More Trinity Series action right after this.
You guys seeing this?
Game, record, and stream without compromise. Only on Intel Core i7.
Welcome back, everyone, to Trinity Series Season 2. Big shout out to Intel for helping us bring together this broadcast, as well as Twitch and ESL, our partners, to help make this happen. Wow, what a marathon we've had so far. We've had 2 games just in this series, but they've been both very, very long games. And I anticipate it to continue to be that case because Misfits loves these kind of decks. In particular, Stan Sivka and George C. are big fans of this playstyle. And then we happen to ran into the very controlling grinder mage coming out of Virtus.pro. I do expect it to ramp up a lot, though, because part of Dead Man's Hand's weaknesses is not the control matchups, but if you're pressuring it way before it can set up those Dead Man Hand situations to benefit off of those combos.
Yeah, putting them on a point where they have to have one of the payoff cards, and either a big Raw or a Sleep with the Fishes, is typically a good pressure point against them. So don't think so much as like Doppelgangster Evolve, because you do need them under pressure, but I am thinking like Murloc Paladin, for instance, can be quite good, and also Rogue can be quite good as well. I mean, going tall on a single minion is a lot harder when your opponent has Shield Slam, but if you put enough pressure on them to constantly answer with Shield Slams and executes, it means that that tall minion eventually is sitting there and your opponent is staring at brawls and Sleep with the Fishes. So it is quite an interesting angle of attack. Warrior, it can handle anything, but it's got to have the right tools at the right time, and they're a little bit scarce.
Yeah, mid-range minions, or just mid-range decks in general, give those warrior decks quite the problem, because if they're big enough, they'll always pressure their life total enough so that Shield Slam isn't relevant. But then they're not something that you always want to execute as well. Like, you don't want to execute a 4/5 if you know that there's like a big Edwin waiting in the shadows.
Yeah, to me, the tiebreaker here for deciding whether to be very aggressive from a push onto the board early standpoint or to play a mid-range deck would be the two Doomsayers that we saw from Misfits. That can help them offset the early aggressive pushes in a similar way that Fiery War Axe was trying to do. Instead of getting a second charge of Fiery War Axe, you get tempo to develop on the board, though. So there is some risk and reward to it. The 3-mana Fiery War Axe doesn't quite fit the bill for this deck because it has, competition with Stonehill Defender and Acolyte of Pain. But the Doomsayer is, I think, a very clever inclusion in this deck to fight against those early Swarm aggro decks. Doesn't necessarily mean you have to have Sleep with the Fishes.
Yeah, if you don't have Fiery War Axe, Doomsayer is almost as good as it gets for turn 2 removal on a very board-centric aggro deck. Now, that being said, Misfits, we kind of mentioned how they might struggle with some of those mid-range decks. They do have that Doomsayer early in the hand. Stonehill Defender also can play a pretty valuable role, too. Not just to summon another taunt minion, but also just to even soften up the board if you pick up Sleep with the Fishes.
Yeah. The other thing too is that it helps for your battle rage. It just gives you extra value to like stabilize through the mid game. I mean, Misfits' main goal is really to like get to 10 mana. It's kind of silly as that sounds.
Yeah, no, it's not. It doesn't sound silly at all because on 10 mana they get to do more stuff.
Yeah.
That curve though from Virtus.pro,
it's looking quite spicy.
Yeah,
the thing for me is
powerful.
How is Misfits going to use this Doomsayer? Are they going to risk it and try to play it on turn 2, or are they going to coin it on turn 1?
Yeah.
Oftentimes against Murloc Paladin, it is quite risky to try to delay the Doomsayer and save the coin.
Well, especially if Virtus.pro is taking this long on turn 1. Turn 1, if you debate this long on how you play a Murloc Tidecaller, it kind of indicates that you have a lower curve and more options to play.
Yeah.
So it encourages me, if I'm the warrior, to Doomsayer.
Now, Sleep with the Fishes can change that Doomsayer effect. If your opponent commits the War Lead to the board, and then you can deliver a Whirlwind and then Sleep with the Fishes, that's something that you can consider at that point. But they don't have Ravaging Ghoul, and Bloodrazor is their one activation to that. So this is a very interesting turn to me.
Yeah, I mean, the Stonehill Defender does exactly what the Spreading Plague was. The imagination of it is supposed to weaken the minions significantly so that you can use Sleep with the Fishes. Let's go ahead and tune into Misfits, see how they're going to play this crucial turn 1.
Yeah. And then became Bloodrazor and killed the War Leader.
Toughness. It's probably okay, right? We don't take that much damage. Okay, fine.
Just pass.
Let's see how. Oh, sorry.
Can't say this stuff on
I know.
Trinity Series.
Oh, Leiber, you are so good.
Just
oh, this is good.
I think they will survive.
We're not out of the woods yet.
I think so.
Yeah, we have him, like...
Like, if they have, like, weapon, then...
I mean, if it goes off, it's insane, right? Like,
yeah, of course.
It's highly unlikely.
I think we play around that.
Charm and Hydrologist is better. Rocket Hunter and Hydrologist are better.
Yes, because we want to play around the weapon.
Yeah.
The rock
But
we can.
Play it.
We can, because we buffed the 3/3 up to 4/4.
Let me think.
Oh wow! Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
They don't run Whirlwind. So we just play Chum? Yes.
Chum, yeah.
Yeah. Hope that the rock will get buffed. No. Okay. So we just buff
And then-
this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of the tactical, right?
Yes, the tide collar goes up to 4. Oh, that's good. Nice.
And then you double trade the Doomsayer.
Yes, don't go face like last time.
That was mean.
Yeah, I know, flame him so fire or what?
Yeah.
No, stone
gonna
fire
hard
and
to
go
take.
fake.
Right, that's still interesting, right? Because they can still... The weapon is still very
now.
scary.
Yeah, what are we doing if they play the weapon now? Hydrologist?
Seems like hydrologist.
Yeah.
Can you draw Mega Sword, please? Oh.
Fits in the curve, but it doesn't do too well.
I actually like Hydrologist.
What do we want to find? Redemption?
Yeah, or like Get Down. It's anything that keeps a minion on board.
Down isn't that good because they plan to play Sleep with the Fish the next turn.
Then it's just Redemption, right? Or Getaway Kodo even.
The Getaway Kodo. And I also like to play a next turn like Murloc War Leader and Chan.
Yeah. I would like to play Hydrologist here.
Yeah, same.
Just because the War Leader
is so impactful. Oh.
No,
Noble second place state.
Maybe Repentance. This way they can play the Armor Smith.
That's interesting.
3 Repentance. Repentance might be not that bad. Noble Sacrifice, I don't really like it.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll play it right now.
Yep.
Just to make them think about the secret.
That's good.
So what can we do? Slam.
Now we can go.
You could go slam fishes and keep the razor.
Yeah, that's got to be better, right? Raze is insane.
Yeah, get razor on the board. It should be good.
Destroyed.
Raze is also good with Stonehill and like Acolyte and stuff.
Yeah. We can also go slam and try to hit it.
We'll keep the. We'll see what we'll draw. Right?
Yeah. If we draw, bro, in this.
I kind of like sleep here.
Yeah, sleep is right. I don't.
Do you agree, George?
Yeah, I agree. The whirlwind off the Raze is pretty important, right?
Yeah, like we can go maybe Stonehill and Battle Rage next turn if we want.
Okay, so it can be what? It can be the 2-1.
This is Get Down.
It's probably Sacrifice,
Yeah.
Virtus.pro had that ideal start, but Misfits able to just stay patient enough, and I would have been tempted to coin a Doomsayer, but their diligence in ensuring this line based off the Sleep with the Fishes has paid off dividends, and a huge proponent of that is the Blood Razor setup, and you can see about how Virtus.pro pretty much had everything they want. They had double Chum, Tidecaller with double Rockpool, and double Murloc Warrior. What else do you really want?
Seer or Megasaur.
Yeah, Cold Light Seer is probably the big thing.
Now, are they playing Cold Light Seer is a big question. I personally am not a fan of the Cold Light Seer versions. I'm a big fan of Gentle Megasaur, however. That is a card that I've often seen kept in this matchup, even when you don't have the early curve. Because even just a 5/4 it's a totally fine minion to play. A lot of times it just requires attention.
Yeah, I too also really like Gentle Megasaur. I kind of hate when it's played, though, because I feel like every caster is obligated to make a, oh, it's not so gentle, is it? joke, which I feel like we could do a YouTube compilation of every time a caster said that and like do one of those running counts.
I've never said that.
I think you're guilty of doing that like 3 times in one Desperate broadcast.
Well, I mean, what do you want me to do? It's like a 4-hour broadcast. Like, are people really watching for 4 hours? I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, Artosis told me one time I need to recycle jokes. He's like, you can't come up with that many. It's impossible.
It is very environmentally responsible to do that. Last time I checked.
Reduce, reuse, recycle. Mostly reduce, but
right.
That's for the fans out there.
That's for the true esports fans. They would know. Well, I pounded down to 1 card, and on turn 6, without a board, they don't even have their best play, which is usually... they are playing the Collide Seer, which is usually the...
That's stick in the spot. I mean, Misfits is they've expended a lot of removal and they have no armor. So this War Leader is still quite threatening.
Is it, though?
Yes. Think about all the draws that are good for Virtus.pro now. Any weapon. Oh, not like Justice.
Bone
like Justice
Mare.
in there. Bone Mare.
Bone Mare is what I'm really
Curator.
thinking of. Even
King,
then,
Spike Steed.
Misfits has a lot of potential for disruption. Sunwalker or Twilight Geomancer.
And you mentioned how important of a role Stonehill Defender can play in this. Just a roadblock.
Okay, so they basically played Spreading Plague, except what Spreading Plague should actually be, which is 1/4 taunts.
Here we go.
For 5 mana. Now that's reasonable.
Yeah. Here we go, Dan. Talk about the 1/4 Spreading Plagues 3 times a broadcast.
Well, so you're basically saying I should talk about it 2 more times.
At least.
Okay.
Yeah. Just got to space them out, like 25, 30 minutes.
And then Despot will hire me.
Brian Kibler certainly would.
I mean, this Blessing of Kings is not what you want to see. How would you stack this Blessing of Kings? Would you put it on the 1/1 token, or would you just put it on a Murloc?
I quite like putting it on the 1/1 token, just to spread out. I mean, the War Leader already is a threat in itself. So I think that preserving that 1/1 body is quite important. And this is also right before Scourgelord Garrosh hits. So there is some consideration to stacking up, preparing for that turn. I think you can be quite comfortable knowing that Misfits isn't going to remove a big minion next turn.
You already saw one sleep with the fishes, so...
They can't just hold as well. I don't mind holding and having it be a bit of a surprise factor here. Oh my, and a big payoff for holding as well. Now the problem is that you do give up a little bit of battle rage value here, but I still think they're quite okay.
Yeah.
Virtus.pro just need to start drawing their top end now. If they start drawing their top end, Misfits, I think, can be in trouble still.
I don't know. Misfits has a full clear right now. They have Execute, Hero Power, Shield Slam, and Trade-In.
I'm thinking Tyrion.
What now?
Oh, you're right.
Curator would be big as well.
Oh, you're right. Tyrion is actually such a big deal. So instead of that, you can set up a Doomsayer preemptively. So you can execute the War Leader, bump into the 1/1, and then play Doomsayer instead.
Yeah, and this is really the second purpose of the Doomsayer in this deck is to buy back that tempo so you can actually get a clean turn. Something else that's really interesting to note is the interaction between Cornered Sentry and Scourgelord Garrosh. If your opponent has one very big minion out that doesn't have taunt,
that's cute.
You can play Cornered Sentry and then take only 1 damage attacking with the Scourgelord Garrosh weapon to splash it onto the ones on the side. Oh my! But the Doomsayer is throwing a big wrench in that plan for Virtus.pro.
You called it, man. Very good call. And I mean, and that's what the teammates are there for. Me and Admiral just simulated the team comms, by the way, of like things that we would talk about. And now Misfits in the driver's seat, and now they pick up an Acolyte play, so they even have more pivot strategies, like utilizing the Cornered Sentry, Acolyte play.
So good here.
Yeah.
In this situation. Let's listen to Misfits. They're going to play Scourgelord Garrosh, but these turns are big coming up.
They could have tried... It can be time, maybe.
So now we can go these 3 minions in Whirlwind.
Yeah,
they go Tyrion.
They go Tyrion, then we can go just
these
the
two,
Smith,
these two, and
Acolyte
Slam, yeah. That's also good, yeah.
Played Railing Blade and attack phase. I want to check for Harrison.
Let me think.
Yeah, I actually like this.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
But do you want to buff the recruit? Yes, right?
Yes.
Since they will attack with the weapon.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this way, like, they can think.
You can already start taking up some armor. They already played
Blackstone of Kings. They can think that Blackstone of Kings, but they might have thought that it's Tyrion. Might use Harrison.
One, right?
Oh, now we can.
Now we can go armor.
These 3.
These 3. And then Shield Slam.
Yeah, that's amazing, okay?
Yeah.
We Sentry, yeah?
Yeah. Sentry double.
Did we hit the 1/1? We hit the 1/1s, right?
Yeah, we can hit
this. Just 4 adjacent. We hit the 1/1. Armorsmith, Acolyte, Hero Power.
Yeah.
I'm gonna save the Shield Slam.
It's good, right?
Yeah. Now we can have Acolyte.
We hit the 1/1 to the left, yeah.
1/1 and the went after it.
It's even better, yeah. Because we will get these armors.
Yeah, of course.
Shield Slams, yeah. Now it might be good to shuffle it back because now our hand is quite good again. Or maybe we need double that man's hand to make sure fatigue out. Because like we don't have any win condition in the deck, so now we should maybe just go infinite then. Maybe we should make sure we will not die, like to have some access to armor, so maybe we should be careful of developing second Doomster before we shuffle it back. Maybe, but maybe the second double shield block could be good enough, right? Yeah, 2 shield blocks should be enough, right? Yeah. So what do? We just armor smith ghoul?
Yeah, and see what we get.
Yeah, just develop the board, right?
Yeah.
Armor made to fit.
Also draw battle ridge, right?
Or Hearthstone.
Harrison, let's go.
So we attack with Acolyte, right?
Yeah, we start with Acolyte, yeah. Okay.
So what do we do? Execute and develop Acolyte?
Yeah. But we don't attack with our weapon, yeah.
No, we don't.
So what do you want to shuffle back? Probably when we get Battle Rage or...
Yeah, shield block is also fine.
Because like we don't have any more threats, like let's imagine develop like on, right?
Yeah, sure.
And we just need to fatigue and like we have good defense resources, like these are quite good.
Yeah, sure.
Like at least this game would be over, right? But
like we have double Deadmans and
it's fine, we win anyway. We just kill every single card. Like they have no cards, they can only play 1 a turn, right?
I mean, I guess they don't have to if we don't attack.
Exactly.
But if we do, it makes it super juicy for them to event. Start looked really good.
Yeah, but they had everything. That's crazy.
Doomsayer into Coin Razor, yeah.
Double execute, double slam, double do, like they and hero nade. The only card it beats. But that's what I say. Nothing else but the hero.
Yeah, because they don't have enough whirlwind effects in their deck, by the way.
I know
Actually,
that
yeah.
it's just not good.
Left. But we don't, do we?
Because like I don't want to get the brawls.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And I rather draw.
Time passes.
Okay, start with Deadman's
I
hand.
want to go Deadman's hand and then.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But yeah, probably.
But we can play the Hearthstone even. So yeah, I like it.
I must choose.
Just attack.
Do we shield block?
We might as well, right?
We should, right? Yeah.
Do we hit with our Garrosh weapon now?
But no, we don't. Right? We need to get it comboed with shield block to have more life, right?
What about swing with weapon?
I think we will win by fatiguing them out. That's how
we will probably win.
Like if they consecrate, how do we win by board? I guess you need to...
if they consecrate.
Warlock.
So we have.
I mean, I guess.
Now, this is game theory optimal play from Misfits. They are playing to simply not lose the game. Every decision they make is meant to be a cross-check to anything Virtus.pro could possibly do, and that is including Discover minions from Stonehill Defender.
Yeah. You know, Honorable was telling me the difference between game theory and game theory optimal. You know, Misfits can set up, like, you know, 2 turn lethal by attacking face with a weapon, but instead of just like giving some weird scenario where Virtus.pro is able to Hail Mary with like a Deathwing or something and they can't answer it, they just make sure to minimize any chance that they can lose, hence the game theory optimal. Not a big fan of the term, but it's technically correct because it comes from the poker world, so makes sense.
It's also technically incorrect because optimal means most profitable.
Yeah, which like the reason why is because I thought game theory optimal at first meant highest percentage play, which is not. It actually just means
for some reason it doesn't mean
right.
that,
Whatever. There's a lot of books written about it. Misfits gonna win. They could close their eyes and pick any card they want in their hand, or play no card from the hand, and they pretty much will run away with this game. Virtus.pro hanging in there. But, you know, hanging in there also gives them probably just relevant information because I don't know if they saw all 30 cards.
They came pretty darn close in the previous game.
Pretty darn close because they went through their deck multiple times, but there is probably 1 or 2 cards that could be missing because they shuffled.
Maybe they don't know there's like 2 brawls. Or
I'm pretty sure they can deduce because the opponent played like 3 or 4 brawls and they were holding like 2 or 3 more.
Yeah, well, I mean that's the thing. A lot of times the Dead Man's Hand Warriors cut one of the brawls because it does get quite clunky to shuffle multiples of those in. That's one of the harder cards to use because it's meant for specific styles of matchups. So they're forcing some damage onto Misfits here, but this board is going to get chewed apart once again. Rather, they're trying to force the damage on there.
People said they missed the days of old Control Warrior. How about 33 damage shield slams? That's pretty much as close as you can get to the old school Warriors.
Yeah, take that, Wrathguard.
Oh, yeah. That was definitely a thing. Pilot Shredder, Wrathguard came off it, shield slammed it for like 100 damage.
I've had it happen to me once, and I've done it exactly once. And that was with, you know, during that era, I mean, thousands of games played where Pilot Shredder was in virtually every game.
I'm having a hard time here. I think Virtus.pro is just hanging in there. Just I mean, sometimes a lot of times teams are just talking about what they think they want to play. Did we find out every single card we can from their deck?
Now, mind you, a lot of this came down to the fact that Misfits had Doomsayer as well. This early aggro strategy would have worked in the face of no Doomsayer.
True.
Or no Sleep with the Fishes. One or the other I don't think was enough from Misfits. It was the Doomsayer buying the extra health, forcing VP onto the board, and then the setup for the Sleep with the Fishes afterwards. The Doomsayer was a catalyst to Sleep with the Fishes play. If they didn't draw that Sleep, I think they would have been forced into the coin Doomsayer, which would have given Virtus.pro a much more decisive push in the early game and forced Misfits on the back foot. The combination of those two, though, put them in this wonderful position to smoothly sail to the late game. It was very hard for Virtus.pro to find a strong push in that spot.
Man, desperate times calls for desperate measures.
Yeah. The other thing, too, to note is
straight up lethal.
The wins actually matter a lot towards the end of this season. You know, winning your matchup decisively means at this stage that you don't want to concede any single game, even if you have the smallest % chance to win. A single game could be the difference in winning or losing a tiebreaker.
Misfits break serve here as they are up 2-1. Even though they dropped the Mage Mirror, this Fatigue Dead Man Hand Warrior working out beautifully so far. And even if they trade games from this point on, they should take the series 6-5 as another long game, even though it was supposed to be a little bit of a fast one. I kind of thought Murloc Power would run away with it at first, but great resource partitioning from Misfits, and now they are up in the series 2-1, and you guys can take a look at just how interesting it was. Like, Misfits gained a lot of life. They gained 39 life throughout that game. Jeez.
And most of it came outside of the early game, too. I mean, that early game was spent handling minions the entire time.
They were down to like 10 at one point.
Yeah.
Pretty close. Pretty close.
That second Doomsayer stopping the Tyrion was such a big deal. I'm curious if they should play Tyrion into the Doomsayer at all.
To just get the 5 damage weapon.
Yeah, just start getting it rolling.
Yeah, I mean, you pointed out something really, you astutely observed that Doomsayer in the deck could make the difference in a lot of those mid-range battles on the board. End up becoming the case there. Once the first decisive clear with Sleep with the Fishes came in, it was desperation time for Murloc Pound. They had one last all-in, and the Doomsayer effectively just crippled them for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
So that was really smart, and it's funny that it worked out exactly how you were panned out.
Sometimes I sound very, very smart.
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't.
Sometimes.
But like yesterday when I said, what is Complexity doing with this Hunter deck right now? And then they waited and literally won because they held their cards.
I mean, honestly, I didn't disagree at that position, but I kept my mouth shut, so I let you do your thing.
Dan also sounded very smart in that position. Sometimes you don't have to say anything to sound smart.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, once in a while, a stop, well, I mean, a stop clock is right twice a day type of thing.
Broken clock, yeah.
Or is it broken clock? Stop it. The same thing.
But same thing, kind of. Not really, but sort of, yeah.
Look,
neither of them are
Admirable is a percentage-based caster.
My goal isn't to sound smart, just sometimes it happens.
Oh, so you're a game theory optimal caster.
This is like going really next level with the inside memeage
People
here.
have no idea what we're talking about.
Anyone who's just tuned in.
Is this what it's like to be TJ casting with you?
Sort of, except TJ's typically just thinking about cheeseburgers. So. Same, though. I mean, can't really say much for it.
I had Five Guys last night. Ooh. It was awesome.
I did not have Five Guys.
I was game theory optimal on my Five Guys burger. Double bacon cheeseburger, lettuce wrapped with tomatoes, pickles, onions, mayo, ketchup, some relish, and some grilled onions.
Wait, sweet
green
or sour
peppers,
relish?
grilled, of course, too.
Sweet relish or sour relish?
I don't know. It just says relish on the menu.
Was it sweet?
Well, everything was sweet. I had a crap ton of ketchup on it.
Sweet relish is the worst. Anyone who eats sweet relish, I think, is automatically not my friend.
If Misfits or Virtus.pro make it to the finals, I'm taking them to Five Guys and say, isn't this better than In-N-Out? And then I'll be like, what's In-N-Out? And I'm like, well, I'll take them to In-N-Out. And then they're like, well, yeah.
They're like, why did you take me here?
People like In-N-Out because it's cheap, because it's affordable. It's very economic.
It's not bad. It's just not Five Guys.
Yeah, which is also not Fat Burger.
I mean, I get Five Guys and I'm like, damn, this is good.
Yeah, that is the highest percentage play. Let's go
Speaking of high percentage plays, Cold Blood Leroy, I think, is quite effective against this deck as well. You know, I said Misfits is going to have trouble stabilizing their life total as they kill minions, and I think this is much better than the Murloc Paladin was because of Doomsayer. If they had not seen Doomsayer in the game prior to the Paladin, I would have queued that up every single time. But seeing Doomsayer changes my mind on that. It's so much value and tempo for Misfits that that's a risk I personally don't want to take.
Yeah, the Rogue deck is so good at pressuring the Warrior deck in such uncomfortable ways because of things like Cold Blood.
It's Leroy Coldblood that does it. Without the Leroy Coldblood package, it's quite weak, I think.
Even without just the Leroy, the fact that Coldblood can exist and continue to pressure the Warrior to always shut off the threat of Shield Slam without Shield Block, and then you kind of build your own tall, wide board by having things that like get buffed and a lot of pressure points with like tempoing out.
Old school. When I say old school, I mean like 3 weeks ago for Rogue. But
right.
It's the Rogue decks have largely moved away from the Shadow Step package in favor of just stuff to do. It's made them more consistent in mirror matches, in other matchups where you're trying to battle for board. Having those Shadow Steps is often better. The thing that Shadow Step is better in, though, is matchups just like this one, where you're trying to put together one very strong combo to punish your opponent. That Leroy Shadow Step Cold Blood now represents 16 from hand damage as soon as they get 9 mana. So their goal is quite literally to just have minion after minion after minion, keep that pressure on Misfits, and try to put them to that test and then finally deliver that one big blow.
Yeah, this is what I was trying to get to, by the way, tempoing out early Pirates by just having this South Sea Captain put pressure on. And then how does Misfits deal with this with no weapon or anything to deal with?
Well, let's go ahead and listen in and find out how they want to respond to this.
Like we could go this because it's healing 2 more, but for this you distribute 1 damage here, which is probably fine because with Blood Razor. Or if Blood Razor, it actually doesn't matter. But like, I think this is also much better in hand with Shield Slam. So yeah, we just like him. So they go second, Captain. Like,
I just like trading and playing SI and going face.
Same.
So many options.
This guy's toast.
so what can we go? Double Armor Smith? They can just clear it with the board. I guess now we will get a lot of armor.
What
If they ignore it, we can just power rage next turn. And if they just value trade both, we will just brawl next turn. Like,
Thunder fishes. That's probably bad.
because like later they will hit just with 1 minion.
Yeah.
Slayer. George?
Double armor smith.
Yeah, I agree.
Armor made to fit. Armor made to fit.
I mean, saving one kind of makes sense because it's Dead Man's Hand, but at the same time, we need this board, right? It's really good for Battle Rage if he just goes first.
Yeah, they just need to clear it, I feel.
Yeah, and if they trade, like, we can draw Razor or something.
Or like the fishes are like super
Yeah,
trade.
exactly, yeah, so it's just got to be the best, right?
Do we want to use the Shadow Step? We can keep the Cold Blooded if you want to.
So what I like the most is trade in the captain, dagger the 1/4 Shadow Step the captain, Cold Blood the patches, trade up.
Trade with patches?
You Cold Blood the patches. What do you?
So you trade with the captain. Just trade with the captain.
Yeah, trade with the captain first. Yes. Then we dagger the 1/1. Then we Shadow Step the captain, replay it, and Cold Blood the patches and trade the patches. Yes. And then we go face with the SI. Then we have a good board for Scalebane. Yep. This is good. And patches is not that important anyway. Did you attack? Nice.
Well, this is a good setup, and I think that Virtus.pro had the right idea in mind, but I much preferred cold-blooding the captain, shadow-stepping the SI7 agent to wipe out Armor Smiths, and then pushing face for 7.
Right, but I think in Virtus this way, if they do have Sleep with the Fishes, they keep more on board. So they hedged slightly against it for a little bit less damage, but it didn't make Shield Slam really.
5/1 patches lives too.
And it's no longer damaged. Well, it doesn't really matter, I guess, at this point, because any single damage will kill it.
Well, they set up for the Scalebane here. This was their entire goal, was to get to this spot, and now Misfits can be in some trouble here.
Would you put a 5/1 patches in your deck?
Yeah. Yes.
How about an 8/1?
I would definitely put a 1-mana 5/1 charge in my deck. Yeah.
What's really funny?
That's 5 Stone Tusk Boars.
Well, it was rhetorical, but yes. The idea that like a Magma Rager worth stats of something on board is just kind of hilarious to me because of how much damage it's doing.
Patches Rager.
Yeah. 5/1 Pirate.
And so here, Misfits has the Shield Block, Shield Slam for the Cobalt Scalebane, but that's an 8 power minion that is currently unchecked. This is probably...
Part of me wonders if they maybe even just get greedy, but we'll see what the Shield Block draws first. Brawl number 2.
Yikes.
That'll be really useful for if your opponent ends up going a little bit wider on the board with things like Bone Mirror, but you're still a couple turns away from it.
So I think they might deviate here. I mean, the Stonehill Defender is still soaking up 5 damage.
Yeah.
And then maybe Virtus.pro plays another minion, they get the Brawl from that spot.
Right.
Maybe they draw an Execute or a Sleep with the Fishes or a Whirlwind.
They still have another Shield Block, Shield Slam, and they only need a Shield Slam for 5 anyways.
I mean, you've over and over mentioned the importance of Stonehill Defender in this deck. It's not for really the getting a taunt that's so good in the situation. It's just to absorb damage.
I do think that there is room for that greed play.
Wow.
Cobalt Scalebane is really threatening, though.
I think I like this better than the Stonehill. Take your 8 damage. Try to offset this later.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty miserable draw for Virtus.pro, although they can Leroy this turn now.
Yeah. Leroy, backstab, dagger, and just hit for...
Do you leave the Leroy or do you shadow step it?
That's a good question. So if you do, 14 this turn, you put your opponent down to, they're at 32, so 18.
I don't know. Let's listen to Virtus.pro. This turn is quite tricky.
where we can.
I think we could battle rage for.
So we will develop something.
Because if we develop 2 towns and they go where they don't.
Yeah. Stonehill.
Yeah.
We just develop Tauren, right?
Tauren.
I mean, backs. I wish we can develop Acolyte on.
Okay, I agree.
Actually, shield barrier, yeah.
Acolyte, yeah.
Yeah.
Because now
they probably have second flower, otherwise they wouldn't play it.
Well, they could shadow step this, right? But we kind of don't care.
Yeah.
They only played 1 brawl, right? Or did we only see 1 brawl?
No, it was only 1 brawl. Do you want to Slayer the Acolyte, or would you just want to rush face?
I like Bone Man here. I
like Bone Man as well.
No,
One more word.
Bone. This is the question. What about Bone Man
That's
patches?
And attack into 1/4 with the patches. Faster.
Yeah. Yes. And now I would not take that.
Kill the.
Kill it. So this is. Yeah, we could just play Deckhand Shadow Step the Bone Mare.
Please.
Like we die to Lyra. Oh, we don't actually. Okay, we go to 17.
We go to 17.
Yeah, then I kind of like it, to be honest.
Yeah, Garrosh has got to be the play, right? It's so good.
And then we have like
just too risky.
Heal 5. We're important.
Like this is our last heal. But we still have Stonehill to set up towns. And we have a lot of like. I would go for it. Yeah, because like what else do we do? Like we just brawl, they will have minion. They play second bone man.
Yeah.
Did they put it wrong?
Yeah.
Probably they did, right?
They did. That was actually really bad. Next time we can go for like.
Probably shield block, utilizing this and.
Maybe you can.
Yo, hold up, wait a minute.
I wanna just go whole face.
I wanna just. Do we just like go hold his face?
Wait, we can.
Wait.
Wait, we don't equip the Gorhorn because of Harrison.
I mean, couldn't we just
Wait a second.
and go face?
No, isn't it better to shadow step the? Just go whole face, right?
With the Gorhorn?
Oh, wait a second. Is it better to just Leroy his face? No, I like go whole face.
Right?
Yes, I like it.
I like it.
Wait, we. Second Stonehill Defender? No, wait, he has a taunt from Stonehill Defender, right?
No, he played it. There was a sheet bearer.
Yeah.
Okay, so 2 cards save him.
Yes.
I mean, he has a second Stonehill Defender. But.
With 2 cards, Stonehill Defender and the second shield block.
But I guess we need to heal these 5.
Yeah.
Do we?
So. Yeah.
Wait, do we? Like, it's only Leroy Coldblood and Leroy Shadow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
Not likely.
Or
Deckhand. Called, like, how do you mean not that likely? Like, if they don't have these bursts, like, how do we lose? Like, I just want to set up this Stone Hill.
Yeah.
But then there's issues, right? Like,
we never take damage from board anymore. Like, now the Doomsayer's gonna proc, and then we will play Harrison Ghoul on board. Like, we never ever take damage from the board.
But we could likewise Battle Rage, they dagger, we go Harrison into...
But we just died to Leroy. Like, why would they go with Gorhal face? Like,
Yeah.
doesn't make any sense, yeah.
Yep.
Cold Blood. Hot deck, second deckhand.
It's not enough.
So you just play Leroy, his face, Shadow Step it, and dagger his.
Do they have it?
They could just keep it. If they have, like, Bone Mare.
Or SI?
So, how do we draw the most? With Harrison, or...? Harrison, we draw 1.
We draw 1 with her, so with Ghoul we drew 2.
With Ghoul. With Ghoul, Verve. Ghoul, Slam, Battle Rage.
Yeah, we draw 3 then.
Yeah, that's best, yeah.
That's best, yeah.
Yeah, slightly better because we want to maximise draw for Stone.
Well, Wisdom Sword.
Play Saya, maybe?
Do they have just Leroy?
There's the should have rolled up Sarah, isn't it?
We go face, right? We're definitely not going to.
Yeah, we are going face. Like.
Do we play Saya? Because if he attacks face redaggers, we can Harrison and draw the Downhill.
Nice. Okay, that's good. Now they are tilted that we didn't play around the hero. Okay, now we calm down.
Yeah, but about the hero, about the turn, I wasn't sure about that.
Yeah, this turn was actually, I actually didn't know if it right to, like, it was also possibly right to buff the other one.
Unbelievable sequence that closed the game here for Game 4. Virtus.pro gets a Gore Howl, which they debate whether or not they should play it immediately, followed by an immediate draw of Harrison Jones. There were a couple of really important moments, too, that was pointed out. One of them, of course, was George C. kind of talking about some possibilities of being a little bit greedy, and that's kind of what you really need to do, because if Virtus.pro didn't have the damage, then the greedy play to survive often is the way that warrior can get bailed out, because there still was a chance for them to survive if they drew a defensive card in the last turn.
That's right. Throughout Trinity Series, one of the 3 players on a team has almost strictly been dedicated to the role of being the contrarian and arguing against the point simply to keep your teammates thinking outside the box. That has very much been George C's role as part of Misfits. So when he's arguing to not shield block there, it is to make Stan Sifka think about all permutations rather than to say, we should not shield block here. It's very much about just continuing to think outside the box at all points. A big thing to note in that match, though, was the Bone Mare placement. They played directly into the Scourge Lord Garrosh, rather than placing the Bone Mare in a spot where they put the taunt on either the left or the right side. That splashed damage onto the Bone Mare and allowed that clear. If that didn't happen, they got so much more damage out of that Bone Mare long term because Misfits did not have an answer to it. Despite that, they still won the game.
Yeah, and of course, you were also pointing, you're on fire, man. You were pointing out the Leroy and how it's going to be such an important role for ensuring that it ends the game. Now, granted, again, they got some extra damage to do the Warrior, but you saw that they're just capable of a lot more burst, and because they were able to deal damage from like a Swashbuckler pull, that gave them the flexibility to adapt their damage.
Apparently,
as opposed to
not sleep before I cast.
Yeah. Well, you're killing it, man. And so far, Virtus.pro, as we take a look at their win percentage, is going to climb up a little bit with that Rogue win. It's kind of shocking to me how much they've been losing with Rogue, considering that is why they consider to be a top 3 deck easily in the metagame. Some people have argued you can push it a little bit further. But in general, Rogue has been underperforming in the Trinity Series. People talk about, well, isn't it one of the decks that you want to consider banning? It's actually the worst performing class in the entire league. Wow, that's shocking.
In order to focus on beating
Hunter
Rogue,
has a better win percentage than Rogue.
In order to focus on beating Rogue, it requires fewer cards and a much easier dip into a different strategy than it does to beat Priest or Druid.
No way.
That's
a sample size error if I've ever seen one, in the sense that, like,
almost every deck is prepared for Rogue, though. Almost every deck in Trinity Series has a nod to that deck somehow.
Yes, in a hypothetical last year standing, like, Rogue should come out at a time where it's best suited, and then it gets countered. So it should gravitate closer and closer to 50% win rate in this format, and yet we're 6 weeks in with hundreds of games being played across everything, and yet you're telling me Rogue has a 36%. 36% win rate is what Dead Man's Hand Warriors percentage win rate on ladder.
I mean, Rogue has changed a lot.
It's definitely not a tier 9 deck.
You have to think about the variations teams will play, and if you want my opinion on it, I think teams play Rogue quite poorly in a lot of situations. They misposition minions into Scourge Lord Garrosh, for instance.
I know you're gaining a lot of confidence, Admirable. Like, you're making like 2 really good games of analysis, and everything you're saying pans out, but you're saying teams are playing it horribly.
Not horribly, misplaying. Like last week with Virtus.pro, for instance, they traded into every single one of Love You Lot's minions the entire time. And as soon as Love You Lot's got a 2/2 to stick on board, they immediately went face.
Yeah.
That extra 2 damage chipped away turn after turn after turn, and eventually they killed Virtus.pro in that game.
All right.
Virtus.pro very easily could have pushed the initiative earlier in that game and secured probably 40+ damage to face over the course of that. They just kept trading into minions trying to outvalue a Jade Shaman.
Right.
And that did not work.
Yeah, it didn't really work out, but so far it's okay for Virtus.pro. Maybe this is the streak with Rogue that we'll see that puts their Rogue win percentage a little bit higher. If they're able to do that, then we'll go to our next series, because coming up soon, we have Love You Lots versus Planet Odd. And when I say soon, I mean that very relatively, because we are about 2 hours into Brock. It's only 4 games in. So we could be in for quite the marathon today.
Yeah, these are 2 of the more long-term oriented teams. They favor strategies that require them to plan for later game situations.
Yeah.
I mean, Casey being part of Virtus.pro now even exacerbates that idea. But Misfits over and over again, we've seen them simply play to the late game every single time. Well, think about Casey.
Casey's known as a really fast player. Like, almost like...
He plays quickly.
To a fault.
But he plays stuff like N'Zoth Shaman sometimes. And
true. I guess it's the offset. It's the offset.
Yeah, when I say long, I mean like in terms of the number of turns in a game, not necessarily the pace of play.
This is currently where it's standing live to the game. So currently Misfits standing has been updated to include their win-loss. And with a +3 score, as long as they're able to close out the series reasonably, they still should maintain a top 3 spot guaranteed if Love You Lots also takes this series as well. Virtus.pro with a defeat here would actually put them in risk of falling into last place or tie for last place with Tempo Storm. They can't do it now, but going into the 7th week, you want to be at least playing for 5-6 for increased prize money if that's what your opportunity gives you. But right now, Virtus.pro is playing for a potential top 4, and they were a finalist last time around Season 1. They got 3rd place. So, it's definitely a disappointing result if they end up crashing out here.
Yeah, that's the nature of Trinity Series, though. I think all of these teams are very capable. And at the end of the day, someone's going to be taking the beats. You have to really prepare for this format. And we've heard players like Stan Sifka say it over and over again. The strategies are not perfected in this format. And it's very difficult to prepare because week to week, there's new deck submissions. That is a lot of work to put in to prepare for a potential 9-deck format.
Yeah, we do want to apologize. There's a slight delay right now, as you guys saw when we were having George C. queued up, a little technical difficulty. So bear with us as we try to get everything reconnected going to Game 5. So now that Rogue is on the deck here, and it seems like it's just losing in every capacity, what's been the trend you've been seeing from people to specifically counter the Rogue? Is it because people can decisively queue Mage right into it? And if so, what does Misfits do now that their Mage has been eliminated?
That's a good question. I think Shaman is still okay versus this deck, and something to really take note of for Misfits is that they saw Shadowstep and they saw Leroy Jenkins. So the early game potential from Virtus.pro is watered down a little bit due to the Shadow Step and Leroy Jenkins. Those are cards that are meant to finish the game, and they don't service super well just in the utility purpose. So anytime that they can simply fight for board and eliminate minions fairly consistently, I think that's an okay game plan for them. But Warrior has been one of the decks that performs decent against Rogue, albeit not the Fatigue Warrior. Mage has been another one. Mage is already gone. So I'd be curious, maybe their Rogue is a little bit more consistent, not the burst damage, but has more seated to the board. That could be quite interesting. Or Control Warlock can also get the job done.
Yeah, I actually think that Control Warlock is a pretty underrated deck against Rogue. If it's very removal centric, you're playing, the extra Drain Souls, for example, Shadow Bolts, other tools for you to control the state of the board. Because then Rogue runs out of threats eventually, and then you have life tap to offset all the damage that you've taken throughout the entire game.
Yeah.
Or, sorry, you have all life gain to offset the damage, and you have all the card. Because you're usually going 1-for-1 in cards, you can use life tap effectively there. And here's a little more breakdown since we've been talking about Rogue's underperformance. The only team that's able to rattle off a significant amount of Rogue wins is Tempo Storm, but I think I feel like no team has really gone a streak with it.
Yeah, it's tough to go on a streak with Rogue. I think it's a great opening deck, and I think it's a great counter Q deck in some scenarios. But the deck very much has its weaknesses, and while you're not going to see them on ladder very often because the decks that counter it sometimes struggle to Druid and Priest, there are counters available to it. So in a double ban format, I think it's much weaker than it is in a spot like ladder.
I also do think that the Tempo Rogue is a fairly difficult deck to play relative to most of its expectations. I think a lot of people oversimplify its win conditions by saying, well, it's just Kel'Seth, Shadow Step, Kel'Seth, right? I'm really good at Rogue. I drew those cards. It's a lot more than that because that rarely happens. Even if you go second and you hard mulligan for Kel'Seth, you get it like a third of the time.
Not even,
right? Like on turn 2.
Yeah,
let alone
you have it about
plays.
24 to 26%. I don't know the exact numbers.
Like less than that, and that doesn't even guarantee you the win if you're able to play Kel'Seth on 2.
Right.
So there's a fair amount of combat tricks that you actually incorporate with like my timing on Shadow Step or my setting up for my Vile Spine versus playing Cobalt on 5, which are two very drastic lines.
Yeah, should you play for Disruption with like Dark Reaper, or should you play for board harder now with like Captain or SI7 Agent? A lot of times the deck has to just play SI7 Agent too.
Right.
Those are uncomfortable positions for a lot of Rogue players. They feel the need to combo a lot of stuff, but the thing is planning for your future turns. Trying to land the right Vile Spine, trying to land the right Cobalt, Scalebane, or Bittertide Hydra, whichever one you're running. I don't think there's a huge difference between the two, but setting up turn 5 is very pivotal to Rogue, and that's really the thing I think people struggle with the most is because there's so many different ways to get to that turn 5.
Yeah, it actually, in my opinion, closely resembles a lot of the old combo Druid days where there was actually a surprising amount of decisions to be made on when you actually decide to pressure versus kind of worry about the board state as the Druid. As we say that, by the way, this is one of the hardest decks one of the hardest tempo decks to play.
This is really tough, Dan. Kel'Seth, Edwin, Shadow Step.
So ignore everything I said. I'm an idiot. Admiral Ticket.
Well, they mulligan the Edwin for away here, and I quite like the Edwin in this spot with the Prince Kel'Seth on 2 and Shadow Step, and then play the Kel'Seth with the Edwin Van Cleef. But it tells you how Virtus.pro thinks of this matchup. They need to have something on board to start fighting. If you Shadow Step at Kel'Seth and delay for Edwin, sure, you get a bigger Edwin, but now you don't have a minion on board.
Yeah, I think I actually prefer a patch, like anything that summons patches at that point to fight for the board. So Sassy Captain is actually the ideal
When
thing.
you have Kel'Seth, patches becomes much, much better. And that's really a big thing to note. And this Firefly is going to make things awfully troublesome for Misfits. Let's go ahead and listen to them. Their hand is still quite good, but this Kel'Seth is going to be a big turn.
Firefly. Thinking. I think we just Firefly, right?
Yeah, I don't think we ever just go.
Coin out the other. No, it's not good yet. Yeah, just Firefly.
They just Dagger, we just Dagger. So I'll just did. Then we'll go for Breeder, we will kill it with extra.
Then we play 3 1-drops, I guess. Yeah.
I don't need to Van Cleef, right? I just want to play Kel'Seth, Shadow Step, Kel'Seth.
Let's take our time, right?
Is there any way we ever play like Prince Shadow Step, and then next turn we go Prince Edwin?
No, I just play double Catalyst this turn. Even if you play Fire, yeah, we have so many 1-drops. I just want to draw one big guy.
Oh my.
Truth is found in death. Job's done.
Okay. What are the options? We can develop to 1-drops or can dagger, right? And we always backstep.
We always backstep the turns.
Into Terror Creeper.
I wonder.
Or I think we should go on the board because next turn we can dagger and kill it. And like if we go a long game, then we will just use the double. So I would backstep and play double Firefly and go face or trade. Against Cold Blood, we don't mind it at all.
I would just go face.
I would just go face as well, yeah. So just backstep the 2/2, go face, and play Firefly and Flame Elemental, yeah.
It's not quite what we wanted.
Maybe just tempo on cleave.
We have no turn 4, right?
Yes.
So I like just daggering, trading into 1/2 into the 1/2, and then next turn we go for a cleave.
Many options.
Well, not on this turn, right?
Yeah, just this turn is gonna be awkward, but I think
Isn't it? Yeah, okay.
like if we play Flame Elemental dagger, Flame Elemental isn't impactful, but 2 stats more on Edwin is really good.
Yeah, and it's also decent with SI.
Yeah.
That's a lot of minions for them though. It's annoying. Still have the coin.
Slayer.
Can be Slayer or it can be Edwin.
Could be Edwin. So what do we do?
Just Flame Elemental Hero Power.
Hero Power.
Why do we hero power over 2 minions? Why don't we just slam all the minions?
And take a value trade? Sure.
Like, I'm not sure, like, I'm just thinking. I would start with Swashbuckler because we always do it. Yeah. And what now? Patient Assassin is tough poisonous, right? It's quite good versus Edwin, right?
So, do we just drop it now? I think we do, right?
I would drop it against Edwin, yeah.
And I think we...
Yeah, you value trade, I guess.
Why not?
Again, or do we?
Guess we value trade this because of Shadowstep, right? Because he wants to kill this potentially.
Because they will kill it with dagger and they don't. But we need to value it at some point with the other one, George. Because you want to have Firefly because of Shadowstep on the board, yeah. Or we could value trade with Firefly and develop it, but no, right?
No, I don't know.
Okay, just value trade with Flame Elemental and go face.
No, I was suggesting that we trade with this because potentially they dagger this and they don't kill this and we draw Captain or something. Because the odds of us shadow stepping this are quite low.
So
Edwin is just not getting better with our hand. And a 5/5 that gets something really good is.
We also clear a 1/2.
Clear the
like, look at how many cards we have that we can combo SI with. Double Burglar, double Deckhand, Patches, Firefly, double
We kind of
combo.
want him to trade this Patient Assassin, right?
Do you really think they're not gonna trade the Edwin?
They might go down the Wild Penciler, so it's better to play the one cliff now.
Yes.
Okay, sure.
So I trade the Pirates, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Mini one cliff.
We just need to gain the board back.
Casey is right. They just need to get the board back. They have double Keleseth active. But my goodness, this is going to be quite difficult, I think, still. The Scalebane is representing a lot, and Virtus.pro has no way to kill that next turn. And there's going to be a 4-1 in play.
Yeah, so the Scalebane is really attractive here because it really It really pigeonholes a lot of Virtus.pro's ideal plays on turn 5. It clears their board so that their scale bane is a lot weaker, and then you also set up like a target that they want a hero power, which only limits them to 3 mana left. So if you double trade into the 1/2 and then Patient Assassin plays Scale Bane, as it looks like the spectator bugs slightly here.
Yeah, we'll get that fixed as quickly as possible.
But it kind of puts Virtus.pro into a limited position where they have to deal with it, or else let Misfits have 9 power on the board for next turn, which is obviously not ideal.
So you can see the motions here. We'll get a game feed up as quickly as possible. It's updated. Again, apologies for this. This is a
this is
here.
Really clever from Misfit. They're shadow stepping the Firefly. That's a really cool usage of it. So that way they get a 4/2 instead of a 4/1. So they don't even have the option to dagger anymore.
It's very clever.
I didn't even think about that
so
immediately.
Picture this board state completely empty, and then put a Scale Bane and a 4/2 on board.
Right.
And no shadow step in Misfits' hand. And that's the board state right now. Again, apologies for the technical issue. We're trying to get this solved as quickly as possible.
And now Virtus.pro's completely stuck.
Yeah, there you go.
Just look at what they want to do. They had Prince Kelithid, Shadow Step, and now they're in a position where they're kind of Oh, actually, I forgot that was a 7/7. I thought it was a 5/5.
Well, Misfits still just they tempo onto the board so hard is the thing, and the patches here.
Wow,
with the SI7 agent,
perfect way to clear at this position.
And Virtus.pro's hand is starting to get stranded.
I mean, at the same time, though, the Valspine is still just a 5/6. It's still really intimidating to deal with. But that Cobalt Scalebane makes up for the deficit of Kelithid because they're also getting buff minions.
And so their turn 5 for Misfits came a turn early, but this was really the setup for it because now they have Cairn to follow this up. So the damage that they're going to push next turn becomes exacerbated by the fact that Cairn is such a heavy body to deal with. But now the Captain drawn changes that dynamic. This game has been nuts so far.
Yeah, but Virtus.pro, I think you're now starting to see the double Shadow Step effect. It's just way too much deficit to make up. Their patch is being pulled out so big. Without the patches, maybe you could argue they could come back, but this is like, oh man.
The 2 5/5s are a problem here, though. The Captain was the best draw in Virtus.pro's deck.
Right. That was huge.
That actually, I think, might be enough to bring them back, and that's where you really invested in that Kelithid, is you are then relying on the natural strength of your draws.
Let's tune into Misfits, see if they can pull this one out.
Play Cairn and value trade, right?
You think?
What would you do?
I mean, if we go face, they dagger this. Like, they can still clear.
You
and have
cannot
a
dagger
5/1.
this. Like, you need to go Cairn here.
No, I mean, if they dagger it. So, like, if we go Cairn, go face.
Yeah, we can go Cairn and go face.
Yeah. That's got to be the play,
That's
right?
what we can do, but...
I mean, Cairn happens every time, right? Like,
Yeah,
Cairn is happening every turn.
But what is value trade doing? Like
nothing,
Against
right?
Bone Mare, like...
but okay, do you think we can beat Bone Mare here? Like if they develop 7/7 Bone Mare here?
Okay, like, but what if they just backstep and kill this, or like... I don't know, guys, to be honest.
Face?
Just do whatever, yeah.
I will go face.
Yeah.
I think it's a winning play, right?
No. I'm not sure, like, because they have now trading the 5/5, yeah.
And trade the 5/5s, hero power this.
Like,
Hero power this.
yeah,
Like, we're just losing to Bone Mare.
I'm not sure, like, if they Bone Mare, that's fine, because if they can Bone Mare and value trade, so, like, you need to hope they will draw Wildspine, yeah.
It's up to you, Neumann. If you want to trade the Southie Captain into the Cairn or go face with the SI. Like, then you slay the 5/5 and now you can decide which 5/5s you use to trade. And I actually think it's the pirate to play around Kulaka in case they play it, otherwise I'm not sure if they play it.
The synergy with the pirates is so good that you never want to do this, but I mean...
Is the synergy really that important? If we draw a 3/3 Swashbuckler, we are happy. If we draw a 4/3 charge, okay, they don't.
Shadow stepped at you.
Guess their card in their hand.
It's a flame
Oh! 4 mana double yet even. Flame
That's
Elemental, right? No. It's
a Flame Elemental, yes. They paid to Firefly, but they Shadow Step to Firefly. Therefore they
right. Yeah. You're right. Yeah, they got the Patient Assassin of the Burglar, so it's the Flame Elemental from... Yes, you're right.
Exactly.
Exactly.
But I'll still trade for the
Yes, yeah, just
Why?
Why not? We have at least the next turn anyway.
Yeah, you right, the Deathwing doesn't matter.
Yeah, Deathwing. It's 7 mana. Or 8.
I don't know. I was just thinking about... the Lich King, but... Yeah, sure.
When Lich King, again, we're gonna be one off.
Nice.
Nice. Good job, Nyman.
I know how to play the Rogue.
Virtus.pro gets 2 in a row, and now they are in the lead. Being able to rattle it off, and Rogue's win percentage actually doesn't climb at all because Rogue also lost this game. So I guess it technically does climb because it's 50%, which is higher than its average right now.
Yeah, I mean, the Kaliseth clearly was a big factor in this game, but that's part of what makes Rogue just such a strong deck.
Right.
It's decent without it, and with it, it's very good. You know, that's true for any deck, though. I mean, look at Mage without Mana Worm, for instance. Still decent, but with Mana Worm, it's typically very good.
Right. I mean, part of the reason why Tier 1 decks are the way they are is because they can easily just fall into a win.
Yes.
They just have the God Hand, and everyone knows Raza Anduin, Unstoppable Jade Trade, like Wild Growth, Jade Blossom into like Perfect Curve, Ultimate Infestation, and then you have Rogue with Shadow Steps that lead into 4/4 patches and beyond.
It's every single deck that's played has a potential to squash your opponent in the right situation. To me,
that's kind of what card gamers love.
Yeah.
They love high rolling. Just that is the most fun and PogChamp moments for most people.
Look, I don't like playing games where I'm not very powerful. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Like, when I play Agario, I want the giant one that floats around and eats everybody else. Like, does anyone like running around as just a pellet?
I first didn't know. Agario's the game with the circles, right?
Yeah,
you just eat other circles?
Yeah.
Okay.
You float around as a dot.
You're playing on like a little sketch pad.
Yeah, and the more dots you eat, the bigger you get.
Right.
And you can't eat a dot that's bigger than you.
People want to do powerful stuff. It's definitely a large reason why a lot of just, you know, eternal formats like Wild, for example, is still popular amongst some of the players. Primarily because you can do fun stuff. If you're constantly hitting each other with, like, you know, 1/3s versus 2/4s and etc., it feels kind of weak at that point. That being said, you know, there was still an interesting game despite the fact that Misfits drew patches and also had kind of a little awkward draw with the Fireflies. They definitely maximized as much as they can. I felt like they played that game very well.
I did too. I was really interested by the 3/1 drops turn that Stancifka proposed.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if they go wide enough on board, how much damage can they just chip away at?
Right.
And then hope to draw like a Leroy or a Cold Blood afterwards. It's really tough to say in those positions how the game ends up panning out if they don't draw patches. I think that game is pretty close to Misfits' favorite despite the Kaliseths. If that patch is just a different card and they get it for free out of the deck. But we're past that point now, and the 2 Warrior wins are answered back by Virtus.pro. And so suddenly Misfits is now in a tough spot. They queued up Rogue to fight against Virtus.pro's Rogue, and they lost. So now whatever deck they queue up is, in theory, their second best deck versus Rogue.
Which, if their best deck is 50-50, which probably wasn't, that does make me slightly concerned here for the Misfits.
I agree.
What kind of Warlock do they bring? It has to be a Control Warlock. That's because we have Stancifka up here.
If Stancifka, then Control Warlock. That's
I mean, that is the ultimate cheese. If you're like Fibonacci and you bring Pirate Warrior in a closed deck format, that is ultimate cheese, and it's definitely not worth wasting on week 6.
I don't think he would do. I don't even know if he's capable of that.
Yeah.
Actually,
I don't even think he has patches crafted. I'm actually willing to bet that with anybody, if Fibonacci even has a patch. I think he just disenchants it.
I once heard that he disenchanted every non-warrior card.
Well, I mean,
I can't confirm that.
He's played in multi-deck tournaments before. Like, he's qualified for HCT before, and he's played in playoffs.
Yeah. Once he did. Prior to that point is what I heard.
But, I think he played Freeze Mage, Control Warrior, and
I want to say
Druid.
I want to say combo, like a Malagos combo Druid.
Something like that. I remember because he was playing Evolved Cobalt lists for Freeze Mage, and we thought, wow, that was brilliant.
Yeah, I remember having like
and then that became the standard.
I remember having like a weird ladder battle with him where he kept queuing up different Malagos decks.
Yeah.
And I was like...
No, I think you're right. It was Malagos Druid.
Yeah.
Because it was last year when Malagos Druid was in the meta.
It was in winter? of 2016?
I think so. Well, Malagos Druid really came to prominence during Karazhan meta because they got Arcane Giants.
Yeah, I can't quite remember, but
and Moonglade Portal.
It is Control Warlock for Misfits. The Earthen Ring Farseer is very telling of that, and Virtus.pro is on coin, and they have Prince Kaliseth. So they are hitting this payoff quite often, and against Warlock, it's very important. And the reason it's very important is because of the way it offsets Defile interactions. Defile is much weaker when all of your opponent's minions are simply boosted by 1 point of health. Ooh. You have to do a lot more work to set up those clears, and that lot of extra work you do often leads to Virtus.pro damage.
There's a lot of spice to this game right now. Let's go ahead and listen immediately what Virtus.pro is talking about.
Truth is found in death.
Yeah, Shadow stepped up, boy.
Just stab here, right? Yeah. You go face, right? The rest you take damage. So now they have double buff.
My hand.
Yep.
We should still chill and think about our patches because that's a 3-3 in trades.
Job done.
Okay, I guess we didn't want to play patches now. I'm gonna play Captain next turn. Smart.
So what do we do? I would probably tap and stress.
Yeah, I like it more than just Farseer.
Because like if we get AoE, then we can save this swing turn.
Exactly. Return it's
Side effects? No.
No, I would backstep, right? We
I
have
do not mind. I do not mind.
One we should get right.
I think that 2 damage to his face is pretty important. I think. How good is the second backstep in our hand?
The only consideration is playing Tar Creeper, going face, and not doing anything.
But then they trade in Hellfire, and we have no turn 4 yet. I actually think double backstep is not that great in our hand right now, and
No, it's not. I don't mind backstabbing that.
I just want to see the Stonehill Defender soon. I would not hit. No.
Bottle every day, right?
Yeah. Double free floors.
So this is gonna be 4 5s, right? If he's gonna play 2 towns.
So many.
You can trade one away. This probably should be good to go on the board. Right?
Yeah, I guess it's much better to go for double free for temp 1-4.
Into 4 double 4 5, it's so much better, right? So just go on the board, right?
Agree.
My eyes are open. Yes, it's playtime.
Interesting they go.
Oh!
That's a pretty...
Would you play patches in your deck if it was just a 1/1/3/3, 1 mana 3/3 charge?
That one's definitely not rhetorical, so yeah, I would. I mean, Misfits chose to go with the 3/3s here over the Stonehill to try to protect the Despicable Dreadlord next turn. And this is quite interesting because it runs right into the Tar Creeper anyway. So I'm curious if they're playing to a future draw with this setup. Or maybe they just want to try to isolate, one big minion from Virtus.pro and then play the Stonehills. There's a lot of different play to go on with these Control Warlock decks and how they get to the end game. Because for Misfits, it's quite clear they're going to win, if they win, with Blood Reaver Gul'dan.
Right. Despicable Dreadlord is the best tempo that's available to them. And if your opponent's, killing stuff, instead of pressuring your life total, I think you're okay with that. And then you have double Stonehill on turn 6. At least the Star Seeker is just a 5/5 to fight for the board, though. That's also slightly appealing.
I think I like the Dreadlord here.
The Dreadlord feels better because it makes the onus on your opponent to like deal with it, because they don't want the Dreadlord getting value over time.
Right.
So it's artificially giving it taunt.
And anything they play this turn is going to see if Vile Spine is there, the same fate.
Yeah.
And that's a second Vile Spine now, and that one's a 5/6.
Yeah, second Vile Spine's way better than the first one here. Because before the trade-off with the Vile Spine and Cobalt Scalebane was a stark contrast of stats. One was a 7/7, one was a 3/4. Now you can kind of split the difference, have backstab Vile Spine.
Yeah, we're starting to see the Keleseth really come to fruition now. Up until this turn, it hasn't really done much. But now, every single draw is going to start being massive, and this is where Misfits can really struggle. I think this damage just gets pushed face, but...
Yeah, you just got to account for, like, Defile or anything.
Virtus.pro is just... They've traded so much throughout their last 2 weeks. You know, if you asked my opinion on it, I would say they're going to trade because that's how Virtus.pro's been playing.
Yeah. I mean, if they trade, they do play around a Tainted Zealot Defile.
So let's choose soon.
Yeah, I'll make them have it. I got a 7/7
If you make them have it, though, and they have it, your board is just a Cobalt Scalebane, then you play directly into Siphon Soul. Okay, I can see it. Because their board still is really strong, and it sets up more resilient play. But it just so happened to give Misfits the luxury of not having it, and now they might be able to claw themselves out. Let's go ahead and tune into Misfits.
Go for it. Yeah, it's just really good to keep Stone into my game.
Like, alright, I'm not sure, because, like, then you don't take any damage. Next turn you can go Hellfire for 4.
But yeah, sure, but they will not clear the Vile Spine, right? If you go Hellfire for 4.
Like, my issue is, like, if we go this...
Then just really trade Headlands.
Oh, then we can... Oh, yeah, I can see that.
This jungle hides many secrets.
So these two are buffed. They played this. This is buffed and this is
buffed
not.
and this is not exactly.
Okay.
I think it's Scalebane.
I think it is Scalebane.
I think it's Scalebane. Yes.
Yeah.
I do not like trading here.
No. And then
it's better against with Nether, so we get another turn to attack.
But same is for Scalebane.
Scalebane is like 10 attack.
And it also potentially clears the Elise. And then Serenity Changing is a really good refill after Nether, right?
It's also so good with Tar Creeper. The buff lands on the Tar Creeper is insane.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. Because it kills basically the Elise.
Does positioning matter? I would instinctively play it on the far right and then go face twice. How do you guys like going face with the dagger?
I like it. Because we might end up playing around twisting Nether. This maybe push 2 more damage or 1 more.
1 more damage. Yeah. Fine.
But now they need to Siphon Soul.
Play the whole board.
How?
Faunos.
We can call first, we can call first and Hellfire, and then
it's
just
good
trade.
to clear the board.
Really
Yeah, we just clear into double Stonehill. This has got to be the best play.
Wait, how does this work?
Okay, now we play Chain Gang.
Okay.
I would not play ASI.
No, we have the Slayer, right? We play 8 damage on board and hit them in the face with the dagger.
Yep.
Wow, this is... I mean, 8 damage in the face is decent.
Okay.
So we just start with Stonehill, right? We don't have time to open the pack. Most of the time we devolve 4-drop and...
Yeah.
Yeah, we go Stonehill and then worst case Stonehill Mistress, right?
How good is Lurker?
It's good, right?
Against Bone Mare. What about Stonehill and Tap, yeah?
If you take Tarlok and he doesn't have Bone Mare, can go like Stone.
Like it's hard from turn 1. What it could be?
Leroy.
Leroy.
All blood.
Like Shadow Step, it cannot be. They would Shadow Step the Prince again.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah.
Can be Cold Blood.
Yeah.
But like, how do Gold 4/7 is versus these?
Yeah. Could you say Geomancer and play Stonehill Geomancer? Okay.
Should we have developed this over?
I think so, potentially.
And Mistress.
No, we need to play Nether next turn, otherwise we'll...
And push 5 damage phase.
Yeah, that seems decent.
We can just keep Van Cleef. I don't really think that there's reason to use it because they picked a big taunt, so we can keep the Slayer. Maybe even.
What does a big taunt even do against this board? They have to Nether next turn, right?
They still need to twist a Nether, and we can play 3 minutes on the board after that.
So what do you want to do? Just SI?
I mean, like, nothing is like... Just SI?
Yeah, I can play Van Cleef and then Sai after that.
No, I mean this turn. What do you want to do this turn?
Choose soon.
Do your
just Van Cleef.
I still like SI. I want to push 5 damages.
Yeah.
Edwin.
Okay.
This is starting to get real dicey for Misfits. Can they pull themselves out again? Wait, no. That's a clear, right? Because
Yeah,
Athena's
the
Mistress. Hey, would you... Oh, no, they have Twilight Geomancer. Follow it up. This is brilliant.
Do they have time to Felguard as well?
They don't need to. They can just Blood Reaver go down and get a Voidwalker.
Yeah, I'm curious. Are they greedy? Is my question.
I'm good. They even have time to open the pack for perfect hand size too.
Second
Ironhide.
Ironhide is actually quite good here. 5 life is a lot.
They have another Elise to Starseeker. That's another pack.
Flame Geyser deal 3, Primal Fin Totem, and Clutch Mother Zavas pretty darn dead in this spot. But they have ways to climb out of this. And that's really the important part for Misfits. Now Virtus.pro is suddenly entering very dangerous territory.
No. Trust me.
This game will go on. But by going on, I think Misfits has weathered the storm. Virtus.pro
Oh my.
doesn't have anything. That's not true. They have an SI7 agent as a 5/5. That's still pretty scary, but we know that Blood Reaver Gul'dan...
Well, they could also just SI and Bone Mare this turn and then Vile Spine the taunt in the following.
They only have 9 mana, though. They can't...
Oh my gosh. Why do I keep thinking they have 10 mana? This is like the 30th time in a row I've done this today. That's where you want to sleep before casting. Counting to the number of fingers you have.
Hey, would you put a 7/7 Bone Mare in your deck?
That definitely is not rhetorical either. Yes, I would. You know what? I'd even put a 5/5 Bone Mare in my deck.
Oh, yeah, you're just getting ridiculous.
Well, let's listen to Misfits. It's looking like it's close to that time.
1 free, Elise, and gain 5.
Gain 5.
Wait, hold up.
Because then we get like 2 taunt minion extra. And it's better for surviving as well.
We could do something like Felguard, Voidwalker, Geyser, Ironhide.
What does Geyser do?
Like Geyser is not doing good that
It makes the Felguard trade nice, right? Like
and you develop Primal Fin as well.
No, you go like Felguard.
I definitely play these, right?
Yeah.
I definitely play this as well.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so now we can.
So now it's either
we develop 2 power on board and deal 2 damage, or we play 5/5.
Didn't develop 2 power, we develop 3. Because we play Clutch Mother as well. I think the Geyser is slightly better because it sets up better trades with the Felguard respawning, right?
I would go with the Geyser.
Yeah, I go with it.
Yeah.
It's slightly better. And
we don't.
It's better to develop than Zavas. Over the
It's Clutch is Zavas, yeah, definitely was better.
Why?
Like it's too
It has an extra attack. Yeah.
But next turn, the game's not gonna end next turn.
I know, but when one is dying, one weapon.
Yeah.
You get a more value over time. Like
it's not about value. It's about not dying.
Returns.
It's about getting bored and not losing.
Like, this has to be better than developing 2/2.
No, if they play hero, they revive it, right? So we need the most minions on board we can have.
So we trade with the deckhand?
Yeah, just trade with the deckhand into a 3/5, Bone Matter 5/3 and go face.
Yeah, that's
So
what I was
9.
thinking.
3? No, wait. What did it say?
They have three taunts.
So
now.
you Saucy the 3/4? Yeah, 3 taunts.
Yeah.
I mean, you could consider bone marrying the Biosman Snare, but that's bad against other things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you tried the 4/3.
Yes.
And
same. And then Bone Matter 5/3 and go face. If they side with him soul, they are exactly dead.
nice meteor placement. Lol.
Oh, doesn't matter.
I should just say something. I'm just like, they all trade and then they play DK, right?
Blood and shadow.
That's why they played that demon.
Yeah, sure. So what is Swashbuckler into Sack Pact?
So many.
Shadow Step's also fine.
Decisions.
Yeah, it was very.
It's 8 power, or
Yeah.
I mean, if they get like another Bone Mare or like Shadow Step or something, things might get.
yeah, like I've told you, like the game was gonna be long and better. Like now we already got the value. Now the hero power should get them. Like they will lose a lot of toughness. Like, and this is not gonna.
What do they need now? Shadow Step's pretty good. Trade 3/2 Shadow Step. Trade push 10, but even then, that's not great. We can like.
He can trade with 3/1, but he has 1/2 on the board. I think I'll just trade with Moloch.
Yeah, I still would kill him, Murloc. There's no reason to dagger his face, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're at 13-16. Okay, so what are the options? We can nether.
We can nether, or we can just hero power here.
We just drain Soul Hero Power release.
And then we go to 16, 10. We are at 2 if they Leroy. No, we heal more. We are at 4.
Like the problem is if we nether and they top deck something big. I don't know.
Like what big? Like 7/7 Scalebane or?
Right? Like that's the biggest.
But what if we just play this and develop Zava? Then we have Scalebane. But like then we challenge this. Like I'm probably for developing at least. Like my issue is like if they go fast and draw Leroy Shadow Step, don't we die in 2 turns? We go to
They have 7 plus 14.
They have 8, 14, 16, 21, and we have.
We gain 8 from now, so it's 21. Yeah, if they draw these 2, we will lose with this play.
Okay,
Sure.
It's probably better than Nether, right?
Yeah, it's probably so unlikely. What is it? 1 in 15, 1 in 14, 1 in 210.
I mean, we could still draw like Siphon Soul, right?
No, it's slightly better than 1 in 210.
Like we could Nether and play this. Like I'm not sure what we would used to. Like maybe the gang or.
It's just 1 in 50. 1 in 52.2. They get it, so it's below 2%.
It's 1 to 7 to 1 to 13. Yeah, it's like yeah.
Wait, no, it's even.
Do we have to turn to club? We have, right? We go 11 face now if they do.
Yeah, it's 1. Yeah, my maths is wrong.
Yeah.
It's 1 in 7.5, 1 in 14.
We can draw siphons, so
Yeah.
now we won.
It's just not happening, right?
Sounds good. They go face, we killed it. Okay.
They trade, okay. Trading is not winning for them, so that's fine.
We have another booster in deck somewhere, so.
I like setting up lethal with Abyssal.
We trade, play Abyssal, and Hero Power.
Push 11.
Yeah, I like it.
Lethal's juicy, yeah.
I give up.
Yep.
Okay, good.
Misfits strikes back and equalizes, and now the best of 11 has turned to a good old best of 5.
That's right.
6 games in. Tied series.
3 apiece. Of course, Virtus.pro is on deck to counter the Warlock to start things, so slight advantage to them because of that. But the big story there was the defense that they played in order to get to that final turn.
Yeah.
I think there were a lot of situations there where Virtus.pro had opportunities to get aggressive, and instead they gave Misfits the luxury of not having to use key cards at key times. Instead,
Right.
they tried to just set up stronger board positions. So what did that cost them at the end of the day? Now, how did it benefit them? They had stronger boards versus what Misfits had to play. But that being said, what does that damage cost them towards the end of the game? That's a difficult question to answer because one single trade or one single face push completely changes the scope of the game.
And I do wonder about how much does your win percentage jump when you Shadow Step Keleseth? Because that was back-to-back games where Shadow Step Keleseth happened. But then they also drew patches. So I wonder if the damage... Because, you know, when you get Shadow Step and Keleseth, your win percentage is outrageous. It's like in the high 70s to 80s. But then when you draw patches, your win percentage of doing that usually, like, that kind of situation is like a low 30s. Sometimes high 20s. So it's like that kind of negates each other's effect.
And that patches specifically was the trade for me that I'm curious about. Trading the patches meant that they were stronger against Defile, but pushing the patches face meant that it might have prompted Misfits to have to use Hellfire earlier on, which meant that Scalebane turn would not have gotten the punish that they did.
Yeah, it's interesting. No, it certainly is interesting because the Hellfire wouldn't have activated, and then maybe that's a completely different game because they were short just a little bit of damage, right? They could have put the opponents to 5 at least with the trade, or sorry, with the attack to face to the trade, and who knows how much more damage they could have piled on.
Yeah, they were short the board position after the Hellfire clear, but you saw the Feels birthday man. Stan Sifka's birthday today.
Yeah.
And his flatmates brought him a box full of bananas.
At least for a couple more hours before it wraps up here on November 9th. It's almost 1 p.m. here in Pacific Coast in California, but in Europe, at least for Central Europe time, it's like 10 p.m.
Yeah, it's pretty late over there.
Yeah.
But Sifka's a gamer. He's used to these long hours. Something I've noticed.
I mean, these are 2 of the slowest teams. We'll see.
He just seems to never get tired.
Yeah. Actually, I wonder what's the average game length or average turn length for both these teams. We do track those stats per game. I don't know if we track it across all of Trinity Series. Certainly is interesting because I wonder if the better performing teams are taking longer average turns. That is an interesting thing to think about.
Yeah.
The correlation wouldn't imply the reason why. Like, it could just be an interesting trend.
Yeah. The other thing I'm curious about are games that are lasting longer turns, more beneficial for certain teams than others. And the same thing for shorter games as well.
Right.
A team like Love You Lots, for instance, they have an enormous win rate when the games are going lots of turns.
Are you just saying that, or are you speculating?
No, I'm being serious about it. Almost every single game we've seen them go the long game, they have come out on top of it. There's 2 that come to mind that they lost, and I think both of them were Control Mage games. But the week that they played against Complexity, they rattled off a bunch of wins with Warlock in fatigue-style scenarios.
Well, Team Love You Lots actually does take a longer time on average than other teams. Yeah. They do debate a lot. You can listen to the way they even communicate. Like, a lot of times Chalky... we'll talk about it when they're on screen. Let's go ahead and focus more on Misfits and Virtus.pro. 3 games apiece, Warlock versus Warrior. And this is what looks like to be just a controlled defensive Warrior style because of the slam. But yeah, it's interesting. N'Zoth Warrior. Well, Dynamo Hashing could also be in Taunt Warrior, but there's no quests. So,
Right.
Yeah.
So, and also Virtus.pro has favored N'Zoth Warrior week to week to week. This has been one of their go-tos, and prior to a couple weeks ago,
Casey piloting it, and Casey's like favorite card is like N'Zoth.
Yeah, and prior to a couple weeks ago,
That's not Gadget Auctioneer.
N'Zoth actually had one of the best win rates in Trinity as well. There was a point in Trinity Series where N'Zoth Warrior had a 10-2 win rate.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant N'Zoth the card, and I'm like, well, come on, man. Like,
no,
Pyroblast has probably the highest win rate card when played. It's like, well, yeah, you're playing N'Zoth, you win. I know what you mean now.
Yeah, very few people get to Pyroblast and then don't
Lose.
win. Yeah. Usually, if you're casting Pyroblast, the game is over.
Right.
Sometimes it's because you Pyroblast yourself, because you can't win, but most of the time, dealing 10's all right.
Right. That is also why largely some win condition cards are also much better than they imply. So like Primordial Glyph or Yogg-Saron. It's like a lot of times you'd cast Primordial Glyph and then you'd lose because you saw your option.
Yeah. That's something to think about,
but it's
too.
still a fantastic card.
If you're using a website like Hearthstone Replay, to think about how the win rates when played don't necessarily reflect how good the card is. The context of that is so important to parsing that data.
Yeah. It is one of the more irrelevant pieces of data, but drawn percentage, mulligan percentage, and then a couple of other things too, like its win rate per turn is certainly interesting to think about too. When evaluating like how strong a card is when it performs in your deck.
Yeah, and this matchup right away, we see Misfits tapping early on. I think a lot of that has to do with the way their deck is built. When we saw Love You Lots play this matchup, they had Dirty Rats in their Control Warlock deck. And what they actually went for right away was a fatigue plan. They did not tap, and their goal was to play Dirty Rat on turn 9, going into the opposing 10-mana turn to try and pull N'Zoth with the maximum chance. That succeeded for them, and they won that game. That was a catalyst to that whole series versus Complexity. But from Misfits, we did not see Dirty Rat in their deck, so I don't think they have the luxury of ever playing to that fatigue style of condition. They're going to have to find a window of opportunity to deliver a killing blow.
Man, talk about awkward. Misfits has almost every piece of removal. In fact, because we see like double Twisting Nether, makes me think that Misfits doesn't really have any sizable threats. They could just be playing removal lock,
Maybe
essentially. Maybe a Medivh. Oh, I like it. Let's go ahead and listen in and see what Misfits is planning.
For better than...
Put a Zero on board, right?
Always good.
Okay. I can just discard default.
I like Hellfire most. Into 3-6 like was best, yeah. We could. We should pro tap like every.
Yeah, I would tap. Okay, can you go for this?
If they attack, they can battle rage. Do we go for it?
I know.
We can.
No, we can just discard it foul. Yeah, I did discard it foul.
They could go Acolyte.
Okay.
So
now write down the cards.
Yeah, write down. So now what can we do? We can zealot the file tap.
Yeah.
It's good, like then this goes to 1.
Yeah.
So we can call it eventually. We tap here, right?
Hydro Coil.
We probably still do this, right? Because we can call it
next turn.
George, you here, by the way?
Yes.
D5 is better, right?
Obviously, yeah.
Sure. Just need to kill it.
Don't battle rage this one.
No.
I don't want to.
Maybe cycling is bad.
The thing is, Battle Rage is just getting better as soon as we are able to shuffle. And we still have answers for everything. It's not like we need anything. Like next time we probably end up slam execute the 6/6. And we have so many, it's just like chilling.
Okay.
So we got just coil.
Yeah, just
We start with coil, yeah.
We developed Mistress and then we'll see, right?
Side effects? No. Trust me.
Develop one Void Walker and then the second one as well, or not?
Not the second one, right?
Why would we develop second one? Why just go for Abyssal next turn and just go for Void Walker?
Okay, I agree. Like, do we want to go Abyssal next turn if they just pass, for example?
So many possibilities.
But we can develop Void Walker next turn.
I mean, they could play something in one Siphon as well, so we could tap into that.
Like, if you play Void Walker, then you can tap Siphon.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. What is their play right now?
And most of the time they just pass, but what's your play then? Like, do you really want to Abyssal and Void Walker? They pass to kill your own board.
Maybe.
Yeah, just play the Void Walker.
Just play. Yeah.
Because if they go Acolyte, we can always Siphon the Acolyte and stop draws.
Yeah, if they play Acolyte or they play 3/6 or...
Which one do we slam? On the far right, yeah. Cool.
If you play this on the river or draw, we don't need the coin, so we can toss it away if we need to.
So we just play...
Hitting, bumping into the 1/3.
I mean, you could just.
We wanna play Acolyte, right?
I'm thinking about just armoring up. Okay.
And toss away the coin if you want to.
I can probably then play Acolyte and cycle the Whirlwind.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Like,
Okay, sure.
Acolyte hit first, and then... Or do we just wanna cycle the Whirlwind?
You can hit.
A second weapon, right?
Oh, is this better? Yeah, it is. No.
Yeah, yes.
The Whirlwinds are super hard.
Yeah. Getting an extra card is important.
Yeah, so we can always Siphon plus the thing next turn.
Yeah.
No, next turn we go faster Siphon. And now they cannot even shoot us.
So Siphons are probably quite good resources, right? Because they will have 6/9 eventually.
You can play the weapon, execute, and then hero power. Attack.
So web is executed hero power. Do we hit face with the web?
I don't like hitting.
You like keeping it or hitting?
I don't like it.
Weapon. The weapon.
But you like the play bunny or?
I'm just thinking about just double Mountain Fire armor up. That's what I'm thinking about.
Sensible.
The thing is, we have double battle. We have the next turn.
Yeah, no. We play weapon. We execute.
The thing is, do we hit face or not?
It's not turn 10, so you don't need to set absolutely deficient. So
yeah, no.
There's a lot of build-up for the late game. I do want to ask you about if both decks hit their ideal power curve. Or not necessarily the curve, but in their late game scenario, the Zoth Warriors should be able to easily handle the Warlock because the fatigue won't really matter and they'll have a lot more threats than the Warlock can remove in time, right?
I think it depends on the way the decks are built, but I think Mountain Fire Armor is also pretty key to that.
Right.
You want to get Mountain Fire Armor down and start to pressure Misfits if you're in Virtus.pro spot here, because those Mountain Fire Armors eventually require attention. And if they get attention, what that means is it starts to set up your N'Zoth later on, and that armor total you build helps you sustain through the Blood Reaver Gul'dan turn. The Blood Reaver Gul'dan is really the window of opportunity for Misfits, and the reason they've been so aggressively tapping, just trying to find more demons. So that extra armor total that you get, as well as the extra pressure you apply, means a lot for how Misfits has to approach the remainder of the game. They don't have necessarily the opportunity to just simply push damage to face over and over again and hope that that's good enough.
Well, I was assuming that Virtus.pro even finds their N'Zoth, and then even moreover that if they have like a dead man's hand in the deck, sometimes you see on the Zoth Warriors have that one of, in some very greedy cases they have two of.
Sometimes they cut it.
Sometimes they cut it.
Yeah.
And then if you have that, you just continue to ensure that you have such a good long-term plan that Warlock does not have a viable burn plan and has to deal with the board, but they're going to run out of removal tools eventually for your Direhorn Matriarchs and your Mountain Fires.
Yeah, I don't think you necessarily need Dead Man's Hand for this deck to be able to beat control matchups, but you do have to partition your resources much more carefully in order to find killing blow opportunities. So that is something that I don't think Virtus.pro is doing. I expect Dead Man's Hand to be in here, but like in Complexity's instance, they cut Dead Man's Hand one of the weeks.
Yeah, and then there is the opportunity cost too of how often you armor up, which is kind of building up your long-term armor count against Blood Reaver Gul'dan, which is something you're expecting on this turn. So let's go ahead and tune right back into the players, as I think Misfits is coming up on a pretty valuable point of the game of whether or not they can drop Blood Reaver Gul'dan or they have to be a little bit more greedy.
Trade here.
Like, I kind of don't mind, like, Siphon Mistress Stonehill. I might sleep that. We play Gul'dan.
But, like, I think we should shoot the face of Gul'dan every turn. That's how we should propose this matchup. Because they are 36, and, like, if you keep shooting... Yeah. Or maybe, like, you push the face damage, though, like, with your Siphon.
Free,
yeah, I like this. I like this damage.
Like free here.
So
we do these. Yeah.
Rathian.
Yeah.
It's the most damage when it draws us our pack, right?
It's good to play Mistress here before.
Obviously, because it pushes damage and doesn't heal them, yeah.
So you just want to double mountain armor, hit the 2/3? No, we just slam. Do we slam the 2/3?
And slam. We can save it for the execute activator since we don't. We only have the whirlwind.
Of obliteration. Of obliteration.
It's sweet. Happy about that.
Which town? Okay, yeah. So we need free space, which exactly suits. Yeah. If we push, isn't it good to trade one?
Because of Battle Rage?
Also, like, they don't utilize the heal, like, so they will utilize the heal for...
Yeah, I don't mind that. Just kill one of them.
I'm not sure, to be honest, yeah. We definitely play Gul'dan, yeah. The animation is slow. And we definitely go face with these three, right? Or, like
with these two.
With these two.
Now the question.
I must feed now.
Honestly, we could just go face, right?
Like, against Battle Rage, it's the point, and like, if they brawl, they utilize this heal, but...
It's second Battle Rage, though.
Yeah, like, I agree, I go face.
Second Battle Rage.
And if they start drawing a lot of cards, you never know, we could take them the distance.
Do we want to brawl? We also could just slam the 6/6. Acolyte, Whirlwind, and Fishes. But then we don't have...
Armor. Yeah.
Don't get the armor from the dudes, but we're never getting the armor from the dudes, right?
But we have shield box.
We also could just play double shield block, shield slam the straight.
This way you're gonna lose shield box and slam, like cycling the slam war with the execute. I'm okay with giving away the execute, but the like.
Okay, so you just like slam the 6/6 executed.
And trade with 1/3.
So you want to execute the 6/6, right? Okay.
This red.
I don't want to play Dirty Red this turn.
Level up another minion. Oh.
Just Dreadlord, right?
Is it like they get
heal for 12? We don't have to kill this.
We can just go face and pass.
I would probably go face and play Farseer Happy Ghoul.
Yeah.
You'd Farseer the Taunt, presumably, to play around Ghoul. But Ghoul does nothing. Okay.
Ghoul does nothing. Like
that's what I'm thinking.
And like Sleep does nothing. I would just not develop Town because they then can.
Just Farseer your face. Hero Power his face. Do you even play Ghoul?
Do I heal? Why do I heal face? I would heal Stonehill.
You can heal Stonehill 1/1.
Like face is irrelevant. Like
exactly.
I will heal to 30 hero power anyway.
I would definitely go for
here, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I can pay for it again. Big Ghoul, right?
Yeah, you can. And you will heal by the hero power.
Yeah, sure.
Do we play Happy Ghoul?
I would, because the brawl. I want to pressure it.
Yeah, kind of forcing.
Don't we just want to play Elise, Dirty Red?
Dirty Red Brawl? Yeah, I can totally get behind that.
We don't even have to brawl, but we could.
What we're gonna get?
Okay, so we brawl.
Yeah.
The best thing was getting the release from the transport.
That was the best thing.
So, do we play Acolyte?
I like playing the Acolyte.
You do?
I mean,
Why?
just one. We have with a whirlwind, but we'll.
We also could just armor.
Don't we wanna just armor up?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I wanna just like have them do 1 damage to us every turn, so shield block is worth 5 turns.
Man, what an important brawl Virtus.pro was able to win, relieving them of some minion pressure and also keeping their Mountain Fire alive. So a big swing of life differences should that Mountain Fire have gone down.
Yeah, and honestly, I love the way that Misfits has played this game, though. Something that they've done over and over again is just ignore the Mountain Fire armors and force Virtus.pro to fight honestly on board. That's kept in check their whirlwinds, their sleep with the fishes, their own brawls until it was a critical moment because they started to take too much damage. So them building that tension and forcing Virtus.pro to make a decision about their Mountain Fire armors actually net them a lot of damage.
Yeah, unfortunately though, I just don't think it's going to matter given that Virtus.pro has so much going for them right now. The moment they hit their N'Zoth, they're going to shuffle more hatchlings into their deck, so they won't have to worry about fatigue. They have enough armor gained to withstand any kind of like surprise burst, even if the board builds up a little bit.
Yeah, I think the big one is going to be what Misfits gets from their release pack, and then furthermore, if they have Medivh in their deck. A lot of times when you see 2 Twisting Nethers and you don't see Mountain Giants or Twilight Drakes, Medivh is a way to turn those Twisting Nethers into big threats.
Well, let's see if we can do a little bit of inventory count for Misfits. We've seen, 20 cards, or a little bit under 20 cards, and they're holding 6 in their hand. So the cards that we haven't seen are like the Blood Mage Thanos, for example, and a Despicable Dreadlord.
It's pretty tough to really get an accurate count.
The Drain Souls. So we're missing 2 cards then.
That's the thing is
there's 2 cards we don't know that they're in the deck.
Some teams opt for a lot of one-of slots in these scenarios. Like I'm thinking Mortal Coil and Drain Soul could be some of those one-drop slots. But I don't. Mortal Coil believes wanted to play this game. Let's listen to Misfits though. They still have some tricky turns ahead of them.
How do you handle the 6/9?
Twisting hero power.
And like then the ends of this. We could also just trade and play Drain Soul and Coil. And keep them to Acolyte.
Wait, hold up. I mean, the damage is becoming irrelevant.
Yeah.
I feel that's why I like Siphon a little bit more. Because 6 to the face is quite a big amount. And this 1 damage here is kind of awkward. They have really no more whirlwind effects. They probably do run Ghoul, right?
Like, why don't we just already use the Hellfire?
Because this could 3-2 could hit repetitively, right?
Okay, fine.
And do we play the Dragon?
No, they have like no more whirlwinds, right?
They have ghoul.
They have double ghoul.
Do you think?
Yeah.
I mean, they have double whirlwind,
But
right?
they didn't have it previous turn. Like.
Do we play the Armor Smith?
Do you want to get the board after the Zot and play the Armor Smith? There's actually the consideration. Wait, one armor doesn't matter.
So we go face and play fishes.
Yeah.
Okay, there's our boy.
Just play that in armor up.
Yeah. They don't run Sylvanas, right?
No.
Oh.
We're not gonna shuffle that many cards. Well, I mean, I guess Enzoth shuffles 2, and then if we double Enzoth, that shuffles.
I just wanna draw this up
4.
before I use my second shield.
I would rather use Hellfire.
Or we can go for Hellfire.
I would go Zealot, Hellfire,
and Coil it,
and probably then Pink Face.
Sure.
Yeah.
Only a fool rejects the Lich King.
Face, right?
Yeah, face.
I probably need to run that.
I would care.
Or are we just going to trade Armor Smith, trade Armor up?
We don't need to shuffle Zot if we want. If we need to, we can just shuffle this hand, and we're gonna be okay. But it's better to shuffle Zot for sure. But
Yeah, so do we start with Shield Block or not? Because we also have a Battle Rage.
Yeah. You can shuffle the shield block, yeah.
Okay.
Shield block, I mean.
I like trade Battle Rage.
Trade Battle Rage?
2 cards, and you're gonna be. Yeah, it's pretty sure that you will get Enzoth. Okay.
Almost out of cards.
And now you shuffle this hand.
Yes.
I think you even shuffle the fishes with it, and you just armor up, right?
Yep.
And then your next turn is pretty much always just Enzoth, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I
can go Tunnel's Hellfire.
Is it any good? Like, why don't we get your power? Take for extra, but if next turn they go Enzoth, we need to go Nether.
Yeah, sure. Don't do it. I agree.
And the Hellfire could be quite good. Yeah.
Decisions.
Or Talos could be good with double. I would just pink face and pass. Yeah.
Pass. Sure. We don't care about it. Just like fun damage.
I'm almost out of cards.
Oh no, it's just easy twist then. Right?
Yeah. And we hit face every time.
Yeah, you're starting to see exactly what we're kind of talking about, how the warrior just has too much to go through and not enough time.
Oh, this is such a big board buildup. You know, Virtus.pro saw that twisting together pretty instantly. To me, that says they're going to consider what a second one looks like. But I think that it makes sense to either force it here with the N'Zoth or to play the Direhorn Matriarch to try to pressure it out that way. The big one, though, is the Mountain Fire Armors providing that extra health after the Twisting Nether. Misfits needs that window of opportunity to deliver a killing blow, and that 12 extra armor is giving Virtus.pro so many turns that I think Misfits is done.
And every Direhorn Major that comes down with both Siphon Souls being used just puts so much pressure onto Misfits. And they're only out that I can see for Misfits, and if you can even call it out, is at least a Starseeker giving them ridiculous value. I'm talking about the pack has to have Lyra, another release to Starseeker, ridiculous removal tools like Volcano, you know, and even then it's not enough.
I mean, they need a miracle, an actual miracle.
Yeah, I mean, there is this like very weird possibility of like Elisa Starseeker gives him the Lyra, which gives him like a bunch of pre-spells, which gives him the ability to deal with stuff. Like, but it's just so unlikely and improbable that it just feels like Misfits basically has no chance.
Look, if you kill a whole family of little big baby dinosaurs, Mama Matriarch's going to come and put the beat on you. So both Twisting Nether's gone. This is not getting handled. I mean, they are sort of taking care of it, but not really. And look at the armor total. Fatigue starting to set in.
Yeah. They're just like going to drain soul.
Casey,
and take it easy.
Throwing out those emotes.
Yeah, Casey's not really a BM player for people who know him very well, but if you're unfamiliar, you might think that he's kind of showboating. He actually does like Hearthstone, contrary to what some other pro players might tell you, and he has a lot of fun. So for him, he's actually just kind of chilling.
Let's be honest. Everybody likes Hearthstone, regardless of what they say. Because if they're saying they don't like Hearthstone, that means they're somewhere where they're talking about Hearthstone. So you like Hearthstone. Just be aware of that.
Virtus.pro is going to take the game here and jump out to a 4-3 lead with N'Zoth Warrior. This has been a titan match of control decks, back and forth. And, you know, we're more than 3 hours in. We're coming up on hour 4 now. And yet another almost half-hour game between these two teams. As you just get
38 turns.
Yeah. I do think N'Zoth Warrior is actually quite underrated right now. I think part of the reason why it's underplayed is because of how much easier it is for other decks to abuse it. But it is one of those decks that has a lot of decisions that can have drastic effects for your long stages of the game. And it's seen by the fact that Fibonacci still even climbs with N'Zoth. He quit for the expansion, that's what he said. But when he was playing a lot of N'Zoth Warrior and having success with it.
Yeah, I think it's quite good. I think Druid is really the matchup where it struggles the most. And I think it has some game versus Priest. Mount Fire Armor is a big key, but you have to be aggressive to force that defensive play and get that extra armor.
All right, well, as we get ready for game number 8, we are going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll find what happens between Virtus.pro and Misfits.
You guys seeing this?
Game, record, and stream without compromise. Only on Intel Core i7.
Welcome back to Trinity. Hope you guys enjoyed that very short intermission. A big shout out to Intel, of course, for bringing us the opportunity to have Trinity Series Season 2. And very much a big player of how a lot of esports production happens for a lot of stuff. In fact, this is called the Intel Esports Arena, for crying out loud. So a big thank you again to them. Let's get ready for game number 8 here between Virtus.pro and Misfits. Pretty deep into the series. If you guys are just tuning in or maybe caught the end tail of that previous game, it's just kind of been that back and forth. Yeah. It's been control deck, fatigue deck, control deck. Tempo Rogue is, I mean, there's
a little
no
bit of
control,
Tempo Rogue and the Murloc Paladin there, but the Murloc
there.
Paladin was facing a control deck, and then Rogue was facing a mirror, and then a control deck, and it's a lot of control with these two teams.
Yeah, back and forth. And Admirable has a flight in like 4 hours, 5 hours. Well, you have to get to your flight in about 5 hours.
Well,
you better start rescheduling, man. I'm telling you.
I'll just stay with you.
No, you will not.
We'll have a grand old time.
Well, we will have a good time, but then, you know, I will sleep
I'll sleep on the couch, yeah.
You're always welcome.
Yeah, well, come hang out. Yeah.
Actually, Admirable did crash at my place, what was it, a month ago or so?
Yeah, we went rock climbing.
Yes, we went rock climbing, and you passed out immediately afterwards and slept like 14 hours.
It's hard.
Let's take a look at the standings. Team Liquid is up 4-2 over the rest of the competition. Misfits has a potential to join them if they will take this series. And again, win match record means a lot more than game record. Game record would only come into play if you have a tied match record with another team.
That's right. And for Misfits, this is a huge match. Being at the 4-win marker is so much different than being at the even marker right now. Look what happens if Misfits loses their match and if Love You Lots misses their match as well. There would be 6 teams with a 3-3 record.
Yeah, 6 teams with a 3-3 record, which just means there's just anything is up for grabs. and that kind of puts a lot of teams in a state of flux where the last week determines it all. If you lose and you go 3-4 versus 4-3, you much rather have the margin of error.
Yeah, and we'll see Love You Lots play later on against Planet Odd, and that's really the scenario that gets set up. If Misfits loses this match, and then Love You Lots can't take down Planet Odd later, 6-way tie in the middle where that game score is going to matter. And we've been talking about it all season long, and if it ends up being the case where your game score matters and having to win matches more decisively was an important facet, that's something to look at.
Right, and that's where the lineup factors in. Like, did you waste a slot in your lineup by having a throwaway deck?
If you did it just one time, that could cost you.
The game record difference can be what ends up mattering. Here's a very important game for Misfits, too. Going down 5-3 kind of puts them in a very tough position against the last deck scenario. They have to have Shaman take on his Oth Warrior, which is going to be very tough.
Yeah.
So let's hope for Misfits' sake that they're able to take this.
This matchup is quite strong for them, though. For Virtus.pro, their Warrior deck is not built the same way that Misfits was, where it is a lot of hate centered around the early game. There's a lot more mid-range and top-end stuff built into N'Zoth Warrior.
Yeah.
And so Murlocs can run amok if Virtus.pro doesn't have the big payoffs. And we saw not only Stonehill in Misfits Paladin, but we're now seeing Spellbreaker as well. So this is a nod to a Paladin deck that's going to scale much harder into turns 6, 7, and 8 than we saw from Virtus.pro when they played a matchup against the anti-aggro from Misfits. It's a very different dynamic than the first Paladin versus Warrior.
It's not the curve Misfits was looking for. They threw away Stonehill Defender, got one back. They even threw away Finja, recognizing that there's not many things you can kill from the N'Zoth Warrior to get Finja value.
Still a pretty dream start with the Rockpool Hunter, though.
Yes, that is at least the silver lining. They had the 1-2 all planned out. And maybe Stonehill Defender can help shore up their mid-game so that they can have real Sunkeeper Terran value. Let's go ahead and start tuning into the teams and hear what they're talking about.
Right, I guess? Or
it's kind of bad against Ghoul, right?
But do they even play Ghoul?
Yeah, but they have Whirlwind as well, right? And Sleep. Like, if we hit it, they can just hit into the 2-3.
But they can battle rage if you go face, so I would trade.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so we rock, pull, and trade?
Yeah.
And like fishes here is not that bad for us.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I would always
definitely trade.
I would trade him.
Yeah.
Like, the battle rage is such a big argument. Like if
Nice to get the 1-3.
sure, like
The mountain armor, and you go face.
Which one?
The one from your start end.
Of obliteration.
Why not, I think, is the answer to that question.
I completely disagree. I would
I'm just thinking like it was just.
I would just value trade the Armor Smith with 2-3 and play Inquisitor and Hero Power and go face.
You I agree
And
with
then
like,
Sleep's
like-
really juicy.
How do we say it? Just kills 2 minions?
about if they go for a Blood Razor.
Then what? Like you have to. Like I would trade with 2-3, then you deal 5 face damage,
What happened?
and
But we
like
could
you want to coin the 6-drop every day.
I agree. Like I don't like Spellbreaker here either.
So we trade here.
Yeah, you trade here.
And you put that
You
for
play
Hero Power.
Inquisitor, play Hero Power, and deal 5 face.
Yeah, I agree. Like I said it before I started Inquisitor.
They can battle rage, sure, but
You almost got it.
So what do? You trade the 1-3 and you battle rage? Or do you play the? Do you play Armor Smith with this?
No. We have Slam and Execute, and I would play Slam and Execute.
Sure. Okay.
Maybe.
Wait.
No, I want to play Battle Rage every single time. Okay, this is Brawl. You just play Armor Smith and then it soaks damage.
Yeah, you can play the almost. Yeah.
Like we have Slam, double Execute,
Yeah, the
and Fishes. And
Okay, so I'm thinking trade, silence trade.
Let's roll about versus Blood Razor.
When they developed it last turn, They'd have a 2-1 versus their 4.
No, they wouldn't.
No, I think they wouldn't, and also like they drew 3 new cards.
Okay, so how would
I would silence the 4-2.
Yeah.
And go face probably. I could obviously trade it with 2-2, but that's what I would do because
yeah, I think it's also better. I also think it's better to go face with that than trade.
Like against Battle Rages, but they would probably play the second one, right?
And
so we definitely silence this, and we definitely trade the 2-2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm not that sure about.
Wait. Because if we want to trade, we will trade for the armor.
I know. I think we do it honestly. Like second Battle Rage.
Yeah, I would do it, yeah.
Second range.
Or even against Brawl, it's better. And
yeah. They have Whirlwind.
Against Board Develop, it's also better. Against 3-6, yeah.
They could just play.
Whew. I like the way Misfits has played this so far. They got one big hit with the Tidecaller, and they turned the Armorsmith into effectively a 1-4 taunt.
I mean, I like being greedy and ignoring Armorsmiths, but I have been punished way too many times.
This would have been a big punish, I think.
Yeah, it would have been massive.
I mean, you end up kind of in the same spot, honestly, but when they don't have Acolyte Whirlwind, it's just like so good for Misfits in that spot. And they're still fine in this spot as well. So.
Right. I mean, the Psychic Steed is so good.
I mean, Execute is really the only big punish to this.
Yeah.
For Virtus.pro, and this is a big threat test on a rather non-important thing that Misfits has done. And that does not absorb 2 hits.
Well, they do have Shield Block, Armor Up, Shield Slam, and a Bump, so that actually does remove the 6/8 body.
That's a lot of stuff.
It's a lot of stuff,
I agree.
It's mana efficient, and you get to cycle twice over.
Maybe.
Wow, they're considering the hatchling here.
I guess like you could be a little greedy, but the hatchling just gets traded into so efficiently. Like, you know, the 6 health is a really good disruption point for a lot of paladin
Very
stuff.
efficiently.
Yeah.
I much prefer the shield block in this situation. I think they need to find some answers because if Spike Ridge Steed's hitting now, what are they doing on the following turn? You know, this is stronger versus like a second Spike Ridge Steed or a Blessing of Kings.
True.
But
it's greedy. I don't mind greed if you can get away with it.
And the Megasaur is quite good here as well, but so is the Stonehill. I mean, Misfits is coming up with some really strong turns, and this is not going to slow down for quite a while.
Yeah, potential Tyrion.
Rathion.
Ooh, Rathion's okay. Their hand count was definitely not that good, and Rathion's exactly the type of minion that gives this warrior deck some trouble.
Just a draw card, and it's a 4/5. I mean, that's a strong minion
like,
in these styles of matchups.
Kind of like Ancient of Lore, if you think about it. It's just like a reasonable sized minion that helps you get through your deck.
It's a 1-mana discount.
Yeah, and you have Taunt.
Poor Ancient Lore.
Definitely got the business.
Yeah. Keeper of the Grove or Ancient Lore, I'm okay with.
Both.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
I'd actually kind of like to see Ancient Lore get back some of its healing power, because it used to restore up to 8 health.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of cool.
Ooh, Scourge Lord Garrosh. That's a pretty important card for Virtus.pro as well. They just need the right position for it.
Yeah, and also to not take too much damage. Dead Man's Hand, not going to be that useful, I think. I think the game will be determined far earlier than the Dead
Definitely
Man's
agree with that.
So just kind of a dead draw there.
And this is a lot of gas in Misfits' hand.
Yeah.
Whoa, Instinct was to tear him in this spot.
Yeah, interesting. Considering that Terran only buffs the power just a little bit, you can actually, well,
his 3 power this turn, and it is a 3/7.
Right.
I am thinking about you know, Sleep with the Fishes and Scourge Lord Garrosh specifically if I'm in Misfits spot.
Right.
Brawl's not really something that's on their mind because all of their plays play fairly equally to Brawl.
It's just that Terran is so good against like how Warrior develops, and also because I would get greedy and want an extra 1/1 thrown in there for next turn, but I guess you want to play Tyrion next turn.
Oh yeah.
So you're not going to play Terran the next turn following. So I guess that makes sense.
Misfits is free to give up the armor in this spot too, mainly because of how their deck actually wins the matchup. It's not by delivering lots of damage very quickly. It's by getting one threat to stick and deliver that impact over and over again.
Now that I think about it, I actually kind of do like the Terran.
I must remain hidden.
because then you don't have to kill the Mountain Fire. You just kind of have it be threatened by whatever it attacks into.
And the Wrathion in the middle here ensures that if Virtus.pro wants to splash damage with Scourge Lord Garrosh, that they take the maximum damage as well.
That's true too. Interesting. It's definitely something that I think 70 seconds isn't enough to think about every single possible variation of a line.
Not at all.
But it's so close that I feel like neither play you can really blame a team for.
I personally like the Wrathion play.
Yeah, that was my first instinct.
You're putting Virtus.pro to a big test on this. Oh, look at this.
This is cool.
So they're going for a multi-turn setup here where they're able to isolate the position down further with the hero power on Virtus.pro side. Now it's Whirlwind. And use that Stonehill Defender to hit whatever big minion that Misfits is going to play alongside it.
Yeah. This is also a funny little thing that every minion has taunt, which is basically no minions have taunt. So you kind of an awkward situation. Let's go ahead and listen into Misfits, see how they're going to plan this turn 8.
Like 3 towns.
They sleep the fishes.
Yeah, okay, I agree. We need to utilize Tyrians as soon as
Here, right?
possible.
Like between the 4-1 and 2-2.
Yeah. Here.
We don't see what is here, but...
Alright.
Yeah, just go fast and play. Yeah, there. Yeah.
The fact that he can't armor up now is kind of relevant. He's used both armor smiths.
Yeah, like...
Yeah, 50 is a lot.
Speak to me.
Board, you know, right?
Okay, execute. What about slam, execute, and hit the 1-3?
I like that.
Execute. You can slam Tyrion and just kill it and leave the 2-1 on the board. Maybe use the Desmond's Hand if you get something good.
Do we really don't want to use execute because of Bone Mail? If Bone Mail gets our way, together we just take so much damage. And I don't think we need more removals. We still have 1 execute left, 1 shield slam, and double fishes. And we have our Acolyte on board. And this way they also can trade a 2-1 into our Acolyte. So our Acolyte potentially draws every time 2, or they hit it for 5. I just don't want to take damage and take this
Don't
game
they
off.
want to use Deadman's Hand and the next turn you can roll and play Direhorn Hatchling?
The thing is, if we execute now, I like executing.
Like it. Yeah, sure.
Okay. I mean, what Nyman was saying is that you hit the Tyrion, but that's a lot of damage coming
That's
our
4
way.
damage. Like execute that heals us for 4 is, at this point, is in my opinion good enough.
I mean, you're executing a 2-1 in principle, right? Which is kind of feels bad.
Yeah, but I think that's fine enough.
We'll get that.
The menagerie is for guests only.
Do we need to kill? Why do we need to kill Acolyte?
Hero power. Trade. Hits his weapon. Draws 1,000,000 cards. Into single digits.
1,000,000, like 1 more.
1 more, yeah. Wait.
I'm not gonna do it, but like the
You
5.
can alchemist, like eventually if you want, but I would probably just hydrologist and play.
Yeah, go for Hydro, we will pick up.
Just play hydrologist. We need to make. I would go face actually.
Which one gets away?
Where the sacrifice summons? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
Which one? Sacrifice summons to the right.
Get a sacrifice and clear the Acolyte.
Yeah. Because now they will struggle to like it.
They have a Whirlwind left in raise. They take the 4.
You play the Direhorn Hatchling and...
Do we even need to shuffle?
You don't need Direhorn Hatchling. You play Direhorn Hatchling, then Deadman's Hand.
What about Chastnut on this turn?
Yeah, I love it.
You get another taunt. No, if you play the Direhorn Hatchling, you get taunts.
Yeah, I think if we get bored now, we win.
I mean, will you lose if you play in Zot the next turn? Like, you clear the board right now, we have 3-6 body on the board, and there's gonna be another 3-6 body on the board.
I mean, you could just hit. What do you mean? Hit fishes, Direhorn, Deadlands? Oh yeah. I think that's better.
So we just play Direhorn Hatchling first, then we hit. No. Yeah. Okay. 9 minutes right.
Do we want the fishes?
I think so.
Yes.
Yeah, so then we disman's hand now, and then we fish this.
Yeah. This is really good.
Yeah, you're right, Naiman.
Yeah. Naiman is right.
It's kind of stupid that we... could we play the... We should probably split in soft can here.
No. I want extra taunt. Like, if we don't take...
I was just thinking you could just brawl the next turn and then play Direhorn.
No, I would have played this on next turn. And the hatchling heals us for 5. Like...
No, we
I
never
can
hit
go
it.
Finja Scalebane.
Yeah, I was thinking of that as well, but I guess that's actually not too bad, right?
It's not bad, Tim.
I like that actually.
I like that as well, yeah.
So just Finja and Scalebane?
Yeah.
Positioning's irrelevant now, yeah?
Yeah.
We wouldn't matter anyway, right? So we don't hit.
No, we don't.
No, we don't.
Yeah, obviously, yeah, that's off.
So if they end,
It's not that bad, like...
We can war lead and trade. Right.
Can war leader trade and then play Tarim, right?
Yeah. Maybe war lead.
Ooh, there's a lot of stuff going on, and that N'Zoth is mighty powerful.
There's going to be some fireworks for sure. This is the epic climax that we've been building to.
Misfits just has so much stuff left, but...
Right, but do they have enough time? Because Virtus.pro has gone on the offensive.
The other thing, too, is that like Virtus.pro still has a brawl left, so even if Misfits secures a board, they still have to do it again.
But they have a pretty good reload. They have double Megasaur, and now the Vilefin Inquisitor has converted their Murloc hero power. They have 2 waves of threats. I think Misfits can still do this.
I agree with you. It's just that it was so much stuff at once for Virtus.pro.
And the brawl's so costly, too, for Virtus.pro because it kills off their own mountain fires.
Well, think back to that execute turn that they used a while back. I mean, Bunny Hopper said it. You effectively execute a 2-1 in this spot. And I think that was quite weak. In fact, I think it put them in a position where they ended up having to use Sleep with the Fishes and a few more resources than they really wanted to. So it bought them some extra life, but then they had that less resource. So that execute draw that they picked up, I think, is quite fortunate.
Yeah, now the Cairn's been stranded too as well, which will be relevant for their brawl. Did they get a little bit too trigger happy? You know, something that Bunny Hoppers bring up is that if we play Cairn, we can play the longer game, set up for a better N'Zoth because we have Brawl and Direhorn hatching to protect it. And now Virtus.pro has to brawl and hope that they come out favorably.
I quite agree that they need to brawl in this spot. And that's interesting. So in the event that Tarim wins, maybe they deviate to execute.
Mountainfire's not going to be able to take it. Finja survives. That can also be problematic, too.
I quite like the Direhorn Matriarch here. It's very difficult for Misfits to really press the issue against that card, and it buys them a little bit of time to find some more stuff.
You'd think so, but there are ways for Misfits to finagle this with Gentle Megasaur, Crazed Alchemist, Warlock War Leader.
Misfits is likely, I think, to move in here with a Murlocs and a Megasaur.
I mean, I was telling you, I think Misfits still can do this, and the hands kind of indicate that they can, and they probably will if they're able to land a very big Megasaur turn.
It's also the Crazed Alchemist to flip that around to maybe buy some extra damage there. Let's listen to Misfits. This is the turn of truth.
Do we? Yeah, probably, yeah. Okay, sure.
Tide call it Chum War Leader, yeah?
Yeah. Megasaur, yeah.
Which one? The one of the Curator, yeah? Obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
What do we have?
There's attack, health, and plants.
Health is good, right? Against Virtus.
Yeah, against fishes.
Yeah.
So all 1/1s, right? Kind of. Yeah. No, not really.
We have probably health, right?
Yeah, health, yeah?
Yeah, health, yeah.
Do we take the trade?
Yeah, you attack and trade, yeah. And play in sacrifice with Razor.
Yeah, I like this.
So now if they brawl again...
Wait, we missequenced that. We could have killed the Taunt first and then buffed the other Murlocs after. Right?
Do you
Like,
agree?
I was hoping we get poisonous and.
Of course.
Okay, yeah. Because you get +1/+1 does the same thing.
Also, like buffing the other Murlocs is not that relevant.
Sure.
Because, like,
It's just a thought.
Yeah, sure.
let's stay on board and we are really good.
What do we have left? Stonehill and Wine Clear.
Brawl.
Yeah, and State.
T10.
And Skellvane.
But they have N'Zoth, which is like kind of not fun.
Well, yeah, sure, but
We have a massive board.
We have a massive board, like now with Megastar we can just kill
I
them.
mean, the Alchemist pushes a lot as well, potentially.
And we have
Well, not a lot, but
15. We can.
don't we Megasaur first? Because we could get.
No, I should flip the Inquisitor, right?
Why first?
Because we could get health.
+3.
+3. Okay, but
We could get health and then flip.
How much? Wait, it's 7, 9, 10. So if we get Vinfur, it's 20. And if we get Murloc, it's 27. Vinfur is lethal. And
Yeah,
like
so
that, then
just-
Alchemist. Yeah, but just play Megastar, yeah. Into 12, yeah, +3 is also.
Wind Fury, yeah.
Vinfur is lethal, yeah.
And we switch the.
Wait.
we don't have enough space, right?
You can hero power and lethal, right? It's 12, 17, 21,
We can just.
25, 27, yeah.
Alchemist is even like.
Yeah, but we don't show the Alchemist. Yeah, just hero power and go face.
Yeah. Do it fast.
Because like they may not,
Yeah,
they may not pick Shaman, right?
This is lethal.
Good.
That was a good win.
Yeah, it's good that we didn't show the Alchemist. Now they might Shaman Virtus. Yeah.
Misfits at the buzzer, able to get the exacties for lethal and conceal 2 Crazed Alchemists. Very valuable information, as you heard, that if they pick Shaman into this, which is a traditional counter pick, they are prepared for that situation.
I mean, just what a
Wow.
game for Misfits, too. Illustrating the importance of having the Stonehills, illustrating the importance of Curator in those spots. Having reload in the face of N'Zoth Warrior is very important.
Yeah.
If this is against a traditional, like pure anti-aggro control warrior, their board's going to get cleared, I think, multiple times in that spot. Instead, they're able to just muscle their way through in the way that Murlocs attack you when you're playing World of Warcraft. They just keep coming, and you don't even know where they're coming from.
Fundamentally, very solid game, even down to their positioning against Surge Lord Garish. Their timing on the Rathion allowed them to pick even a better spot for Tarim. And remember that Rathion got them the Curator draw on the turn that they felt like they needed to have more options at their disposal, allowing them to play long game and pressure just enough to force a brawl out, and then also bait more brawl out in case they had to push for a second time with Megasaur number 2. Everything down to the wire was great play from Misfits, followed by a couple of fortunate outcomes like the Wind Fury off the Megasaur.
And granted, all of it mattered. Like, look at how everything mattered. They got
Every
to
edge
conceal that Crazed Alchemist information, and that could leave Virtus.pro to some misplays in certain spots. When you know Crazed Alchemist is there, it's way different than if you never consider that card. So
yes,
every point of damage could be the difference in them winning or losing a game here.
Let's turn the table around the other side now and hop into Virtus.pro seat. They had a couple of very important moments where they could have played a little bit longer game. They had a Cairn over the Direhorn Hatchling at like 3 turns before the end, where they were trying to layer N'Zoth, and because the N'Zoth wasn't impactful enough against a wide Murloc board, they had to brawl their own half board away, which caused them to lose control, and then they were just stuck top decking.
Yeah, if they have that Cairn in play instead, if they lose that brawl, they still get a 4/5 body stuck around.
Right.
The 4/5 body fights a little bit stronger on board than the 3/6 does. They might take an extra hit from the Ashbringer, but the Ashbringer ends up killing an Acolyte later on, which may have drawn them 2 cards in that situation.
Well, they
so
also
much different stuff.
Get a second Cairn back with N'Zoth.
That as well.
So,
yeah.
They actually have something a little bit stickier in that position, and it might give them 1 turn deeper to benefit off of what they shuffled with Dead Man's Hand. They shuffled in an extra Brawl, an extra Sleep with the Fishes, and that's what makes that card so interesting. Dead Man's Hand is definitely one of those cards that aren't clear with how you should play with it every turn compared to some other cards that are released, right? When you see a card that is fairly later, like Prince Calisith, you want to play it on 2. And anytime you don't get on 2, you're just like, okay, whatever, I just play it anyway. This is a 2-mana 2/2. But Dead Man's Hand is so vague and ambiguous with the timing of it, and that's what makes it so interesting, but yet so difficult.
It's really crazy to think about how much different lines of play you're offered when you have to account for all those different endgame scenarios. I think the big one for me to look at, again, was Bunny Hopper mentioning that we're effectively executing a 2-1 here when they execute
a little bit wasteful.
On
because,
splash damage.
I mean, can you blame them, though? Because the idea of Murloc Paladin or beating Murloc Paladin often is making sure that you wipe their board, because they come back onto the board so much slower than a lot of other tempo decks, right? Because Rogue has Vilespine Slayers, Backstab SI, but Murloc Paladin has like a weapon, and that's usually the only way they can fight back very efficiently for tempo. They just usually build up a big board again.
Oh, the Curator.
And if they lose it, they have you usually just snowball in control.
That Curator sticking and delivering 4 damage, though, ended up being a big deal. If they had to execute, they would have taken a little bit of extra damage, but they would have been able to execute the Curator.
But they also had Shadowmourne with 2 charges left. And that gives them a lot of pseudo-confidence of like, well, we have a lot of AoE in our hands still. We have Asleep with the Fishes, and we had 2 charges of Shadowmourne.
It's a tough call. That's really the point I'm trying to illustrate, is that there's just a lot of different stuff to account for.
Well, will Virtus.pro account for some of the tech in Misfits' deck? You kind of see how some decks are choosing to hate pirates with Galactic Crawlers. Some of them are choosing to hate Murlocs with Hungry Crabs. In this case, Misfits has a couple of interesting tricks up their sleeves with the Crazed Alchemist, allowing them to flip big health targets off of like a Spiker Steed, or just eliminating totems altogether. It will snipe the Flame Tongue and those Mana Tides very effectively.
Yeah, plus this Primal Fit Totem.
True, that's also very prominent.
The big one here, though, is the Attacker's Initiative, and if Virtus.pro can take advantage of that. Misfits has a fantastic opening hand in the early stages here, and Virtus.pro's hand is quite slow. And I'm fearing that the Murloc Tidecaller and the Vilefin Inquisitor with the Rotpool Hunter may take over this game very quickly.
Perhaps. I mean, Misfits also can get a little greedy here. Ooh, Crazed Alchemist will also be such big tempo that it might be difficult for Virtus.pro to fight back. And, I mean, this could be an easy win for Misfits purely based off the deck building. Like, if without the Crazed Alchemist, you could say, well, it could be close depending on if Virtus.pro draws default, but Crazed Alchemist will just cement the board so much that it almost feels like a guarantee that Spiker Steed will land.
It just pulls so much value away in situations. For Virtus.pro's sake, it looks like their game plan is to try to offset and then have the Mana Tide, crank out 2 or 3 cards and then draw an attack at some point. Instead, it's often going to be a tempo play for Misfits. And so, as you said, the deck building might be the spot where Misfits won the game. That is always something to look out for when you're watching either a team or Stan Sifka play. He greatly influences that and always brings something to a series that can completely change the way you look at it.
And if we're going to play a best of 11, I kind of want to see it all in Hearthstone. I want to see great plays. I want to see creative choices, so like rewards for good deck building. You also do want to see some wacky moments where it's just like, oh, I can't believe that Evolve got this crazy Noggin Fogger and kept them. That kind of stuff makes it really fun. And then, of course, you want to see some mistakes here and there, because I think it's really fun to watch. Oh man, they're human too, and it kind of normalizes. It makes you feel a lot better about yourself. Because honestly, who doesn't really secretly think that when they see a missed play or two?
Mistakes just make things exciting as well.
It does. It keeps the game very close. Let's go ahead and start listening to the teams and see how Misfits is going to play this turn.
It's really bad into Portal right now. Just go for Hunter.
How is it that bad into
Portal?
Because if they also did have a minion.
You just develop
Stonehill, then you will for Jade Lightning. And then what?
What's the other play? If you wanted to play Tidecaller, you should have it. You should done it previous turn. Or what's your point?
If we're scared about
no, I would always play just a Hunter here and value trade.
You wouldn't play this?
No.
No, I wouldn't play Tidecaller, but we can go Stonehill and next turn go Tidecaller with Rockpool Hunter.
No, it's so much better to just value trade.
Yeah, bro.
Just Hunter value trade.
Yeah, sure. It's good that we discussed. It's good to have coin, if we...
Yeah, I agree, but...
coining our Vine Cleaver from earlier.
I'm just slightly worried about Portal.
And the Portal is, always gonna get value, The issue is, they just snowball with Flame Tongue, and we have this secure with Alchemist, so...
I want to just play double Firefly.
Okay.
And then I'm not sure about hitting with the weapon.
They play Cold Lights here.
Do they?
Played? Do the 2-1 and just play the Firefly. The way
They played 2 Stonehill Defenders this week. How do you put Stonehill Defenders and Cold Light Seers in the same deck?
Okay, you're right. So you just want to play
I just want to play like Firefly, and then I'm not sure if I'm playing around Coin Megasaur. I mean, I could hit the 2-1, but I would rather just like take the full board clear next turn if I possibly can.
Maybe attacking the 1 is good. I like attacking the 1.
Attacking the 2-1? Coin Megasaur is the only punish, right?
But it really punishes us.
Yeah, I like hitting.
Especially against health. And we have Jet Lighting for the next turn anyways.
Okay, so we want to save the coin, right, for next?
Yeah, but do we Stonehill or do we Typecore?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, so.
First, Stonehill seems to be better for both.
Yeah, I think it is, right? It's just better against like almost everything.
Yeah, and against after we have Megas or whatever.
So we Stonehill, right?
Yeah, just.
Okay. Righteous.
Yeah.
No,
We trade the one on the left, yeah.
Yeah, Firefly, yeah.
Okay. So they go Jade Lightning, we're kind of chill with that. We just we just kill the 1-2 and coin the Finger, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Boy, this game is shaping up very interesting thus far. Virtus.pro looked like they could have fallen to the early hand from Misfits, but they're holding parity almost. This coin Finja is going to be a major problem for them.
Yeah, and Shaman's not a deck that can avoid Finja forever. They need to totem. Well, they often need to totem, or they often need to play smaller minions, and Finja completely preys on that.
And Devolve is the reason, Finja was the reason that Devolve, I think, was initially put in here. And then players started realizing, hey, this is quite good in a lot of scenarios.
Yeah, it's just just the fact that Gentle Megasaur and Finja were so powerful and warranted a Devolve because Murloc Paladin dominated the mid stages of Journey to Ungoro meta, and then Shaman started striking back. I mean, Shaman actually kind of already was doing pretty good towards the end of the Mean Streets meta, but
it's just been solid for a while. I mean, you think back to the aggro Shaman into mid-range Shaman meta, and then when Totem Trog and Totem Golem rotated out, the deck was a little bit poor for a while until people started finding the right builds for it. But it's found itself a nice spot. It's like in the middle of strength in terms of the metagame right now.
And Shaman also is a deck that not only has a lot of variation in his deck, but also you see a lot of people strongly disagreeing with each other from time to time on how to play certain lines. Do you play for more value? Do you play for more tempo? That's often the question that you have to go for.
If they go for this Mana Tide Totem here, they are in for a world of hurt. And so the question for Virtus.pro is, do they need to be fighting on board harder or not? And right now, with staying on the Finja, I would say fight for board.
It's true. Saturday Night Chain Gang is the best board you can possibly set up for Finja. Mana Tide is pretty appealing because of how it fits the curve and it cheapens your thing from below.
But if you lose control of this board right now, that Mana Tide's going to die and the board's going to snowball away. So I think I like the Saturday Night Chain Gang and try to secure the board going into a Mana Tide turn. But they're going with Mana Tide.
Your hand's so expensive. I kind of like this as well. Let's go ahead and tune in.
I'll trade 1-1.
Same. Every time, yeah.
War leader, and they can play the Megazord, so they get the weapons, and they don't have it.
Okay, that's good.
I mean, the weapon is like a thing, right? It's actually a very big thing.
Let me think.
Like, we are afraid of Devolve, I guess. Or Portal, so maybe we don't want to go Hydrologist, when maybe we just want to go Tidecore plus Hero Power. Or Protector and Hero Power.
Like, we could...
I like more Protector Hero Power.
Yeah, I like the most Hero Power.
So we switch the 0-3.
No, switch Mana Tide.
No, that's what I said, switch the 0-3.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Mana Tide.
Move quickly. You love my
The light dims, but
They're afraid. We have
Okay.
That's pretty good.
Oh, wow.
Do we evolve that even?
Even the
Clear answer here is yes, right?
Yes.
Just evolve on portal man.
Ellie giggle.
Yeah, just port.
Nice
Hero
port.
power
You
portal.
want a portal first, or you want to use the hero power first?
There's no more. What's
No
it called?
inspire.
Yeah, Inspire's out.
Be portal
It's just
first.
positioning. And positioning is better for portal first, so that's why I did it afterwards. Because I knew I was gonna get a 1/3 minion, and then it's better. Yeah. Because you know it's better if you get a 1/1 minion to portal first, but I knew I was getting a 1/3 minion. That's why putting the totem
was the good mana tide.
Yeah, mana tide was the correct play. I told you.
was the correct play, Ellie giggle. Getting that 4-drop of the Finja was the correct play. That's what's up.
They have kings. No, they didn't. That was the alchemist.
Alright, we'll have to think about this, because this is very, very non-trivial, this turn.
So what I would do first is hit with the Violin Inquisitor into the...
Yeah, I mean, you always hit the Violin Inquisitor into this.
Yes.
Redemption, yeah, okay, that was to be expected.
So we just played Shade Lightning on the 4/2, value trade the 1/1 and...
Why?
For blow?
I mean, I like Zero Knight changing thing from below value trade, like, lol. Nice board, Bloodlust, Ellie giggle.
Jet lighting. Jet lighting from below, if so.
Look.
Sure.
Jet lightning thing from below? Yeah, I can totally get behind that, because that thing always trades into a thing from below.
Yeah, exactly. Like the thing from below is just not
I just want to play
existent.
now, because next...
Yes. Next turn I want to Bloodlust them and hit them in the head.
In the forehead.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. It's definitely better than the Zero Knight changing Ellie giggle play.
Kill 2/2 you.
Yeah. No, they can clear.
So did Bloodlust.
Trade the 2/2, I guess, to play around the consecration. And trade thing from below and Violin.
Yep.
No, you don't play. No, yeah, you have the one body on the board in the end.
Yep.
I think you can play the Share Knights. Don't get punished.
Definitely play the Zero Knights. Alright, let's get not equality consecrated.
Even if I play Equality Consecrate, you're not unlikely to win.
Yeah, they are, because they can put the 1/1.
But I'm so happy that this is a Ceremony chain gang guy.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, this is getting out of control. Misfits had the tech cards. They lined it up. They said, hopefully they pick Shaman into this. It was a little bit more than they could chew, though.
This was a great Misfits opening hand. That devolve was so important for Virtus.pro. And they got a great drop for them on the 4-drop from Finja. If that was like a 4/5, for instance, way worse territory.
Yep.
If it's a 4/4, it's way worse territory.
How much damage is this? If you get 8, 11, 15...
17 plus 8.
27. Wait, is it 25?
17 plus 8 is the maximum, I believe. Because you trade in
3/3
right, or a 3 power, you trade in 6 power. You want the healing totem around, of course, to heal up your guys.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get 10 from the 2 Serenites. You get 4 from the 4/2 Murloc, 3 from the other totem, and then 8 from the thing from below.
Yep, so it seems to be 25 damage.
Ah, this is quite smart, though. You put more damage in the Tyrion, but you get to keep stronger bodies around. Interesting. I think I would trade up to 6/3. It's a temporary 6/3. But that is big problem for Misfits. Now, they do have Spike Ridge Steed on the back of this, but their life total doesn't really give them the liberty of using that as a resource much anymore.
Yeah, they're dead to, a single Flame Tongue totem, for example, if that happens. we'll see what the Hydrologist can change. They have an opportunity to play 2 minions and a Spiker Steed this turn as a maximum opportunity. Murloc Paladin just kind of floundering here. They're going to go for maximum health.
This also trades off the thing from below in this instance.
True.
I think that's actually a pretty important facet.
Oh, yeah.
Of this board state. I mean, they're at 1. They have to take maximum risks at every stage. And so now does the position line up to take care of this?
Wait, yeah. Hold on. We didn't count for how much... I forgot that they were actually going to kill one of the Saturday Night Chain Gang targets, so is that enough?
I think that is enough. That's hit.
Yes, it should be just an over.
Yep. Boom. 1 hit because of Flame Tongue Totem, and Virtus.pro breaks the serve again and takes the lead. Back and forth all series. 5 games to 4 in favor of Virtus.pro, who needs a win this week if they want to keep their hopes alive.
We're making up some of the distance for the previous couple of series that you guys may have watched on Trinity Series. Yesterday, 6-2 and 6-3 matches, pretty fast. Last week, we saw 2 sweeps, 6-0. We ended the broadcast an hour ago last week. And now we're not even done with our first match. So for those who love control decks, love close matches,
I mean, this is 4 hours into this series that we are now.
Yeah.
That takes a lot of mental fortitude, especially considering the fact that these guys are playing from Europe. So the time zone far away from where we are. It's about 2 o'clock here.
It sucks for Planet Odd because here they have 2 European players, 6-0 and Hoi. They have to start at like 11 p.m. Then again, you know, like you said, they're gamers. They understand what it's like to stay up all night. And, you know, we pretend like as if they're going to go to a normal bedtime anyways.
They're going to rock and roll all night and party every day. And
Misfits
now Misfits
down to a Shaman Mirror, which is interesting. We used to see Shaman open up relatively early, but now it seems to be one of the deck that people finishes because it's just, you know, solid, but doesn't have anything it strongly counters. Paladin, of course, being one of its better matchups there. And even if they do get past this Shaman, they still have to win 1 more game. So things are definitely looking a little dicey. But if you look at just the match recap with how classes bounce back and forth, that's what you kind of want to see for close matches.
Yeah, the thing that's the big detriment here for Misfits is that the final deck for Virtus.pro is Warlock. And I'm guessing it's Control Warlock because of the way they've queued up into other matches rather than throwing Zoolock against something. They've held on to this Warlock for quite a long time. So if it's Control Warlock, the Shaman is likely to struggle in that scenario as well. That's really one of the reasons we stopped seeing Shaman queued up early in the series is once you eliminate the AoE classes, Shaman becomes much better at fighting evenly with your opponent.
Yep. So it's something that's kind of been a problem for Shaman too, just how it bounces back against some of those large board sweeps. And the truth is it really can't because of cards like Bloodlust and how it really forces you to constantly be building a big board.
Yeah.
And the moment you lose it, you have weak minions to climb back onto the board.
You have the Doppelgangster Evolve turns, but that's against everything. You know, that's your 1-2 punch where you're hoping that those stats are enough to get the job done.
Yeah, so much so to the point where some players are calling out the Bloodlust list and saying, maybe it's just not good. Maybe instead of running Primal Elfin Totems, Bloodlust, we start running Bone Mirrors. And more sturdy, cheap minions, so that way they have good synergy with Flame Tongue Totem, for example, like Argent Squire or cards like that.
Yeah, I'm quite in favor of cutting 1 of the Bloodlust at the very least. I think 2 is a bit much right now since a lot of, at the high end of play anyway, because your opponents are fighting so aggressively for board. That has become the staple of this metagame, is constantly fighting for the board. In prior metagames, we saw a lot of opportunities to turn the corner and just start pushing minions' face, and eventually you get there with just your burst damage. That's really not the case in this format, sans a couple of decks. So the key for fighting for board there, I think, changes the way that you look at Bloodlust a lot.
I'm a big fan of the Prince Tal'Daram package as well, in tandem with Barnes. I think it's actually pretty interesting the way it works. You do lose the card draw source with Manti Totem, but your tempo potential is much higher. When you play Barnes and Cairn, and then you have Tal'Daram to copy your Cairn, or you have better evolve targets off your Barnes, because you can now have Barnes into Evolve as a legitimate thing too, because you hit Bone Mirror as a 7-drop, so that's like becomes an 8-drop. I like that synergy a lot, and when Baiza introduced it when she made her big run in HCT, I was very impressed with her being able to do it. But then, the way you can compensate for that is Cult Masters. It does make your board a little bit more fragile to certain AoE clears, especially Rogue, but I do like that. And I'm kind of sad that some teams have experimented with the Trinity Series and then backed away from it.
Plus, Prince Tal'Daram on a Flame Tongue Totem is quite massive.
Yeah, it turns out 3/3 Flametongue Totem is pretty good. Would you play it in your deck?
I had a lot of good experiences with Prince Tal'Daram. The problem I had was that Cult Master was constantly getting stranded.
Yeah.
Against my weaker opponents, Cult Master was fantastic. I always ended up with a lot of 1/2s or 1/1s on board. But against stronger players, they were doing very diligent work to remove every single minion.
Well, what's so funny about Cult Master is it kind of plays directly against what Shaman, or sorry, it feeds directly into what people want to do against Shaman anyways. They always want to clear your totem so that way Flametongue Totem isn't relevant.
Right.
And it happens to also play well against Cult Master. So it kind of puts you in a win more scenario where, yes, if they happen to leave your board up, it's because you were such a dominant position that Cult Master or Flametongue would have been good anyways.
Yeah. That's what I kind of found with it as well. Ooh, Misfits.
It's not what you want to see.
Thanks.
And this is also bad too because they're on the play. They need to have a turn 1 proactive play. Firefly is really good, or if they have the Arts and Squires.
Something to really note here, too, is that Virtus.pro, I believe they had 2 Serenite Chain Gangs last game.
Yes, they did.
That's quite interesting because this card has, when it was first introduced into Evolved Shaman, we were like, this isn't any good. It's just 2/2/3s. You don't really care about it. But as the metagame has gotten more towards the Scalebane, Bone Mare style of meta, the Serenite Chain Gangs just soak a lot of damage. And so I think it's quite an important card right now. And I like the inclusion for Virtus.pro. If you're going to fight for that board position and look to scale in the end game, why not use 2 Serenite Chain Gangs?
Virtus.pro is kind of contemplating if they want to put out this Primal Fin Totem, but it is weak to not only the Flametongue Totem, but also the Jade Claws. So they have to kind of wonder, why is Misfits so willing to toss out the patches on turn 1? And it often is because they have a very reliable turn 2.
Yeah, a lot of times I see players play patches in frustration when they draw it on turn 1. There are some circumstances when you can, and I think this is one of those circumstances. But for the most part, when you draw that card on turn 1, you should be looking for a reason to play it rather than a just playing it out of frustration and going, 1 damage. Oh well, it'll die. Maybe that 1 damage kills a 5/1 later on. And drawing this in the order they have wouldn't have mattered in this would have mattered in this situation too. So I'm curious if Misfits is getting a little bit frustrated. They need 2 games back to back, and this is an unfortunate way to start this series.
And the Flametongue Totem is still a pretty good snipe onto this Primal Fin. And Virtus.pro, unless they pick up Jade Claws or their own Flametongue,
or they could Maelstrom too. I mean, Maelstrom gets them on board.
That is fair. Let's go ahead and tune into teams for these early game stages.
Such a back and forth.
I wanna draw Corsair now if they play Mana Tide.
Yeah.
Corsair or Patches. Let's go.
That?
Do we ever evolve that? No, right?
Oh, no.
Why not?
Because we'll hero power this turn, Sing from Willow goes to then we hero power again, low chain gang evolve, right?
Yeah, you can do that. You can hero power.
That's true.
You don't want to evolve the Flametongue.
No. Just pass.
That's what can happen. Oh, it's really good, right?
We lightning it, right?
Lightning. This will most likely get lightning too.
Is it always better than developing Thing from Below?
Yeah, because
Thing from Below gets cheaper, right? He can't flame.
Probably because of curve next turn you can go Primal Fin and Thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, just play Jade Lightning, call it Flametongue, right?
Yeah, you're forced.
He gets pretty punished by like Portal Flametongue, but like whatever.
Kind of right into Jane Gang, right?
Yeah.
To have Survey and have this on board. So I just Jade Lightning it. Yeah.
No, that's the pirate 1 turn too late. Yeah, we still just hero power, right?
Hero power, let's see what we'll get. It looks like a Thing from Below, yeah, turn. Right. Oh no, to the far left.
I think it's the Thing from Below and goes to the far left.
Yep, I agree. I think it's far left.
Well, sometimes players run away with it in the early game, but sometimes they don't. And when they don't, things can get tricky.
How much does that change things? I don't
That
know.
allows the patches to now kill the Thing from Below.
They don't.
Oh, they don't have patches. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's Virtus.pro that has patches. Ugh.
Well, the thing about the drawing the patches is that you miss a draw, but because Manti has been able to pick up a couple cards here, Misfits has made up that deficit, and now this game has become relatively even. And they can also continue to tuck the Manti away behind some taunts. They have an opportunity for either a Totem and Thing from Below, or they can
I like the Primal Fin if that's the
Flame
case.
Tongue, but I think the Totem Thing from Below is best. Yeah, so it was either Primal Fin or Hero Power. I think either of those you can make a justification for.
And so this is really painful for Misfits because they're thinking about Jade Lightning and how strong it is against them right now. And it is very strong, but they still have some counterplay. Maelstrom Portal is also something that they're a little open to, but not entirely.
I think they would have seen Jade Lightning the previous turn. They definitely don't want their opponents to draw another card, so I think you can play around the Jade Lightning here. Wow, wait, hold on. How does Portal influence this as well?
Well, they have Flame Tongue, they have the Bloodsail Corsair, and they have Maelstrom Portal, so I don't know. This turn is wacky.
They don't even need the patches. Of course, there's just icing on the cake.
Let's go and listen to the VP. This turn is awfully good.
Do we even need to portal?
Yes, kill the one.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yep. You're right. And next time we go,
The thing with the blood first.
What's wrong with playing Thing from Below?
I'm killing the whole board.
And I also don't want to draw patches.
Yes,
okay, sure.
That makes sense.
And we have Evolve in our hand.
First, but yeah, doesn't really matter. One drop.
Actually, like Hero Power Thing from Below is very, very good as well.
Nice.
Yeah, instead of but it's still fine.
Instead of Portal.
We need to get rid of the Flame Tongue.
Yeah, and they still have one Flame Tongue and Shade Light.
This is fine. The only reason why keeping Portal might be good is if their Portal is the only way they come back, right?
The thing is,
Portal is always a good answer to a Portal.
And the 2/1/1s could be scary with second Shade Lightning and then Hero Power, and then we don't.
Right. Get like Abomination or something.
Yeah, we really need to play Stonehill to top deck into Portal or. But it's 3/3 not at all, right?
Not at all.
But it's probably best out of these options, or what's best?
Okay, is it? Can play this. Play next turn this and this. No, I don't know. Yeah, let's go for Rift, right?
Yeah, I would say for Great Land, play under.
This is one, this one.
This one's gonna be slightly better, right? Like, how can they draw that double flame thing on Portal?
We top deck Portal.
I think it's spell damage and Portal, right? Or
Devolve into like Doomsday if they play a 3.
Well, we can usually trade into their minions with the things from
But
below.
just look at how good it is. You have two 2-drops. You have a 6-drop and 2 5-drops. I just want to push ahead instead of just playing so scared.
Let's do it. If you get the Doomsayers, then yeah, just Hearthstone.
No. Just you. Oh yeah. Never mind. You just.
Are you sure?
Just go behind on the board, yeah. I played the Star Knights. Played the Star Knights aren't that bad. With Hero Power. Plays are correct. If you want to win more faster, but I think that's okay.
Okay.
No, I'm too scared. Sorry, Casey.
I'm not sure if we are winning like this because.
Yeah, because we can't use the Flame Tongue value properly, can we?
Yeah, exactly. And like, we should not play that scared.
Yeah.
Like this would be so insane, this board now.
Go for this.
these two.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that maximum board presence to set up portal. Just lose to Bloodlust anyway, right? Double Jade Claws is pretty decent. Kind of.
Kinda like this. And then what? Then you just sort of spell damage under a portal and just clear.
And do you attack somewhere, or?
Yeah, I think you could.
Why?
You don't attack anywhere.
He's going to Doom with doppelgangers and you go with portals anyway. So I wouldn't attack anywhere, I guess.
So you could do this, right? Yeah, okay, no, don't attack it first. So this is a play, okay?
Yeah.
No,
just
Yeah.
So now we take all the trades.
Yeah, take all trades and then evolve.
So it's gonna be only one chance out of many.
Well, I mean, you have the totem.
No, you don't play totem.
No, but we already have one. So I evolved this now, right?
Yes.
Without anything. The thing from below, I don't play it.
I don't think so. So we just play Devolve and fireball him in the head, right?
Nice.
Fireball him in the forehead, for sure.
Dome him! Let's go!
He heals us for 6 as well. Synergy's amazing, yo. Do you play thing from below?
Yeah, let's go.
Play it.
Aha! Catch them, haha!
I'm 12, by the way.
I am 12, by the way.
Okay, nice.
I'm so used to playing these cups that I always want to press print screen after I win a game. It's like automatic. My hand like tips on it.
No print screen necessary. Virtus.pro takes it 6-4 in the sight of casters and viewers everywhere.
Wow.
Well played series and hard fought. Almost 4.5 hours.
What a finish, too. The evolve into Archmage Antonitus. Yeah. Devolve to find a fireball and launch it at face. And by the way, there's a Halaziel on board.
Oh, and they have the mini Cobalt Scalebait Master Swordsmith.
the OG.
I mean, let's be very honest. That game was going to be very hard for Virtus.pro to lose from that spot. It would have to take a Maelstrom Portal plus a spell damage totem to even keep Misfits competitive in that game, let alone for them to win it. So Virtus.pro was very much the favorite in that spot.
Devolve into Doomsayer.
Devolve into Doomsayer. That's literally like when you have to argue against that, that is just such a bad state of things. When that's like the only way you can justify staying into that game. Let's go ahead and talk to one of the members from Virtus.pro. Bunny Hopper from VP is joining us. Can you hear me, Bunny?
Yes, I can.
Cool. So why don't you talk to us a little bit about how you're feeling right now? Because that was a very long match. Are you feeling exhausted, or is like the adrenaline rushing from just kind of playing for a while in high-stakes competition?
We were just in a way too good mood the last few games. I think even the Warrior games, we made a few mistakes because we were just joking around a little bit too much. But yeah, at the end, it's just mostly adrenaline.
Well, you weren't joking around about that evolve. You actually skipped it that turn. That's quite a bit of fear, and that's unusual for you.
Yeah.
Nyman and I were being a bit of a chicken, but I mean, my argument for it was that you could like take the trades after they like double evolve and then do it, and then get value out of your thing from below. But that was probably wrong. That was just, I mean, yeah, you just shouldn't chicken out like this. Just do it.
That's right. I mean, I respect, I can understand the fear, but I definitely want to pressure my opponents. Talk to me about how Casey's fitting in now that you've had a couple of matches under your belt. How does he add to your team?
Well, we're practicing a lot. It's a lot of fun. Casey and I used to also play a lot, like together, prepare for other tournaments. So we already have pretty good synergy, and I think Nyman and Casey also click very quickly. And I mean, we're memeing a bit more, and we're having some fun. Even though last week we lost and we were a bit frustrated, we were still memeing a lot during the time and about the game afterwards. So it's a good mood right now.
Yeah, I think it's really healthy to be able to, not only, of course, win and keep things competitive, but also to have fun, because it is quite the grueling season. But right now, you've put yourself as good as a position you can going to week 7. So thank you so much for joining us. Congrats on your win, and see you next week.
Thank you.
Virtus.pro is now 3-3, as well as Misfits. So with that head-to-head advantage and the fact that they've gained some valuable ground, look at what's happened. Misfits fallen down in the standings a little bit. Virtus.pro making up that difference. All of a sudden, if Virtus.pro and Misfits happen to have a very equal score or mirror their score, let's say Misfits goes 4-6 and Virtus.pro goes 6-4, they're going to have the match record and the game win-loss differential there too. So, very interesting spot going into week 7.